They don't report to the foreign minister. They have the authority until the new Ayatollah gives them a new command that supersedes the previous command. And what was the previous command? It was fight until you either die or claim victory. And you have to remember that this version of Islamic ideology is absolutely crazy. They believe that if they kill Christians and Jews, they will go to heaven and get 72 virgins. They believe that it's their responsibility to lie to Christians and Jews, and anything they do is fine under their religion. And so peace is not possible with them.
So when President Trump says today that these people are scum, it's an unusual word to use on the global stage when you're sat there with other people from NATO, but would you say that's an accurate description?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, what these people do is when people protest for their right to freedom, they gang rape them. When the protesters in January were shot and went to hospitals, the doctors and nurses that treated them were taken and tortured and gang raped to the level that they had to have surgery in terrible places.
Awful.
These people are scum, and they have committed unspeakable atrocities on so many people, both inside the Islamic regime and around the world. They need to be removed.
I just want to remind our viewers, if I can actually, what you said the last time you were here in the studio, because you've been proven to be so completely right on this, Brian. Let's just play the clip of you last time you were here a couple of weeks ago. Do you feel like this is peace?
I think the peace will last for a short period of time, and the Iranian regime will break the peace and open the door for true regime change.
You are absolutely on the money. So if you can get your psychic powers out now, Brian, again, what happens next? Well,
look, I have complete faith in President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Rubio. I think their judgment has proven to be fantastic. My suspicion is that what's going to happen next is that we will take out independent provincial IRGC commands one by one. And my suspicion is that now that we have demonstrated to the world that we're willing to try to find peace, that we're willing to go out of our way for President Trump to continue being the president of peace, now that the Islamic regime has proven itself to be a partner that cannot negotiate in good faith, that we will probably take out each individual province one by one, and that the Persian people will rise up against their oppressors.
Can you do that without boots on the ground, American boots?
Absolutely. I think there are enough members of the Persian Artesh. Remember, in Iran, there's the IRGC, and then there's the Artesh. There's a number of people in the Artesh, which is one of their militaries, who don't want to support this current regime and are willing to fight back. And the Persian people, as long as they have some level of arms, will be able to fight back. And I think it's time for the people to rise up, and I think they will.
So the Artesh, which is not a word I've been familiar with, are they in regular contact, do you have any idea, with America here to help them in the way that they might need?
So I've heard reports, but I have no way of really knowing. So I'm just going to give my personal opinion as an individual. I think there are enough people inside Iran. Look, 95% of the Persian people absolutely detest this regime. They don't share a culture, a history, a language, or a religion with the occupier Islamist regime. And I believe they will rise up. And with the proper air support from the United States, I think it would be a mistake to send boots on the ground, unless it's some limited special forces.
Yeah.
But remember, there's also two militaries, one on the southeastern border of Iran, one on the northwestern corner, who can also provide support.
One of the headlines today is Mark Rutte talking about, obviously, the situation in Iran, and we're hearing as well that President Trump, attempted assassinations on President Trump are possible from Iran. Is that likely?
Well, they've already attempted it many, many times. We've caught them every time, and I give credit to the Secret Service and our law enforcement. They will probably continue to attempt it, but I got to give it to President Trump when Joe Rogan asked him on his birthday about the attempted attacks on the UFC fight, President Trump said, well, I guess you have to die somehow.
You have to go someday, didn't he? And that is his attitude. That is that kind of old-fashioned, traditional kind of bravery and courage. It's interesting that you say you trust their judgment completely, Trump and JD Vance and Rubio, because there will be people in the UK particularly going, how can you trust them? They've got Iran into this mess now that is intractable and they can't get out. What do you base that trust on?
Well, first, I would say I base the trust on their record. They've been right over and over and over again, in spite of many people in the media and many of our allies around the world second guessing. Number two, you have to remember that Iran tested intercontinental ballistic missiles that were able to reach Europe. And inside Iran, many of their leaders very openly said that, yes, they are trying to get the nuke, and there were some signals from inside Iran that they may even have one. And so if we waited for very much longer, Iran would be in a situation where they would be able to continue building their conventional missile systems and drones, and also have nukes, in which case they would be able to cause so much more trouble in the entire region without any possibility of us preventing mass deaths across the world, especially in Europe.
Fascinating. Brian, thank you so much. Brian Talaby there, CEO of Ahura AI and the Future of Humanity Foundation. Let's go to my panel in London, first of all, this evening. Claire Muldoon and Jonathan Liss are there to continue this conversation. Good evening to you both. Good morning over there. Claire, let me come to you on this. It's such a shame. It sounds trite, but it's just a shame that this ceasefire is clearly non-existent now, as President Trump said today. It's over. They are fighting again. I'm interested, though, when you hear people like Brian, who knows the country inside and out, who lived there for several years, has many family and friends there, when he says he still trusts the American government to get this right. Do you find that hard to understand?
I don't really find it hard to reconcile at all from what Brian is saying, because we know that the Iranian diaspora were very much celebrating the fact that the US actually went into Iran back in February, March, whenever it was. And, you know, we were only talking this weekend from the 4th of July celebrations and the 250 years of liberation. You know, America was very upbeat and very, you know, it seemed very positive in what would happen going forward, not only globally, but indeed in the country in itself. Now, these strikes are in retaliation for Iran firing at commercial vessels on the Straits of Hormuz on Tuesday. I mean, even the IRGC are saying just now they've targeted 85 US military sites in Bahrain. That is just ridiculous. It's awful. And the other second thing I want to bring up is the fact that the IRGC are still not a prescribed terrorist organisation in this country. I can't quite believe that. But I am with Trump on this, and I do understand what he's saying, and I do want this finished completely. I mean, my goodness, the Foreign Office only just made the passage via the Middle East safe for British tourists to go on for onward journeys either to Asia, Australia, or even the Americas. So it's about time that, you know, we do. I mean, even Pakistan are getting annoyed. They're supposed to be the peace mediators between both Iran and the US. We need this sorted, we need this finished, and we need it finished sooner rather than later.
Jonathan, briefly, your response as we sit here again talking about Iran in a situation that seems just completely without any sort of solution?
Well, I think, you know, what Claire said about get it finished is the ultimate pertinent question. Trump started something he cannot finish.
Trump, US and Israel, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But Trump did it because of Israel. But, you know, Israel couldn't have done it without Trump. And Trump is the person who's controlling this. And he, you know, said, if you recall his previous statements, he won this war 40 times or something. And he said he can work with the Iranians. He's got friends in the Iranian regime. Vance said, let's try being friends with them. Now that's fallen apart. He says he hates them. He can't deal with them because he doesn't know what he's doing. The fundamental point, this is the greatest foreign policy blunder in recent US history, probably in the last 100 years or more. And Trump has no idea how to extricate himself from it. And Iran knows that it has. And I'm not defending the regime at all, but my goodness that they played a blinder, because they know exactly that they can control this waterway, this key waterway for the global economy that they didn't know they could control before. They certainly know they can control it now, and the US can do nothing about it. And that's the fundamental point. The US had to sign this agreement by Trump's own admission. He had to sign it, and now he doesn't know what to do when they start to play silly beggars.
Okay, thank you guys. I've got Reem Ibrahim and Matthew Hurt in the studio with me as well this evening. Matthew, let me come to you quickly before we go to a break. Your reflections on what we've just heard from Brian and the situation in Iran.
You know, Jonathan just made some pretty good points. All Iran has to do is keep the Strait of Hormuz ensnared in conflict, and it is almost like a David and Goliath story. Iran is the situation is dire. We've been here now for 5 months, and it's I don't see an end in sight.
No. Reem, your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the real problem here is how much American taxpayer money has been wasted on this war, and Iran is no weaker than it was 5 months ago. So I do think that there is a real problem here with whether or not there were particular aims that were attempted to achieve, and whether or not those aims actually were achieved or even possibly can be achieved.
You see, of course, Trump would say if he was here, and all of his representatives would say, well, we have denuclearized the country. They were close to getting a nuclear bomb, as Brian has just said, and we needed, with such a murderous theocracy that will rape women by means of control and punishment, we need those people to not have a nuclear bomb. Matt.
I mean, Bev, it's an excellent point, but the objectives outlined fairly unclearly at the end of February of this year have not been met. Now, I disagree with Reem in the sense that the military has been decimated to a certain extent, but not enough to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. And now the president has shifted domestically to announcing that $3.47 a gallon for gas is great when it was $2.89 at the beginning of February.
Yeah, okay. Let me know what you think at home. GBNews.com/your say. Still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
They are running away from the battle because they know they would be annihilated. It's as simple as that. And frankly, it's a bit of an insult to the people in the constituency that they don't want to stand.
Back in the UK, Nigel Farage has formally resigned as an MP, with August the 6th, the likely date for this long-expected, not long actually, 5 minutes, but much anticipated by-election. He told GB News today that if he wins, it is 2 fingers up to the establishment. What does he mean by that? I'm going to speak to an unofficial biographer. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. So Reform UK has now proposed the by-election is going to happen on the 6th of August. The political parties are refusing to stand against Nigel Farage, though, so he can face sanctions from the Standards Committee first. Mr Farage claims that the media and political classes want to paint him as a war criminal.
It seems that the media and political classes want to paint me out to be like a war criminal, as if everything I've ever done is wrong, is bent, is corrupt. I don't get a chance to properly answer it. I don't see why I should be judged by them. We'll ask the people here what they think. And if they give me a big endorsement, that sends a big message that the establishment, both political parties and media, frankly, are not talking about the same things the country's talking about.
Keir Starmer's hit back and says it is a stunt and everyone can see it.
Nigel Farage has been utterly exposed in this complete stunt that he was trying to set up. He's run himself into a cul-de-sac, and it was a stunt, and everybody can see that. And there's a reason for that, and that's because he's up to his neck in sleaze, and he doesn't want to answer questions about it. He doesn't want to answer your questions, questions from the media, doesn't want to answer questions in Parliament. There's a reason for that, and that's because he's got no answers whatsoever.
And of course, the leader of the Lib Dems has commented on the matter, saying Mr Farage is trying to escape justice.
We are going to try to amend it if we're able to, because we want to make sure the investigation into Mr Farage's alleged breaches or serious breaches of the rules, that can continue. Because the problem we see is he's trying to escape justice, he's trying to escape scrutiny, and this is his method, and I think that's wrong.
Ed Davey there. Now joining me in Washington this evening, Matthew Hurt and Reem Ibrahim are here. Before I go to a guest on this, Reem, your thoughts on what's happening in the UK?
Well, it's absolutely bonkers. I mean, the fact that we're going to see a by-election between Count Binface, potentially, and Nigel Farage, I think is representative of exactly the sort of situation British politics is in. Look, I mean, I think that Nigel Farage is a incredibly charming and sort of kind person, sort of personally, but I do think that this was a complete political error. Effectively, what I think is that normal people that very much so support Nigel Farage and Reform do not care who Christopher Harborne or George Cottrell are. They do not care that Nigel Farage has received money. And of course, the rules do state that if something is if a donation or a gift is of a political nature, they have to be reported even if they're within the first 12 months before being elected, which is fine. You know, he could have gone through the Standards Committee. The investigation could have been, you know, they might have said, Nigel, I think you should have actually reported and declared that money. Fine. He could have said, okay, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Move on. Normal people would not have cared. Politically, it wouldn't have affected him. So I really cannot understand why their political strategy seemed to be to hold a by-election where he looks like a joke, the entire situation looks like a joke, and Reform UK, who were this close to becoming our next government have now completely thrown it in the bin over the protection of these potential claims, which I don't think, again, normal people care about.
I don't think normal people care about it, but I do think if he's trying to build a narrative of the deep state, the state, if you like, the establishment, capital E, trying to get him, by doing what he's done, it might be quite clever. It might end up being a genius move, because if he wins against Binface, I can't even believe we're saying this, but if he wins against Binface and then the Parliamentary Standards Committee find that he was in breach of their expectations, and then they have to have another by-election because it is deemed, or because 10% of his constituency say we want another, blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is when you get into the weeds of the protocol around British politics, I'm afraid.
The recall petition, and the recall 10% say they want him to be a by-election.
That's right, there could be another one. And then the candidates would stand against him, which would probably be at some point, maybe September, October in the autumn. But maybe either way, he still looks like he is the victim here, and he's being got at by the Uni Party.
Bev, I think that's an excellent point. I think there is no one pathway to your next step in politics, and Nigel has decided to take this one. I do think that it was an attempt to shift the narrative away from whatever investigation, parliamentary inquiry may or may not be taking place. And as was discussed in the Patrick Christys program, there's a lot of gray area in the rules. Was Nigel a politician at the time? Yes or no? It is unclear.
Yeah.
And so a lot of those questions...
it wouldn't have mattered if he was or wasn't. He was elected in the summer of 2024, and any donation or person or gift that was given to him or political nature 12 months before his election had to be declared.
I think, Bev, this is the pathway for Nigel Farage. Again, it sets him up against the establishment, against the deep state, and any quote from Sir Keir Starmer, who is counting his days on the way out, is irrelevant.
Yeah. Let's go to journalist and independent biographer of Nigel Farage, in fact, Michael Crick, to let us know his thoughts on this extraordinarily weird situation, Michael. It is just bizarre that we are here talking about this strange turn of events. And with good politicians, sometimes they throw you a curveball, and actually they come out of the other end in a better position. Is that what's going to happen with Nigel, do you think?
I think not, on balance. You're probably too young to remember, but about 18 years ago, David Davis triggered a by-election in his seat in Humberside. He was Shadow Home Secretary at the time, and the other big party, he was a Conservative, and the other big parties, Labour and the Liberal Democrats, decided it was a stunt and they weren't going to participate. And there was another party that decided they weren't going to participate either, called UKIP, which was then led by a young man called, well, not so young, actually, Nigel Farage. So he could have he could have seen that this might happen. And the election went ahead, and nobody took much notice of it because there were 26 candidates. I remember I claimed the all-time record for interviewing the most parliamentary candidates in the same seat on the same day. I interviewed 13 and put them all out in my Newsnight film that night. Sorry to divert you there, but it could get. I mean, look, if Binface gets 45% of the vote, I think Binface, it depends who else stands, is going to get an enormous amount of momentum behind him, and you can easily see all the people who don't like Farage. And the problem Farage has, not just in Clacton, but around the country, is there are a lot more people who don't like him intensely than do like him intensely.
Yeah.
So that could happen. Another thing that could happen is you could suddenly find some sort of Martin Bell equivalent coming forward. Somebody like Martin Lewis, say, the consumer champion. Somebody really popular with the public who might catch the imagination. So it could go badly wrong for him. And it's a bit like when a top Premier League club gets drawn against a non-league side. They can't really win because everybody expects them to beat the non-league side. And if they don't beat the non-league side, it's a disaster. So, if he beats Binface and gets, 75% of the vote, well, everybody will say, so what? And it won't get that much attention beyond the first few days.
I'm actually, Michael, just looking at the front page of the Mirror for tomorrow, because the Mirror headline is "Bin him off. Voters urged to teach Farage a lesson at the polls." That they will do tactical voting, and everyone that would have voted for the Tories or Labour or the Greens, they will all vote, and the Lib Dems, they'll all vote for bin face. How likely is that to happen? And if it did happen, how humiliating would that be for Nigel? What message would it give?
Well, it would. I think it would probably be the end of his career if he was to lose to Binface. Although it's, you know, I shouldn't write him off because he's been written off so many times before. But it would be humiliating. Yeah. Frankly, it would be humiliating for British democracy as well. Although I should be careful about saying that, because I remember some years ago everybody laughed when the people of Ukraine elected a comedian as their president, and well, they're not laughing now, are they? So, you know, maybe bin face is what the country needs. Maybe underneath that bin is a highly intelligent man with all sorts of policies. I'm not sure what any of his policies are, actually. Are you? I must check up.
No, I don't think it's ever been a consideration for him, though, has it? He's never had to have a policy as such. Nigel was here in DC over the last weekend, the 4th of July weekend. He was hanging out with the Trumps. He was seen in the West Wing. He was partying with Donald Trump Jr. down the road. Do you think conversations that were had here, Michael, might have made him take this very bold, almost sort of Trumpian step of saying, I'm going to seize this narrative, I'm going to take control, you can't push me around? Because he's certainly treated like a hero in this town.
Well, I'm not sure he's treated as a hero throughout Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is a very Democrat city.
It is, but what I mean is, but even Americans, like even just Americans who don't really understand his politics, they don't know if he's on the left or the right. They see him as the Brexit man, and Americans, a lot of Americans think it was a move of sovereign courage. That's how they view him. They view him in that positive way because they didn't really understand it necessarily.
I disagree with you there, but that's not really the main point you're making. I do think he's adopted many of the tactics of MAGA and Trump. And many of them are not very nice tactics. I mean, for instance, this pack of lies all about how Sky News have been harassing and hounding and intimidating his daughter. It's a pile of rubbish. There's no evidence. They've come. I asked them today. I asked Ed Sumner at Reform, the communications guy. I asked Dan Dukes, Farage's communications guy. I said, what evidence have you got for this? And what they've it's a concerted attempt to divert everybody from the really important issues in the question of what's he doing associating with this guy, George Cottrell, who not only has a criminal record in America, a serious one, went to jail for fraud, but the Sunday Times also say that he's been breaking gambling laws with a gambling business he runs in Montenegro. He's got enormous energy, this guy Cottrell. And it's all a diversion from that. But in doing that diversion, basically, Reform have become incredibly aggressive. You saw that in the interviews they've done this week, where they jump in all the time and don't let anybody talk. And you know, it's almost as like they're all on drugs. And they've clearly done a concerted effort, decided by the media team. I think that's influenced by Trump and the horrible people around him. And I think the lies that Reform have been saying this week about Isabel Farage being intimidated and hounded, it's complete trash, and I think that stems from Trump. And you've got to remember, Trump is the most corrupt president the United States has ever had. And if you want to disagree with me, well, put forward some other candidates.
I'll disagree with you on that one, Michael. I think his family have made a huge amount of money out of this job and about being in this. I think Biden was way more corrupt. I think the Biden family were way more corrupt.
Biden didn't line his pocket. Biden didn't overthrow people's convictions.
The Bidens and the Obamas, actually. The difference was they did it behind closed doors. And the point about the Trump family is they are absolutely transparent about it. They're completely transparent about it. And that's what people don't like, because they cannot bear the idea that people are doing well, making money, and they're honest about it. And there's a huge amount of resentment and jealousy. Michael, we've got to move on. Thank you so much, though, for your contribution on Nigel. Thank you, Michael Crick there. Right, still to come on The Late Show Live. We're going to look at the front pages because they are full of more Farage. The Mirror, bin him off. Voters urged to teach Farage a lesson at the polls. And Jonathan Liss apparently has been furiously waving at our producers, desperate to get him involved in this Farage debate. But do not let that make you switch off. I'm going to talk to him in just a few minutes. This is a Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. We are delighted to say that we're chatting away here about the Nigel Farage situation. Let's have a look at the front page of the papers. We're going to go to The Guardian first of all. More reform transactions worth millions reported to crime agency. You know what? It's as though every other political party throughout history has been squeaky clean, isn't it? How much did Dale Vince give to the Labour Party? Anybody?
Lord Ali?
Lord Ali, honestly, you know what? This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. But we always knew this was going to happen. They were always going to come after Nigel. And when I say they, I mean the mainstream media and I mean the uni parties. They are delighted to have him on the ropes now. The iPaper is saying the police launch investigation into, Robert Jenrick now, another Reform MP, £37,500 donation to his campaign. Really, the police have got nothing better to do. The Express are leading with Labour and Tories are running scared. Farage is saying Labour and Tories are running scared. The Mirror, we've told you this one, bin him off. Voters urged to teach Farage a lesson at the polls. So let me come to you in the studio here, Matthew Hertz, if I can come to you first.
Well, the question there is, if
if Mr. Binface is the only one
it's
who
Count
ends up
Binface to give him his proper title, actually.
Election, excuse me, Count Binface, Jonathan. Then the protest vote could swing that way. It would be very, as Michael Crick said in the last segment, it would be very embarrassing for Nigel.
It would be embarrassing for Nigel. Well done, Matthew. I think you made your point.
And the real Count Binface is revealed.
Well, somebody has got in touch to say who the real Count Binface is, actually. That he works in television production.
I can tell you exactly. Bev, I can tell you exactly who he is. His name's John Harvey, and he's a very good comedian, a very, very smart guy. He's also a really good broadcaster. He's interviewed me on Times Radio before. He's done guest stints presenting on Times Radio. He's a very, very intelligent man and a very good broadcaster. So there is a degree of satire in his persona. Obviously, he's not just like a random guy. But it's an important.
So, do you have any idea how he'd feel about this, Jonathan? How do you think Count Binface feels about the fact that he's now going to be absolutely front and centre of this whole story?
Well, I don't. We're not friends, but I'm sure that he's doing this for a reason. He's doing this to draw attention to the ludicrousness of politics, and Nigel Farage is doing that job for him very, very well. But I have to come back to the thing you were saying just a moment ago about when you were sort of expressing dismay at the headlines. It seems to me that if reform is serious about entering government, they have to expect the same degree of scrutiny that would apply to any other party at any other time. The rules apply to Nigel Farage.
That would be lovely.
That might come as news to Nigel Farage just as it came as news to Boris Johnson before him, and it certainly comes as news to Donald Trump, who's never followed a rule in his entire life, but they do nonetheless apply to him. And it seems to me that your fundamental complaint is, how dare the newspapers treat my guys the way they treated other politicians for decades and decades. You have to accept a very, very strong degree of scrutiny if you want to become Prime Minister, if you want to lead a government. We have to know exactly where the money's coming from. We have to know where funding's coming from. People like you, and I had this conversation with you many times on GB News when during what was it called, Donorgate or whatever it was, a freebie gate at the beginning of Keir Starmer's premiership, where he accepted a free pair of glasses and some clothes for his wife and all the rest of it. And you and your colleagues were up in arms about it. But now when it comes to Nigel Farage, it's the deep state. It's the deep state.
No, I wasn't.
Maybe not you personally, but certainly many of your colleagues.
You will remember exactly. Well, we're all individuals on this channel, and you and I used to sit there on Britain's Newsroom, and I actually said, nobody cares. I don't care if Keir Starmer's got some free glasses and a couple of suits. Right. I don't, because it's ridiculous. And I think this is also pretty ridiculous. If Nigel has taken, as he admits, he had this £5 million in the run-up to becoming an MP, I don't know why he didn't declare it. And I don't think his communications around why he didn't declare it have been clear. I've said that. I don't think they have. I think his messaging has been incredibly mixed, but I think he's been on the front foot too much. He should possibly have just let the process take its course.
Absolutely. But it's not the deep state, Bev, is it?
Why but this is the point. I don't understand why whoever is advising him told him to go ahead and call this by-election, when what he could have done is just said, hey, actually, I am just going to allow this investigation to occur. They probably would have said you should have declared it, and he said, well, it was public. I had that £5 million from Christopher Harburn. Yes, I've had some support from Posh George. That's fine. Whatever. The public wouldn't have cared. Reform voters wouldn't have cared, and he probably would have been our next Prime Minister. This has been a total and utter car crash, and it does look, I must say, it does look as though they do not want to. They just want to avoid this investigation. Claire, and we've got to be very clear about this. Just because Clacton supporters vote for him doesn't mean he didn't break the rules, right? You cannot say, well, if Clacton let the voters decide whether or not I've been exonerated. That's not how the rules work. You either broke the rules or you didn't. Just because you're popular in Clacton doesn't mean you didn't break the rules.
Claire, let me bring you in on this.
Well, his 21-minute speech yesterday was incredibly clear. He presented as a very angry father, a very angry man, and a very angry politician. And he, at the end, succinctly said he will resign as an MP today for Clacton, and he will submit that to the Treasury, which he did do. And Rachel Reeves' very futile and childish tweet this evening was just abominable in my view. She's not a funny person, Jonathan, and it wasn't funny. And this is going to my next point. Count Bintface, this is making an absolute parody of British politics. The fact that the Conservatives, Labour government and even the Greens aren't fielding potential MPs, any candidates for Clacton, shows the absolute disregard they have for the Clacton demographic and the constituency there. And I think that is really, really terrible. I know, Jonathan, hang on a minute. Reform have come out and said that they will pay at least the £400,000 to run the by-election.
For the election, that's completely undemocratic.
Well, they are doing that because they don't want to put the burden of proof onto the taxpayer.
That's how it works.
No,
Yes, it is.
and they shouldn't. They shouldn't do that.
Can't fund your own by-election.
Well, he is, and they are.
Well, he's not.
The problem, well, he is. Reform are.
It's not illegal.
But the problem, but clearly, it's not illegal.
When you say it's not the deep state, what you're exhibiting here is, when I say that, I mean the civil servants, the bureaucrats, I mean the media, I mean the existing politicians who cannot bear it when somebody comes along who is a disruptor. It's the same with Trump. It's people who say, well, you cannot cover those costs yourself. We have to tick these boxes.
What kind of precedent does that set?
No, but
what kind of precedent does it set?
Jonathan, it's the constituents of Clacton I really feel for, because they are now going to choose between two people, someone that is their incumbent MP and someone who is complete and utter parody and a complete and utter joke.
Because Farage has done this all to himself for vanity. Farage has, you make it sound like this is some kind of act of God. Farage has chosen to impose a costly by-election on the people of Clacton, and there might be two by-elections in Clacton, as Rupert Lowe sort of cheekily suggested yesterday.
Why, when we had the theatrical by-election for Makerfield just recently, why did the other parties field candidates? It would have been absolutely the same. The parallel is genuine.
It's not remotely the same.
Well, hang on. Let me finish.
It's worse, I think, in Makerfield.
Absolutely within their rights for the other parties to say, no, I'm sorry, you have called this because this is literally a chess move to get your man into Downing Street. We don't want any part of this farce, which makes a mockery of the voters of Makerfield. We don't want anything to do with it. You're on your own, Burnham. If they were behaving like they're doing now, that is what would have happened. Why is it not the same, Reem?
Completely different things.
What I wanted to say is that the reason why it isn't the same, so I do absolutely think that what happened with Andy Burnham is egregious, and I really don't like it. I don't like that he went straight from being the Mayor of Manchester to being the Prime Minister probably in the next few weeks. I don't like that at all. However, the difference there is that Andy Burnham was not trying to avoid an investigation.
He wasn't an MP, he wanted to become an MP so he could lead the Labour Party.
Nigel's not avoiding the investigation. The investigation will still carry on. He's not avoiding it.
Well, he's preempting it.
He's not. Jonathan, he's not. The investigation is called,
this is a people
and it's going
versus
through now.
election.
No, it's not.
Stuff the parliamentary standards. I'm going to let the people of Clacton decide. As Reem said, that's not how it works. And by the way, if he thinks he's going to stop the investigation, it's not, because it will simply.
He doesn't think he's going to stop it. He knows it's going ahead.
And they could have a by-election, two by-elections, more public money wasted.
We've got to go. I'm already late. We've got to take a quick break. Still to come on The Late Show Live, this.
It's coming home! It's coming home! It's coming! Come on, England! I love you! I love you!
So we believe that the country might be given a bank holiday if England win the World Cup. But there's something a little bit strange about it. I'll tell you in just a moment. First, though, tonight.
Disability benefits.
Welfare system. Welfare state.
Also breaking tonight, a major report into benefits has just been released, and it says that the system needs major reform, with autism and ADHD claims going through the roof. That's right, I'll bring you more on that in just a moment. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again. To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Last few moments, a major report tells us that disability benefits are no longer fit for purpose. Minister of State for Social Security and Disability Stephen Timms' independent review of personal independence payments, those PIPs, reveals that many claimants describe the application process as dehumanising and degrading. It also found the number of claimants classed as having autistic spectrum disorders has more than doubled in 6 years, as has the number with mixed anxiety and depressive disorders, whilst the number with ADHD has almost quadrupled in that time. And people can claim a lot of money for these things. Let's speak now to spokesman for the Taxpayers Alliance, Benjamin Elks. Benjamin, thank you for joining us this evening. What kind of money, do you know the kind of figures that you could claim for PIP if you have, say, ADHD and don't go to work?
So first of all, thanks for having me on the show this evening. The level of the amount of money that people can claim does vary. There are sort of two different rates, from some from as low as sort of £30 right up through to a few £100s. So there is quite a bit of variance in the amounts that people can receive. That being said, the cost to taxpayers, though, is, we know at the moment, around £28.5 billion a year, which is an extraordinary amount of money, given that there are now 4 million people receiving PIP payments. So it's good to see that the government are finally sort of waking up to the idea that the system isn't fit for purpose. But realistically, we need to do something to get a handle on the amount of people claiming and the amount that it's costing taxpayers.
And it is good that Labour are shining a light on this. I presume they're going to come out and say this is all the Tories' fault for the last 14 years and creating a culture of people who are happy to swing the lead and go to the GP and say, oh, I'm ever so stressed out, or I can't concentrate, or whatever. Is the bar just too low, do you think, for these actual claims to be made? And just something like, if you say, I can claim for having ADHD, Is there an expectation that you will work or that you'll get the money even if you're not working?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of who they're going to blame, it does seem like this government blame everything that's gone wrong on the Tories, and they have a lot of blame to take. But fundamentally, one of the reasons that we believe that there's been such an increase in the amount of people claiming PIP, it coincides very well with the abolition of face-to-face assessments. So now everything's done over the phone or online, and and you don't have that face-to-face contact. And we've now seen this doubling of people being awarded claims. And in terms of sort of the conditions that people can receive PIP payments for, some of it really is very questionable. We know that people have made successful claims for things like acne or bedwetting or tennis elbow. So you really wonder, is that really where taxpayers' money should be getting spent?
And there are people, of course, the whole point of the benefit system should be to support those people who can't work. But something has happened. Those appointments going online, was that a COVID thing, Benjamin?
Yes, it was. And we've just simply not moved back to face assessments since.
Yeah, we've not moved back, and lots of people haven't moved out of their bedrooms ever since then. Benjamin Elks from the Taxpayers Alliance, thank you so much. Don't go anywhere, back after your weather.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Another day of hot sunshine for the vast majority. It will be a little cloudier across Northern Ireland compared to yesterday, and again quite a bit of cloud in northwest Scotland, thickening up through the course of the day with a few spots of rain possible here. Bit of a grey start in parts of the west, any mist and low cloud tending to clear away, but always the threat around some of these western coasts might just stay a little misty. But for the vast majority, dry and sunny and hot, temperatures getting up over 30 degrees widely across the Midlands and southern Wales. Southeast England could get to 33, 34, perhaps even 35 Celsius. Pretty warm further north as well, temperatures in the mid to high 20s over northern England. As we go through the evening time, we could again see some mist and low cloud around some coasts. A hint of an easterly breeze, keeping the coast a little cooler here, but for most it's a balmy summer's evening. As I said, a bit more cloud for Northern Ireland, but even here I think we'll see some hazy sunshine coming through at times. The thicker cloud in western Scotland providing a little bit of showery rain here coming into the west coast and at times over the Outer Hebrides also. But generally a lot of dry, a lot of fine weather to be had through the rest of today, but it will be hot. That sun is strong. UV levels will be high. Through the nights, again, not a great deal of change. Could turn a bit misty in a few spots. The cloud will thicken further. Got a weather front, this line of thicker cloud providing some outbreaks of rain across the far northwest, but otherwise a lot of clear spells. Again, quite a warm night, particularly across parts of the south, where temperatures are again likely to stay over 20 degrees Celsius. As for Friday, again, maybe a bit of a misty start, certainly inland. We will see that breeze picking up across the south coast as we go through the day, and the weather front getting its act together a little bit more, so it could be quite a damp day over parts of the Highlands on Friday with rain on and off here. Otherwise, a lot of dry weather, a lot of sunshine, and again, temperatures certainly in the south in the 30s.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis,
In the car?
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast,
Every morning from 6 a.m.
only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show live this evening with me, live from Washington. This is GB News, the story shaping Britain and America.
Women can now feel safe that services and spaces designated for women are for women.
Breaking tonight, thousands of toilets and change rooms across the country could need revamping when new guidance on single-sex spaces comes into force. And it's going to cost, we think, about £1 billion. We're going to debate whether it's worth it. Also,
now that the Islamic regime has proven itself to be a partner that cannot negotiate in good faith, that we will probably take out each individual province one by one, and that the Persian people will rise up against their oppressors.
well, that was just a few moments ago. I was discussing the future of the Iran war with a top analyst as America launched a fresh wave of strikes just moments ago. President Trump has said that he's going to get much, much worse. Also tonight.
There are still significant barriers in terms of design that make it hard or impossible for families to access that provision.
Benefits story. We don't want to give you nightmares, but the Education Secretary says that she's going to offer those on benefits free childcare. So those who aren't working now don't even have to look after their own kids. Also.
It says take care of your kids, make sure they're respectful, and if you break it, you buy it.
This restaurant has gone viral over its policy to charge families if their children break plates. It's a major debate that's exploded all over America and is basically a judgment on whether parents can actually parent. Also tonight.
Football's coming home again! Good England! Good England!
Come on England, and Keir Starmer's hinted that England could be in for a bonus bank holiday only if they lift the World Cup. I'm Bev Turner and this is The Late Show Live. Well, welcome to you. In studio with me this evening is Republican strategist Matthew Hurt and reporter for Reason magazine Reem Ibrahim, and in London we've got political commentators Claire Muldoon and Jonathan Liss. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Let's start with this story because it's been released in just the last few moments, because apparently nearly 13,000 toilets and more than 5,500 changing rooms across Britain could need updates under new guidance on single-sex spaces, with more than 18,000 signs also potentially replaced. The Equality Act code, based on the Supreme Court's ruling that single-sex services are determined by biological sex, is expected to come into force in the next few weeks, and analysis of a government impact assessment estimates implementation could cost more than £1 billion over 10 years, although ministers say many organisations will already comply and only minor changes are needed, such as updating signage. With me now is LGBT rights campaigner Peter Tatchell this evening. Thank you so much for joining me, Peter. And I have another guest as well. This is Susan Smith from For Women Scotland. Sorry, Susan. It's so great to see you both. Thank you so much. Now, is this a waste of money, Peter?
Of course it's a waste of money. You know, it's a huge expenditure for no good reason. The figures your GB presenters sent to me were that the total cost would be about 34 million, nowhere near the billion mark. But even so, that's far too much. It would have been better spent on the NHS to cut waiting lists and to help people who have life-threatening illnesses like cancer. But you're right to say that many businesses and voluntary organisations already have unisex or gender-neutral toilets, so they won't need to change. And that is the way forward. I mean, even GB News at its London offices has gender-neutral toilets, and the staff say they're perfectly happy with those. So I don't think there's a need for a huge hoo-ha. Just change a few signs, but make sure that if there are gender-neutral toilets, they are lockable with their own wash basins and dryers. That gives anybody and everybody privacy and respect.
I'm glad you brought up the GB News toilets in Paddington, actually, Peter, because they were gender neutral and we weren't happy about it, and they've changed it. So it really didn't work. None of us liked it. The men didn't like it. The women didn't like it. And certainly if you wanted to go and have a number two, a lot of people would go up to the 7th floor. But there's a little bit of extra information about people who worked at GB News. So what
can I just add something there?
Hang on. Let me just explain. So it's now changed. So you go in, and now we've got 2 rows of toilets down the sides. One is for the women, one is for the men, and each individual cubicle has somewhere that you can wash your hands. Everyone is happy.
Yeah, but it's still, the toilet entrance is unisex. Men and women go in there, then they go into their own individual private cubicle, which is perfect. And I totally agree with that. And that's the right approach.
Yeah.
That satisfies everyone.
Yeah, Susan. Yeah, but it did cost us. It did cost us money to make the change, of course, in the building, and money well spent, in my opinion. Susan Smith.
Can I just salute GB News for doing that? You've done the right thing. Peter, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, Susan. Comment on this.
Well, I'm very glad that Peter agrees that it's not a big deal. I don't actually understand where this cost is coming from. I mean, that number of toilets is a drop in the ocean. There are millions of toilet facilities in the UK. So I think what we can take from this is the majority of places already comply with the law, and they will not have any additional costs. So that's great. The places that don't comply with the law, I assume this is because they have some kind of weird policy where they allow anybody and everybody to wander in, and they don't specify which are male and which are female toilets, and that has never been lawful. Unfortunately, for many years, we've had a number of organisations and individuals misrepresenting the law, and these organisations have been paid a lot of money to misrepresent the law. We've had DEI officers within companies who are paid money to misrepresent the law. So I think some of this money can be clawed back quite easily by stopping paying these people.
I can't help but wonder as well whether these numbers being so outrageously high have got a whiff of propaganda about them, Susan. I do wonder whether this is people who would like us to see this as a complete waste of money. Has it got a little sort of sense of transactivism behind this?
Oh, definitely. I mean, how much money really does it cost to change a sign on the door? And, you know, if you're providing proper toilet facilities, as you should have been, how on earth do you get to this idea that it's going to cost you money to reinstate a proper male and female toilet? I don't really understand where this enormous cost is coming from. I think this is fiction intended to justify the fact that they've been doing something, or they don't want to do something, or want to obey the law. We've seen a lot of people not wanting to obey the law and making up all sorts of excuses for not obeying the law.
I'm very glad that Susan and I are basically on the same page. We basically agree there has to be proper provision with privacy to ensure that both natal women and trans women have respect and dignity and are able to use a toilet. That's got to be the way forward. And instead of creating divisions between different types of women, let's just find the common ground and work together to show respect for all women, trans and not trans.
I mean, they're not different kinds of women. Men are not a different kind of woman. But we have never argued for anything other than third spaces for people who, for whatever reason, don't feel able to use the facilities for their sex category. But I mean, please stop trying to push men onto women as some kind of alternative brand of women. This is just men rejecting their gender non-conforming brethren, and that's pretty shocking. I mean, surely, Peter, you can budge up and let some of these blokes come into your space and be safe.
Well, you know, for me, I don't try and create division. I try and find the common ground, and I recognize that all women, including trans women, do suffer from prejudice, sexism, misogyny, discrimination, and hate crime, sexual violence. All women suffer that. So let's find the common ground and work together to protect all women. And in terms of toilets, having unisex, gender-neutral toilets with own lockable cubicles, that's the way to protect both women's rights and trans rights. We're all happy together, and we just get rid of these culture wars and these nonsensical divisions which help no one.
You know, Peter, we would have been happy not to have culture wars, but unfortunately men insisted on taking our spaces and our rights. They're not women. Let's be clear. This isn't a culture war. This is just fact, and this is about women's safety. And women are not made safe by having men in our spaces in any shape or form. Now, I am quite happy for them to have their own spaces if they really cannot bear to be with other men. But it's not women's problems to sort out, and women are not human shields. And of course, so-called trans women who are men offend at the same rate as any other man. And so why should any woman feel safer with those individuals than they do with any other man? I mean, it's pointless and ridiculous. But the fact is, we have won this. We won this argument. Women are defined by biology, and companies and organisations need now to make those adjustments and ensure that women's safety, dignity and privacy are protected, whatever other arrangements they make for anybody else. And I don't object to them making arrangements for anyone else. But this nonsense about costs of toilets is just that. It's a confected problem to try once again to make women feel guilty about having our own spaces.
Yeah, we both agree, Susan,
okay, we've got to wrap
that women must be protected, and the way to do that in terms of toilets is to have lockable cubicles.
Disagree on the definition of a woman.
Women have absolute privacy.
Peter, we need to move on. Thank you so much, guys. Peter Tatchell there and Susan Smith, the co-director of For Women Scotland. Let me bring my panel in on this debate. I have a couple of questions. One of them which is, how did we even get here in the first place? Like, when we're having this conversation about let us go back to toilets and change rooms which are just for men and just for women, I am pondering the forces that were at play to get us to give up that in the first place, Claire Muldoon, because I find that sort of just snuck up upon us, didn't it? And we didn't realise we're going to end up fighting about it in the courts several years later.
Well, exactly. And when you led into this as your segue, you went, well, is it worth it? And I went, my goodness, it's the law. why on earth are we actually debating this now when, you know, the cost of anything, when we had ladies and we had men's changing rooms in the likes of Marks and Spencer's, other department stores are available, and we had toilets singularly for men and women. Where did all of this nonsense come from? This cancel culture, and again, it's cancelling women. And I thought it was pretty rich of Peter Tatchell there to sit and say there is misogyny, there is crime against women, there is this against women, that against women. And he included trans women in that. And yet he failed to recognise the perpetrators are male. And as the Supreme Court ruling ruled, trans women are biologically men, and that is the way that they're going to give, and that is the way, what they are legally. Anything else is an is an absolute abomination, and I don't know why.
You know, women have compromised.
Always, always,
compromised
Bev.
so much. We always compromise. I can't tell you what a relief it was when the building in which GB News is housed in Paddington gave us private toilets.
I know.
I hadn't realised how much I missed the privacy. It wasn't that I felt at risk of anybody. It wasn't safety. It was just dignity.
We all said it at the time. Nothing worse than walking into that white room with those toilets up against the left-hand side, coming out and not knowing who you were going to see. It was ridiculous. It's much better now. Much better.
Well, who was going to be in the next cubicle next year? Hang on, Jonathan. I want to bring in one American on this. Matthew.
Well, Bev, Susan and Claire make such excellent points. This is about the safety of women, and just across the river, in Virginia, for months there was a man parading as a woman in a women's locker room space who committed crimes against women and girls time and time again. There must be a place for women and men are biologically different. Men are biologically post-pubescent. Boys and men are biologically stronger and are statistically aggressors against women, and it is fair and right to give women a safe space for themselves.
Can I just say, I think that it should be up to the business to decide what they do with their own bathrooms, and GB News is a perfect example of that. Everybody at GB News said this is disgraceful, we don't want to share a bathroom with men, and they changed it, right? The business decided the cost was worth it. So if the question is the cost worth it, it should be up to the business. If a business wants to make it so that actually the bathrooms are unisex and the workers, the people that work there, don't object to it and they don't want to change that, that's up to the business. This is what free market capitalism is. And if you work somewhere that does force you as a woman to share a bathroom with a biological man, you can leave and go get a new job.
The problem is women won't always stand up and have those difficult conversations, Jonathan, particularly if you have a trans activist working in your building. They will make your life very difficult, Jonathan.
Bev, one conversation I never hear in this place is about how difficult life is for trans people. And you have trans women who have lived their life as women for decades, who pass as women to anyone who's not inspecting their genitals, who would now technically have to use a men's toilet and be subject to all the violence that you are saying that women can be subject to, which of course they can be. So how is this making trans people safer? And the other thing that I never hear anyone talk about is trans men, because they are, according to this framework where sex is absolute and there's a yes and a no and there's no middle ground, there's no complexity, those trans men who are more masculine than me or Matthew or anyone other man I know are technically women, biologically women, and therefore should be using the women's toilet, and women are presumably feeling safe about that now, are they? I don't think so, and that brings us to the stupidity and hypocrisy of the Supreme Court judgment in the first place, which said actually those trans men can be excluded from women-only spaces if they are deemed to be too blokey. I obviously paraphrase, which exposes the nonsense of the Supreme Court judgment in the entire beginning. Sorry? No, they did say that, Reem. They did say that. They said that trans men can be excluded. Trans men, i.e. biological women, trans men, can be excluded from those women-only spaces if their presence as being overly masculine would cause a problem for those women there. How is that commensurate with the idea that biology is king?
That's not what it said. So the Supreme Court judgment was an interpretation of the Equalities Act. So all that meant is that in the Equalities Act, when you're talking about discrimination against somebody's gender, that is applicable to when they're describing women, that means an adult human female, that means a biological woman. And that does mean that in some instances, businesses, if they are to be found to be discriminating against a female, against a woman, then that would mean that they would have to provide that for those particular female employees. But we've got to be very clear about this. Like, whatever your perspectives are on adults and what they do with their own lives and their own bodies and their own choices, I personally think that if you're an adult and you want to transition and you want to call yourself whatever you want to call yourself and you want to dress however you want to dress, that's your business and I don't care. And I do not think it's any business of the state to affect that. What I do think is that when it comes to women in the workplace, they ought to have the right to have those conversations, and it should be up to the individual businesses. GB News is a perfect example of that. There are many businesses across the entirety of the United Kingdom that are now choosing to make those accommodations so that women do not have to share a bathroom and do not have to be indignified by sharing a bathroom with a male. If a business chooses not to do that, that is up to them, and that is what a free market looks like. Employers choose, employees choose, and the entire country can decide if the cost is worth it for their particular circumstances.
Matthew, would you like to respond to the fact that Jonathan said that there might be a woman who's transitioned to be a man who'd be more manly than you?
You know, it is quite possible. I would cede that argument to Jonathan, but what I will say, and what I've said on this program before, is if you put 100 men on an island and 100 trans women on an island, in 100 years you would have no survivors, and archaeologists would say there were 200 men on the island. The science is incontrovertible, and I believe in science, Bev.
I also think when you've said, but you can pull a confused face, Jonathan, but I think Matt's point is absolutely valid, which is that we are all being told to not believe what we see with our eyes. Again,
so I don't understand what the island thing. What's the island thing all about? Are you saying that sort of we determine what sex you are by your ability to procreate? So sort of like you're infertile women, men. I mean, this is a nonsense argument.
No,
Jonathan, the second point is that archaeologists who study the bones and the history of those individuals would also agree that those are not that trans women are men, and it is a scientific and the court now in Great Britain
has upheld this. And they wouldn't have had any children.
Well, if we want to get into science of chromosomes, there are plenty of biologists who will disagree with you, who will say that actually chromosomes are very complicated, they don't necessarily determine sexual characteristics, and actually if you're just going to determine everything by gender, what about intersex people? I don't understand how we are determining these big societal questions by examining people's gonads. It's completely absurd.
Oh, look, come on, let's lift this up a bit, right? We're talking about the Supreme Court ruling, which came on the back of Sandy Peggy, that wonderful nurse in Scotland who won her case against the East Fife Health Organisation. It was a ridiculous claim from what she was put through. She won that case. The Supreme Court then ruled, in all cases, sex must be ruled by biology, and I know enough doctors to know that when a trans woman presents in hospital, it's incredibly difficult for them to treat them because they will then have to be offered a pregnancy test. Can you believe that? Even although they know it's a man, they still have to almost go through this playbook of making sure they don't hurt feelings. Well, I'm sorry, I'm over it. 10, 15, 20 years ago, we had nothing like this. We all seemed to get on universally. There was no issue with who used what, when, where or how. And for now, when we're being told, and let's get this straight as well, a lot of theatres and Theatreland in London, Soho, hundreds of years old theatres, they then changed all of their toilets to unisex, and the queues were just awful. You couldn't do anything. It was disgusting, it was smelly, it was awful. I'm sorry, I don't want that. I know a lot of women that don't want that. We want women's toilets for women, men's toilets for men, and if you think you might be something else, use the disabled one, or use the easy accessible one.
Every theatre I go to the theatre all the time. Every theatre I go to in the West End has urinals for people who have a penis. I don't see any problem with that.
Well, you wouldn't find a trans man with a penis, Jonathan.
Well, actually, plenty of trans people have their required genitals. Actually,
penis in the bathroom.
We temporarily bent to the tyranny of the minority, and I like to think that common sense has returned. So we can all we can all have a pee in peace, which is ultimately what we all want. Right, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
There are still significant barriers in terms of design that make it hard or impossible for families to access that provision.
Bridget Phillipson, Education Secretary, is saying that she's going to offer those on benefits free childcare. So those who aren't working also don't have to look after their own kids. I hope it means they get a job. Still to come though this evening.
Football's coming home again! Go on England! Go on England!
Come on England. Keir Starmer's hinted that England could be in for a bonus bank holiday if they lift the World Cup. Let's get your weather up.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Another day of hot sunshine for the vast majority. It will be a little cloudier across Northern Ireland compared to yesterday, and again quite a bit of cloud in northwest Scotland, thickening up through the course of the day with a few spots of rain possible here. Bit of a grey start in parts of the west, any mist and low cloud tending to clear away, but always the threat around some of these western coasts might just stay a little misty. But for the vast majority, dry and sunny and hot, temperatures getting up over 30 degrees widely across the Midlands and southern Wales. Southeast England could get to 33, 34, perhaps even 35 Celsius. Pretty warm further north as well, temperatures in the mid to high 20s over northern England. As we go through the evening time, we could again see some mist and low cloud around some coast. A hint of an easterly breeze, keeping the coast a little cooler here, but for most it's a balmy summer's evening. As I said, a bit more cloud for Northern Ireland, but even here I think we'll see some hazy sunshine coming through at times. The thicker cloud in western Scotland providing a little bit of showery rain here coming into the west coast and at times over the Outer Hebrides also. But generally a lot of dry, a lot of fine weather to be had through the rest of today, but it will be hot. That sun is strong. UV levels will be high. Through the night, again, not a great deal of change. Could turn a bit misty in a few spots. The cloud will thicken further. Got a weather front, this line of thicker cloud providing some outbreaks of rain across the far northwest, but otherwise a lot of clear spells. Again, quite a warm night, particularly across parts of the south, where temperatures are again likely to stay over 20 degrees Celsius. As for Friday, again, maybe a bit of a misty start, certainly inland. We will see that breeze picking up across the south coast as we go through the day, and the weather front getting its act together a little bit more, so it could be quite a damp day over parts of the Highlands on Friday with rain on and off here. Otherwise, a lot of dry weather, a lot of sunshine, and again, temperatures certainly in the south in the 30s.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back. I do like looking at the weather forecast with our American guests. And I said, look, it's not raining, it's sunny. And Matthew said, I don't know what those numbers mean. Of course, everything's still in Fahrenheit here. It's hot. That's all you need to know. Really blooming hot. OK, moving on. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson has called for free childcare to be extended to benefit claimants who are out of work, arguing that it would help parents into jobs and give disadvantaged children access to early education. She was speaking ahead of a lecture at Oxford's Ruskin College, and Phillipson said many low-income families are trapped because they can't afford childcare.
We've got work underway to make childcare more accessible to more children, especially those that have the most to gain from high quality early years education. And that again was a theme that came up actually through the work that Alan Milburn is leading, but also the report yesterday into white working class outcomes. And access to high quality early years education is critical. We know those children have the most to gain. Yet there are still significant barriers in terms of design that make it hard or impossible for families to access that provision.
I get it. Believe me, being a mum of three, I understand how when you have young children, childcare is incredibly expensive, and it is so hard to go to work when you don't have family that will help you or whatever else, and it's sometimes just no point. But I do hope that this comes with the condition. We will give you whatever it is. We will give you, I don't know, 4 weeks, let's say, 5 weeks, 6 weeks of childcare. If you don't have a job at the end of it, your childcare's gone.
This makes me so angry.
Me too.
Because there are so many families across the country that work so extraordinarily hard that literally go to work every single day, don't get to spend time with their children, and yet they are the ones that are paying taxes so that these people can stay on benefits. There are 1 in 4 working age people now in the UK that do not work, and those people that do work are footing the bill for the people that don't. And now the government is saying they want to reward those people that have not worked for anything in their lives to then have their childcare be paid for by other taxpayers that are working. I think it is so immoral. It is so immoral, the amount of young people that want to have children that can't. And they are saying, well, if you just don't work, if you just go onto benefits, the other taxpayers that have bothered to work will foot the bill for you. I think it's outrageous.
Matthew?
I mean, 2 important points. For them to say this is free childcare is a bold-faced lie. It is not free. Someone is paying for it. The second point is that really annoyed me in that last presentation was that study after study shows that early childhood education, particularly taxpayer-funded early childhood education, does virtually nothing. Once you get to 4th grade, 8th grade, and into high school in the United States, those students are at the same level or worse off than students who did not have government-funded early education. And the question is, whose responsibility is it to teach children at the age of 1, 2, or 3, or 4 their colors, their shapes, the alphabet, and the basic facts of the world? It is not the state's responsibility. It is the parents, and nobody loves your children more than you do.
Whew, controversial. Let's go to London. Claire, you are also a mother. Your children are kind of grown up now, like mine are. And when you hear this, that benefits claimants will get childcare paid for, just what's your response?
Apoplectic with rage, to put it mildly, Bev. I had 4 under the age of 6, and you know, I took time out of work in order to be with them. And yeah, it was, you know, fueled through alcohol some of the time as well. Actually, I have to say, to get them to bed and whatever. But you know, and that's just them. That's them, not me. Anyway, no, that's not true. But the reality is, if we were to give subsidised care for children of those parents that are receiving benefits, do you think that they would do anything with their time really to try and seek work? I doubt it. And the studies have shown, and Princess Catherine is very, very big in this actually, preschool years, education should be coming primarily from the parents. Teachers are the secondary educators for children. I don't even think that Matthew would believe the statistic in America, but here in the UK, Matthew, we've got 1 in 4 children, aged 3, beginning nursery classes, and they're still wearing their nappies, or diapers as you call them. I think that's ridiculous. It's absolutely disgusting. Parenting in this country has fallen off a cliff. You don't even know, some of them don't even know how to parent. You've got a child, you have got the responsibility to make sure that child starts school in a pair of pants, at least, can use a knife and fork in a full school uniform, and knows the days of the week, the colours, and the beginnings of phonics. That's it. That's your job. Do it. And you don't need state-funded childcare to do it when we've got such a discrepancy in this country between those who do work and those who don't work. And we've got studies coming out and figures coming out that is often, some of the time, regardless of, or in some cases, of the level of disability or the level of income support you get, or now called universal credit, you've now got some people claiming benefits that is the same amount, if not more than, someone who's actually going out to work. Now, I know a portion of that will be made up of the housing aspect of it, and that will be going straight to a landlord, so that taken away. There's still not a lot of disposable income left, but my goodness me, for your mental health, for the health of the cohesion of society, for building homes, from building families, from building communities, get out and get a job. I know it's tough, but the benefits will be there at the end. But the biggest benefit is your child, and the biggest benefit you can give to them is being a present parent and doing your primary job. I can't reiterate that enough.
Sure.
Bev, I hope that, Bev, we've had 3 people. I hope I can get a fair crack of the whip now, because I think we need some balance to this conversation. Bridget Phillipson said, quite plainly obvious and self-evident thing, which is that low-income families are trapped because they can't afford childcare. I've got friends who are professionals with university degrees who can't go back to work because childcare is so expensive. They literally can't afford to work. I don't understand why this is what we should be apoplectic about. This is what we should be in an outrage about. Not about people getting benefits to which they're not entitled. And let's just remember that the majority of people who take benefits are already working. So it's this idea that there's the workers and the shirkers is a completely false dichotomy. And the other thing that we should always bear in mind, the other thing that we should always bear in mind is that children are not responsible for the behaviour of adults. And I loathe this moralistic argument that somehow children have to be this sort of almost this religious idea that we have to the sins of the father to be passed on to the child. It's not the child's fault. It's not the child. Well, then exactly, but people are saying that. That's the implication of the argument is that children have to pay. So the children have to pay for the parents' fecklessness or whatever it is. That I think is a profoundly wrong. And there's one more point. If I can say
if you ask a 3-year-old, do you want to be in daycare or do you want to be at home with your mum? I promise you, and it's an uncomfortable truth that even I had to stare it in the face.
Okay, but parents need some parents need childcare so they can look for work as well. And the final point, if I can make one final point, is the really easy way of getting rid of this conversation, which is to follow the lead of countries like Belgium and Denmark and Norway, what I consider incredibly civilized countries, and offer free universal childcare, and so to take away this problem altogether. It sounds revolutionary. It doesn't have to be. In the same way that in the 1940s, free healthcare sounded revolutionary. Now it's a complete staple of British life. The NHS is our religion. So if you
look at the state of the NHS. Can I just say, Jonathan? I think the point that Jonathan made about why childcare is so expensive, I think is really important because nobody's answering this question. And Jonathan very eloquently mentioned Norway. Norway have far lower child-to-staff ratios than we have in the UK. So one of the reasons why childcare is so expensive in Britain is because we have English language requirements, we have degree requirements, we have requirements for child-to-staff ratios, and that actually increases the cost of childcare. So one of the many things we can do to reduce the cost of childcare is deregulate the sector. However, it is outrageous to suggest that people that do not work should have their childcare paid for by other taxpayers that work. I think that is disgusting.
Are you okay with it if it comes with the condition that they've got a limited window of time to find work?
No, I think that if you can work, you should have your benefits taken away. I don't believe that other taxpayers should ever pay for you.
No, but what I mean is, okay, but if it said, okay, you can have this childcare, you don't have a job at the moment, you can have this childcare, you're on low income, you've got to find a job, and then you have a certain amount of time where you have to start to pay for your own childcare. You don't think anyone should even have that slight leg up if they're really struggling?
No, I don't think so, because why should other taxpayers pay for your children? Why should for example, me, when I'm living in the UK, I would have loved to have a child. I would have loved to have my first child in my early 20s, like many young people do. Why is it somebody else on benefits that doesn't bother getting up in the morning and have their child paid for?
Reem, you don't believe in any kind of welfare state, as I understand it. So obviously you would have this kind of argument. But most people agree that the state should be providing essential services. And the question is where you draw the line in the sand. So we agree, most people, maybe not you, most people agree in a universal healthcare model. A lot of people want to see universal care for the elderly, which was originally the concept of the NHS from cradle to grave. But what we've done,
I'm not proud of the NHS.
What we've done,
I have nothing to be proud of with the NHS.
Yeah, well, I know that you think that, and that's why I'm saying it's no surprise what you're saying about this either. But the whole principle of the NHS, which as I reiterate, is the universal, is the basic British religion. Try and take the NHS, see how far it gets you, and it's cradle to grave. Taking away the cradle and taking away the grave.
Jonathan, I don't think we can conflate the NHS. I don't think we can conflate the NHS nor the care of the elderly with childcare, because do you know what? Kids grow up, and the kids I keep saying to young mums, think about the childcare as chunking. 1 to 3. If you can, stay with them. It'll save you money and it's better for the child. Then they're already in the state sector. So it's all about chunking. It's not about universal free healthcare for all, because that is from cradle to grave. It's not about the quality of care for the elderly, because we don't know when they're going to die. One thing we are sure of is when children turn school age, and then it's a completely moot point.
Right, okay, time to move on. Let's have a look at some of the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers, shall we? Daily Mail are saying Farage bin face by-election is deadly serious. And also we've got this guy, Arthur, who's gone into the Wimbledon semi-finals, apparently. The Times, Wimbledon isn't that big here in America. Do you watch Wimbledon?
No.
No. The Times, Burnham, I'll aim defence spending at British firms. The PM is talking about spending money on our arms by using British firms. Good, great, excellent, tick in the box. The Metro, Trump tears peace hopes into pieces. That's from his speech at NATO earlier today. The Independent, same story. Trump tears up Iran ceasefire as the bombing resumes. Fascinating though, isn't it, that they depict it as Trump tearing up the ceasefire as opposed to Iran, who started by bombing ships in the Straits. Interesting take on that. The Sun, my £12 million win binned. Jackpot probed after shop tossed ticket. Oh, I don't know the details of that, but it might be worth having a look at a little bit. It looks like a nightmare scenario on the front page of the Sun. The Star, what can I offer? I'm not Farage. This is Count Binface, who's given an exclusive interview to the Daily Star. And in more important news, England fans could be set to get an extra bank holiday if England win. Not just England fans, obviously just anyone who lives in England could be set to get an extra bank holiday if we win the World Cup on July the 19th. Keir Starmer says he doesn't want to jinx it, but he hinted he'd consider a national day off if England make the final. But GBNews understands the most likely date would be the Friday, July the 24th, not the Monday. England face Norway in the quarterfinals on Saturday after their dramatic 3-2 win over Mexico, with Starmer calling it one of the best England performances he's ever seen. Right, who wants to start on this? Reem, let me come to you. If we win the World Cup on July the 19th, which is the Saturday, why are we getting the following Friday off and not the Monday?
That's such a good point. I've got to say, I personally would prefer to have the Friday off so that we can have a long weekend and enjoy it. But I do totally get it. I think other people will have different perspectives on this. All I want is to see England win the World Cup. I do have money on it, and I really hope that it happens.
Jonathan?
Of course, you should have a bank holiday, Bev. I can't believe that it's even a debate. Of course, I think look, the serious point is that England has some of the fewest bank holidays of any developed country in the world, and we should have more because we work too hard in this country.
Oh, give me strength.
Bev, I'd be happy to give you strength any time you want, and here's a bit of strength for you right here.
Listen. But is it because on the Monday, Claire? Is it because on the Monday he's going to be moving into Downing Street, Andy Burnham, isn't he? I think that maybe is why he hasn't got the Monday.
Well, perhaps, but I have to say, cards on the table, no skin in the game. Clearly, I'm Scottish, but I am supporting England now. I didn't agree.
That's wonderful.
I didn't agree with John Swinney giving a bank holiday to Scotland, of which only a few of the local authorities took up on it, so therefore it was unfair and it was unjust, and actually it wasn't even needed because they didn't even get through to the qualifying stages at all, and for the sake of their manager being very, very disgraceful at the end of match interviews. But then we had the terrible thing of Laura Bird, I think her name is, the quasi-Scottish MP for the Greens, who was interviewed yesterday. Did you see the interview? She was interviewed in London. Oh, will you be supporting England? Well, no, because I'm Scottish and I'm actually I'm not. I was just like, my goodness me.
English.
Well, goodness knows what half she is, Reem. I really don't know. I can't work it out. I think maybe that half of her mouth, half of her mouth may be Scottish, half it might be English. Who knows? Anyway, I don't think there should be any more bank holidays.
Come
God
on,
enough.
you're such a Scrooge.
I'm not a Scrooge, Jonathan. I'm very kind to you, and you know it.
I know. I'm just saying, don't be a Scrooge on this.
You love me. I'm not a Scrooge.
I do love you. So I think you should have a bank holiday.
Bev, you and I talked about on Saturday, on this program on Saturday, what it means to be an American and how the British can reclaim their identity. I think this, a national celebration, if England were to bring it home, would be an excellent first step. And so I may even fly across the pond and come celebrate.
I will. If I can just jump in to defend her here, I do think that we're very, very privileged in our perspective on bank holidays, because lots of people still work on bank holidays. I remember my first job, I still worked on bank holidays. I mean, we'll all be working. Lots of people still work on bank holidays, and I do think that we've got to have that conversation, because of course, if you are an employer and you are employing people in an office and you are forced to by the government to let everybody have a day off, that is a cost to you. So ultimately, bank holidays do cost businesses.
Can we just consider for a moment that when they have this final on July the 19th, if England are in it and if they win it, can you imagine the mood of Andy Burnham on the Monday as he moves into Downing Street claiming some sort of credit for leading the country to their World Cup victory? It's really gonna sour the milk a little, isn't it?
Do you know what?
Imagine if we had the final lose the day before.
Andy Burnham will prefix it by the Northern World Cup. That's it. I've told you. I've got the headline. There it is.
Yeah,
England v France, the final. You can't even bear. England v Spain in the final, I reckon.
I can't even bear it. I can't bear the idea of Andy Burnham, who I like on a personal level enormously, but going into Downing Street claiming some sort of credit for our victory when he can't even really claim credit for having become Prime Minister, because nobody's blooming voted him into that job. But anyway, right, moving on now. A California restaurant is going viral after enforcing a policy that fines parents for damage caused by disruptive children. One family was charged $327 when the child broke the credit card machine.
Have you seen this? A California restaurant is going viral because of a policy they put in place to fine families if your kids are disruptive. The policy was actually posted on X and blew up, but in so many words, it says, take care of your kids, make sure they're respectful, and if you break it, you buy it. The majority of the people are actually agreeing with the restaurant, and so am I. You know what to expect in this restaurant. You know what to expect if you are a diner with or without children. People behave better when the expectations are clear and any sort of consequence is consistently applied.
This restaurant says, we are a restaurant, not a playground, in that post. And I can sympathise with them, Matthew. How do you feel when you're at restaurants with kids throwing stuff around?
Bev, I took my 6-year-old niece at the time, 6 years ago, to McDonald's for her first outing with me. And we established rules in the car. We went in and I said, if you start to misbehave, we will leave immediately. And the first time, she got a little rowdy and we walked right out. And so I think all it takes is an example or two. I don't have children myself. I go into restaurants. I completely understand traveling on a plane and hearing babies cry, that kind of thing. But this is people go out to have a nice dinner. They shouldn't be bothered. And especially the story that you just mentioned, where a child, I could envision throwing down a credit card machine and the restaurant asking the family to reimburse for that seems pretty acceptable to me.
I'd be mortified as a parent if my children were in a restaurant misbehaving, treating it like a playground, smashing plates, smashing the credit card machine. I'd expect to be told I had to pay something, unless it's an accident. You know, they can swipe a glass off a table accidentally. Like, stuff happens with kids, it just does. But Reem, this debate is interesting. What does it tell us about the narrative around parenting in this country?
Yeah, I think there's two aspects to this. So first of all, I mean, the business has every right to say, you know, you've broken something, and a member of your family's broken something. You as the parent are responsible for your child. Therefore, I would like to be reimbursed for this. The margins, the hospitals, the restaurants, hospitality sector have to deal with are really, really razor thin. And you know what? That particular card machine, $300, $400, might have cost somebody their job. And so you've really got to put it into that perspective. I will say, however, there has been an increasingly sort of anti-child, anti-family narrative being pushed culturally that I really don't like.
Parents are rubbish and kids are pain.
Maybe, but you know what? We used to just accept, children cry, babies cry. I really hate it when I'm on an aeroplane and you hear a baby crying and everyone around you's like, oh God, there's a child.
Yeah.
Like, come on. That that is, you know, you were once a child as well. Do you not think that parent is obviously really annoyed about the fact that their child is screaming and they're really embarrassed? I used to work with somebody that would just say, I hate kids, don't want to be near them, hate them. And I just think that's so depressing. I love babies.
I love babies too. Jonathan, your thoughts on this? Should the restaurant be charging parents and making this big fuss about it?
I sympathise with the restaurant, to be honest, and I think that there should be, it's completely legitimate for some restaurants to have no child policies as well. I think it's completely fine for adults to want to go out and enjoy a meal. I've been to some really nice restaurants in London where there are children that he can't appreciate the food necessarily. And I don't want to exclude families from being able to enjoy an evening out as well, but I think you can have family restaurants and non-family restaurants, and the basic rule applies that if your child breaks something through misbehaviour, then you have to be liable for that, in the same way that if your child breaks something in a shop, the shop is going to make you pay for that, just as if it was you that had broken it. So, you know, that's unfortunately one of the costs of being a parent.
Claire, when you had 4 under 6, I still find that absolutely heroic. Beautiful, magnificent. 4 under 6. Did you even take them out to restaurants or cafes to feed them?
And you'll know this restaurant very well. They were the first children ever allowed into La Trompette, and we had baptisms for the younger 2 there. I'm actually godmother now to the general manager's daughter. Yes. And my eldest is now 28 and my youngest is 22. We had his baptism in that restaurant. We had his first Holy Communion, another Holy Communion. Everyone loved those children. People used to come up to me and say, my goodness me, your children are so well behaved.
Yeah, I can imagine why. I'd be terrified not to be.
For people who don't know, La Trompette is the poshest restaurant in Chiswick.
Yeah, it's a Michelin star.
It's probably one of the poshest restaurants in the whole of West London, full stop. And you would take the children there when they were how old?
From Tom's birth. So he's now 22. And, you know, we now go back there. If they walk past it down Devonshire Road, Karen and Moni will come out and say hi to the kids. When we go in, it's just lovely. It's just like an extension of the family. And you're right, Jonathan, you would understand why they would be well behaved, because they were slapped, they were nipped, and they were told, don't dare move. And it was one look from me, and they didn't do anything.
I get terrified of you even now.
My goodness me. I've already slapped him and nipped him, so he knows.
She just assaults me at every single break. I just don't know what to do about it. I'm going to have a word with the producers.
He needs danger money.
You didn't take screens. You didn't sit them in front of a phone. You didn't sit them in front of an iPad.
No.
It's not a pet peeve.
You talked to your children.
And we taught them. They know how to use their napkins. They know how to use a knife and fork. They know about table etiquette. And do you know what? By being a parent that taught them that, it's actually given them freedom. It's given them freedom to walk into any social event and know how to behave and feel confident and secure in themselves. You know, to know that you never say no to an extra drink, you just slow down in your drink. You know your bread plates to the left, you know, your different wine glasses. This might sound a bit silly, but it's all basic etiquette, and it's all good, solid foundations for them to go out into the world like they're doing, because they're secure, they've got great personalities, they've got great senses of humour, they know how to shake hands, very good manners, and establish eye contact. And my goodness me, they make brilliant cocktails.
Well, and notes to self to teach my children that you can put your hand over your drink when someone offers you one, rather than always saying yes. But moving swiftly on, Justin, was there a threat by the Iranian regime on President Trump tonight as he switched from an old Air Force One to a new one? Have a listen to this interaction with a group of journalists just moments ago.
What was the security concern that caused us to change planes?
We sent this one in so that the Air Force Base here was in the same exact line. So you saw, did you see the picture?
We did.
Hundreds of pictures, hundreds of people. Let me see that. You can't see it too well, but there are hundreds of people out there. So they wanted to see, so they came a little bit early and we switched planes.
So you're saying there wasn't a security concern?
No. Why would there?
Any other issue? No issue?
No, except we sent it a little early. Same line, going back. We sent it a little bit early so that we could let them see it. The whole base came out and saw the plane, and then we landed.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleazebags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking of trying
Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they'd feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. No, these are sick people. So I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific threat today?
Perhaps someday you want to change professions.
So I'm just trying to get my head around what the story is. I understand that President Trump was on his way back from Ankara today, from the NATO summit, and he was on the old Air Force One, and they had to stop in the UK, and he got on the new Air Force One. Is that what that story is? I'm so sorry, I'm just learning it for the first time like you lot are. Yes, I think that's what the story is, which might suggest... I think one of the journalists said to him there, was there a security risk? I'm sorry, the audio was a bit difficult there. He was talking to the gaggle of journalists on the plane. I think they said, was there a security risk? And I'm afraid I didn't hear what his response was. Did you, Reem?
I think that they were saying that, this is what happened. We had to switch planes, and I think we switched in the UK in Suffolk, but we have no idea really what went on. It might have been the case that there was a question of whether or there may have been a threat to his life. We don't know. I think this is all speculation so far, so we have no idea what's actually going on.
No, I mean, it's likely, Matthew, that obviously we heard from Brian Talabi at the top of the show, the Iranian expert, that the Iranians keep trying to take him out. They have on multiple occasions.
I really hesitate, Bev, given the nature of this news story, to wade in here. So I'm deeply concerned. Trading planes in the middle of this trip certainly indicates that the president's security apparatus noticed some kind of threat.
So I've just been given the quote. Apparently, Trump, when he was asked by the journalists, was there a threat against you tonight on the plane, he said, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you, but if I go, you go, right? So perhaps some of you want to change professions. I do love how he talks about his potential impending mortality at the hands of terrorists. He did the same at the UFC fight, didn't he? Jonathan, your assessments, I know it's a bit of a half story at this late stage and it's breaking news.
Well, I mean, obviously, any threat to the president should be taken extremely seriously. I think we have to bear in mind the fact that if it's because the Iranians, Trump has literally threatened to blow the Iranians out of the sky when they've been going to different places. So obviously that's not a good thing either. But of course, we have to also at some point probably talk about the whole Air Force One scandal anyway, about how the Qataris have given Trump a gift.
Well, he didn't stop.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Another day of hot sunshine for the vast majority. It will be a little cloudier across Northern Ireland compared to yesterday, and again quite a bit of cloud in northwest Scotland, thickening up through the course of the day with a few spots of rain possible here. Bit of a grey start in parts of the west, any mist and low cloud tending to clear away, but always the threat around some of these western coasts might just stay a little misty. But for the vast majority, dry and sunny and hot, temperatures getting up over 30 degrees widely across the Midlands and southern Wales. Southeast England could get 33, 34, perhaps even 35 Celsius. Pretty warm further north as well, temperatures in the mid to high 20s over northern England. As we go through the evening time, we could again see some mist and low cloud around some coast. A hint of an easterly breeze, keeping the coast a little cooler here, but for most it's a balmy summer's evening. As I said, a bit more cloud for Northern Ireland, but even here I think we'll see some hazy sunshine coming through at times. The thicker cloud in western Scotland providing a little bit of showery rain here coming into the west coast and at times over the Outer Hebrides also. But generally a lot of dry, a lot of fine weather to be had through the rest of today, but it will be hot. That sun is strong. UV levels will be high. Through the night, again, not a great deal of change. Could turn a bit misty in a few spots. The cloud will thicken further. Got a weather front, this line of thicker cloud providing some outbreaks of rain across the far northwest, but otherwise a lot of clear spells. Again, again, quite a warm night, particularly across parts of the south, where temperatures are again likely to stay over 20 degrees Celsius. As for Friday, again, maybe a bit of a misty start, certainly inland. We will see that breeze picking up across the south coast as we go through the day, and the weather front getting its act together a little bit more, so it could be quite a damp day over parts of the highlands on Friday with rain on and off here. Otherwise, a lot of dry weather, a lot of sunshine, and again, temperatures certainly in the south in the 30s.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christys tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again
to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
It's our third and final hour live from Washington, D.C. This is Bev Turner on GB News with the stories shaping Great Britain and America tonight. Drug driving offences have overtaken drink driving for the first time, up by nearly a third since 2022. What is causing this? Don't we need more education around it? What can we do? Also,
now that the Islamic regime has proven itself to be a partner that cannot negotiate in good faith, that we will probably take out each individual province one by one, and that the Persian people will rise up against their oppressors.
Fascinatingly insightful interview at the start of the show this evening with an Iran analyst as America launched a fresh wave of strikes just moments ago. President Trump said it is going to get much, much worse.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force One?
I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific
so perhaps someday you want to change professions.
Was there a threat on President Trump tonight? That was his response when asked by a journalist if the Iranian regime had tried to take a pop at him. He said, "I have that threat all the time." Also tonight,
nothing really happens in a big way. It happens like little by little. That way you don't notice it happening.
I spoke exclusively to Moms for Liberty. It's a campaign group looking to keep the American education system in check. It's fascinating. You don't want to miss that. I'm Bev Turner and this is The Late Show Live. Warm welcome. In the panel with me this evening, Republican strategist Matthew Hurt and reporter for Reason magazine Reem Ibrahim, and in London we've got Claire Muldoon and Jonathan Liss. And thank you all for joining us this evening, and thank you at home for staying up with us. Just the last few moments, it has been revealed that road safety experts say that drug-impaired driving is becoming an overlooked danger on our roads. I, for one, am not surprised. While years of education have reduced drunk driving, many people still believe that driving after using cannabis, opioids, cocaine or prescription drugs is safe. And experts are warning that is a dangerous misconception, as these substances can impair judgment and reaction time just like alcohol. They're calling for more public awareness campaigns and expanded roadside drug testing to prevent crashes. Let me go to my panel. Quite regularly here in Washington DC, it happened a bit in London, it happens a bit in London, but quite regularly here, I'll get into an Uber or a Lyft or one of the taxi companies here, and it smells of weed. And I don't know what to do in that situation, because if I got into a taxi and it smelled of booze, I would know instantly and I would say, hang on a minute, yeah, I'm not driving, you're drunk. Whereas these guys smell like weed, they look a bit stoned, but I don't know what to do, Matthew, in this situation.
Bev, I've been in the exact same situation you've been as recently as last week.
Yeah.
And luckily with Uber and Lyft and other rideshare apps, we're able to notify the company. I usually complete that with a 1 star and say I believe that the driver was under the influence. But it leads to a broader question of what is the public education efforts, what are the public education efforts to raise awareness for this? If you are under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and even some prescription medications. They say don't operate heavy machinery. That means cars and automobiles. So it's definitely something worth telling our friends, telling people, and raising awareness for this.
Are you aware of it, Reem, as our youngster on the panel? Because I bet you're aware of drink driving being an issue.
No, I mean, definitely an issue, especially when you go out to the countryside. In the city, people are able to use the metro and use Ubers, and it's the same thing back in the UK with London. You know, you get on the tube, you don't need to drive, whereas in the countryside drink driving is very, very common. I actually think this public education point is really interesting, because I actually think the problem is a lot of people think, yeah, with alcohol I know I'm impaired, but actually with cocaine and with weed actually I'm okay. I think people don't realise the dangers of being under the influence when driving.
I think one thing that I remember talking to Patrick about this once, Patrick Christys, and he said that actually there's something quite unfair about this system which no one talks about, because, you know, obviously drugs are illegal and everything. I don't think they should be legal, by the way. But there are some drugs that will stay in your system for a very, very long time and don't actually impair your driving at all, but will show up in testing. So actually, you know, people have been done for, if people have been taking cocaine, for example, on a Friday night, and they might get into their car on a Saturday afternoon when they have no influence of cocaine at all, but that would show up in a drug test and they'd be liable for that. So I think that this really should come under a broader conversation, yes, about education, but also about having a grown-up conversation about drugs in this country, which we have resolutely failed to do for 60 years.
Yeah, I agree. But Claire, is it partly to do with the testing? Because I know that you can test for alcohol. I don't actually know if there's a roadside test for cannabis, for instance. Do you?
No, I don't know definitively if there is or not, but I doubt there is, because you have to do swabs and stuff like that. It's all about the saliva, blood test, urine sample as well, whatever. I think drugs now, and I'm only speaking from the UK because I don't know what it's like in America, but I think we have got so many more drugs with so many of them as such a cheap price now. Beforehand, back in the 80s, a line of coke or a gram of coke used to be so much more money than it is now. And weed, I think the difficulty with weed is the fact that it is so easily accessible. It's so manufactured now that the stink is just disgusting apart from that. But also that I think it is not only a gateway drug, but people become addicted so early, so soon, so quickly from it now.
It's not a gateway drug.
Marijuana is a gateway drug. I will say I think Jonathan is absolutely spot on here. The fact of the matter is, we're saying, why is it that marijuana is so readily available and yet it is illegal in the UK? Well, we have no idea what's in those drugs. People are not being taught how to use them safely, or indeed whether or not they're able to use them in a legal environment. And in Scotland, there's the highest drug deaths in Europe, the second highest in Europe. It is insane. And the problem is not that drugs are illegal, because clearly being illegal doesn't help that. People are
in
being
Scotland,
treated,
they're actually taught how to use
as
them
though they are criminals and not as patients.
No, in Scotland, they've got safe houses, safe spaces to go in and use them. They're actually taught how to use drugs safely, and it doesn't work, Reem. That argument doesn't wash. It doesn't work.
In those areas, drug deaths have gone down. Drug deaths have gone down due to safe consumption rooms.
No, they haven't.
That's a separate issue to driving. It's a separate issue to driving. If you've got a situation in which somebody's using crack cocaine or fentanyl, as is very common in the US, and they are able to use clean needles, they're able to not overdose because there's a nurse near them. Obviously, that's it's harm reduction. You're able to reduce the harm for those people.
The statistics don't prove that in Scotland.
Normal people that do not have an addiction. We're talking about normal people that do not have an addiction. Somebody that might want to use a bit of cocaine on a Friday night,
those
as Jonathan said.
Those people are not going to jump in a car and drive. We're not talking about those people because those people are not going to jump in a car.
Because it's illegal. And they're not being taught. They're not being taught how to use those drugs safely because they are illegal. So I absolutely do think we need to have a conversation about what sensible drug policy looks like.
Let's talk to an expert on this. John Pulse is a psychotherapist and addiction expert. You might be able to answer some of the questions we were grappling with there, John. First of all, do you see that is cannabis a gateway drug? I would love to know your thoughts on that there. That was one of the issues raised. But also, this in terms of driving under the influence of drugs, how do we stop it? Is it about education, or do we need to improve so we've got roadside testing like we do with alcohol?
So when we look at drunk driving, it's arguably one of the largest public health initiatives in the country, and certainly nationally as well. But drug driving has long thought to be acceptable, especially when using cannabis. So because people think that it doesn't impair them as much, it doesn't delay the reaction time, when in actuality, it absolutely does. George Carlin did this famous skit of the difference between a drunk driver and a stoned driver, seemingly implying that stone driving is acceptable, but it absolutely does delay your reaction time. And it is much harder to test for the substances. So you can do roadside saliva testing, but as one of the panelists pointed out, one of the issues with that is determining when, in fact, the person used the substance. So that's one of the issues there. And so that's what makes it a lot harder to try and regulate.
Really hard to regulate, actually. Very difficult. And like we were all saying here, just anecdotally, if we get into Ubers and Lyfts here in DC, and it's quite obvious the drivers are stoned, that shows you the confidence of the drivers. They're literally doing their job, potentially smelling of weed, and they feel so empowered to do so because what, John? Because they just think they're not going to get caught.
Yeah, I think it's partly they don't believe they're going to get caught, and just inherently they don't believe there's an issue with it. There's been no public health campaigns to try and educate people on impairment with driving under the influence of cannabis, which is a huge issue, and it absolutely does delay reaction time. And I think the other aspect is that they assume that if they are pulled over, they're not going to be tested and they're not going to be reprimanded in any way or arrested. And I think it's really important to know that today's cannabis is far different than the cannabis of the 70s and 80s. The THC percentages are exponentially higher. Most people are using concentrates or dabs. These can be up to 98% THC. And, you asked the question earlier about whether or not weed is a gateway drug. That's a hotly debated topic. I think it is true that people that eventually progress to use more harder substances like fentanyl, cocaine, crack cocaine, methamphetamine, typically did start with alcohol or cannabis, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that uses cannabis is going to eventually progress to harder substances.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on the notion of these drug drivers, which is what this story is about, I presume they are predominantly younger drivers. I might be wrong about that. In your experience, are you seeing addicts who are predominantly youngsters now? If so, what's driving them to it? And what about older drivers? Because some of the taxi drivers that I've seen here, there might be guys in their 40s, 50s even, that seem to have been smoking weed.
So younger people in general have much more poor judgment, and they really do not think about the consequences as far ahead as somebody who's older. So the vast majority of people using drugs and driving under the influence are younger adults, typically, or teenagers even, depending on what they get their license. That being said, I've worked with plenty of patients who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, who are using cannabis on a regular basis and driving. So it's not exclusive to young people.
Okay. Okay, John, thank you so much. John Pulse there, psychotherapist and addiction expert. Thank you. It was really fascinating story. And I think it's certainly got to be around education, hasn't it? It's got to be educating kids at school about all this, education where possible. Do not take drugs and get behind the wheel of a car. Right, moving on, the Daily Telegraph is reporting that the BBC's new Director General says the corporation is being held back by the licence fee straitjacket. This is Matt Britton. He's told MPs that the current funding model needed to be reformed for the modern age to help reverse a steady decline in the number of people willing to fund the broadcaster. He said, held back, I think, by that straitjacket of the current licence fee mechanism, and obviously that's no longer fit for purpose. It's yesterday's model. It is a busted flush. Samir Shah, the BBC chairman, said the licence fee has always evolved to capture changes. The consumption behaviour change, we all know, is moving away from linear to on-demand. The modernised licence fee needs to capture that moment, and that will include other platforms. He added, a modernised licence fee must capture the way people are now consuming content, particularly the younger generation. Well, this is interesting. This might be giving us a glimpse of what the BBC may look like under Matt Britton, a man who, of course, most of his career was spent at Google. He's got technocratic instincts, and that is his experience, Reem. What is he suggesting here? That we maybe go for more of a subscription model or a pay-as-you-view, and would the British public want that?
I hope so. I mean, I think that we've got to call the licence fee what it is. It's a tax. You know, the people call it the licence fee is what the government call it. If you do not pay the licence fee, you cannot watch GB News on your TV. And I think that's completely unfair, right?
Yeah.
What you're effectively saying is, despite the fact that you don't want to watch the BBC, you are forced to pay for its services. So it's a tax. You are forced to pay for the BBC. And I do think that the conversation about why that means the BBC aren't able to respond to what people actually want, a lot of the shows, Bev, are so rubbish. I was just looking at one of the BBC shows recently, I kept seeing on my Instagram, of this like lesbian dating show, but it's so out of date.
Yeah.
It's almost like it came from 10 years ago, and it's just awful. And all I kept thinking to myself is, taxpayers are paying for this absolute rubbish.
Yeah.
So how about we say, if the BBC is so great, then what we will say is, you will not be forced to pay for it. You can choose to pay for it like every other TV station.
See, I think there's a lot about the BBC that I like. I can't lie. I think some of their fact entertainment is superb. Some of their formatted stuff I think is great. And there is part of me that sort of romanticises what the BBC is. And here it is. Their news output, diabolical, absolutely ridiculous, most of the time completely false in my personal opinion. Oh, and just to be clear, you can watch GB News, of course, on the app or on YouTube. You do not have to pay.
On your TV, you would have to.
Yes, I just want to make it really clear, especially if you're watching here in America, because you can also watch it on Truth Social as well. So we have lots of ways for you to watch us without paying your license fee.
On cable, you have to pay your license fee.
But if you were watching it on cable here, satellite TV, linear television, sat in your lounge, you have to have a license fee, Matt.
this is just more proof that the government is always lagging behind the private sector. We have in the United States National Public Radio, NPR, a number of really good programs in Washington, D.C. and across the country. And I actually pay a premium for This American Life, which is a really great storytelling program. It's one that I don't think my fellow taxpayers should pay for, but you get behind the scenes, you get additional stories, and I think that is like a subscription model like we're paying now for Netflix and Hulu and all the others. It just shows that the government is always lagging behind the private sector and the free market.
Yeah, but maybe not, though, Claire. If what Matt Britton's saying comes to fruition, he definitely is of a kind of forward-thinking, technical mindset when it comes to these things, having worked in that space for so long. Maybe he's going to revolutionise the system for us.
Well, I think he has to. I don't think he's got an option not to. I think his whole presidency of the head of the BBC will be relying on it, and he'll be judged on that. Now, I just don't know why 8-10 years ago the BBC didn't take the view then that they would actually carve up the TV licence fee of 170 quid than it was then, and make it opt in or opt out, and actually sell what the BBC do, because you get a lot for your money with the BBC. As much as I think as an organisation, I think that they've hit Hugh Edwards, Jimmy Savile, they've got an awful lot of dirt at their door that they need to clean up. And I think the way that the news is presented as well leaves a lot to be desired. It's not the broadcaster that it used to be. However, what they could have done was carve it up and say, look, for your $5.99 it was for Netflix, you could have all of BBC Radio, you've got all of the back catalogue of BBC Sounds, you've got Desert Island Discs amongst all of that, you've got all the magnificent drama that we do, you've got all the brilliant game shows. Look at The Traitors, look at everything else that's sold overseas that brings in even more money, and the training that they used to give young journalists was second to none. Now, I think they've missed the boat in that completely. The court of public opinion is so against the BBC at the moment, because of Hugh Edwards, because of other things, because of their lacklustre way of reporting facts. Gosh, they're almost as bad as Sky News now. I think they need to take back control, and that is the way they're going to do it, by letting people opt in or opt out.
Jonathan?
Look, I'm open to different models about how we fund the BBC, Bev, but I think the fundamental principle remains that it is a national broadcaster. It has to be a broadcaster for everybody. I don't support an advertising model. I think that's, the BBC is distinct, it's different, it's funded in a different way. I would hate to see it go down the route of other commercial television. Funnily enough, people were talking about the BBC. I remember looking at a headline from the Times in 1985. Obviously, I don't remember it from then, but I've seen a headline where it says the BBC might have to introduce advertising by 1988. So the BBC has had conversations about its funding for a very, very long time, and it's always survived.
Very true.
So obviously we can talk about it different ways, but the fundamental thing is it has to be accessible to everyone. Obviously, not advertised. I don't like a subscription model. I don't think that's the way forward. I think there has to be a distinct way, and the licence fee it is regressive. Some people think it's regressive. I haven't seen a better model for it than the one that currently exists.
And there are so many people.
We should privatise the BBC.
There are so many people now who are just not paying the licence fee. I know loads of my mates who just stopped paying the licence fee after the pandemic.
The technical
they just said, I'm not doing it anymore. And then they don't consume linear TV. They'll watch GBNews on the app. They'll watch it on YouTube.
They could come from general taxation.
We can't encourage you to do. I'm not encouraging.
I was just going to say that the fact of the matter is, lots of people now are listening to podcasts. They're watching GB News on YouTube. They are not necessarily consuming their news on television. And I do think the way in which things are changing, BBC Sounds is great. There are lots of aspects of the BBC that I like, but I fundamentally do not think it is moral to force the British people to pay for a television station if they do not watch it. So therefore, let's privatise the BBC and say, if you want to pay for the BBC, if you love the BBC so much, if you love its world service, if you love BBC Sounds, if you love, I quite like David Dimbleby. I love his history podcast. I think they're brilliant. If you like that stuff, then you can. Well, then we can have the advertisement model and say, hey, everybody can watch it as long as you're able to listen through the advertisements, or you can pay for it. But it's unfair to force British taxpayers to foot the bill for a channel that many of them do not like.
And it's only it's just living on borrowed time, because the next generation, I don't know about your kids, Claire, in their 20s, but my teenagers would be baffled by the idea that they have to pay for something that they don't watch. There's something, I mean, they'll know that their nana and their poppy love watching Antiques Roadshow, and they'll know that, you know, that their nana will drop into Strictly Come Dancing from time to time. But they would just think it was mad that they'd have to pay for that. It's generationally, it's outdated.
Because the way they think is the fact that they pay for their phone and they get their TikTok on their phone, they get their Snapchat on their phone, they get their Instagram on their phone, they get their lives and their news projected to them from their phones. So the idea that they're paying for anything else, I mean, we've got family Spotify and, you know, family Disney Plus, that is okay, but again, they're introduced already to that model, and that's why I think going forward, that is the way that the BBC have to go, because they're not targeting at us. They have to target it to the next generation that are coming through. And that's what they know.
A very small point.
Quickly.
The British government are now also looking at promoting what they describe as verified
Oh, you read my mind. I was going to say that,
And I really do think it's quite dangerous to have a national broadcaster in which they are saying, this is the news that is acceptable, this is the perspective that is acceptable, and they're going to try and affect algorithms. So I do think that the BBC model is outdated, but I'm also really worried about whether or not the government will try and control what people are allowed to listen to.
Me too, absolutely. And the thing is, I can't listen to anything really. I used to love BBC Radio. I used to love Radio 4. I even worked on Radio 5. I had a job on Radio 5 for a couple of years, sat next to Eamon Holmes every weekend morning. You know, I've worked for the BBC. I used to host a daytime property show live from Scotland. You know, but now I know that I can't consume that because it is so predictable. I know exactly what I'm going to get. So if I turn on the Radio 4, I know how they're going to tell me a story about the weather. It's going to be all climate change. It's all going to be net zero. I know they're going to do a story about immigration, which is all going to be very positive. I just know that the perception, the stance they're going to take is going to be so one-sided that I can no longer listen to it. So anyway, right, moving on. Let me know at home what you think. gbnews.com/your say. Right, Prince Harry and his fellow claimants tried to settle their failed £50 million privacy claim against the publisher of the Daily Mail weeks before the trial began. The Duke's legal team also used a retired police detective and a former deputy editor of The Independent on Sunday as intermediaries to create a back channel and approach associated newspapers with a proposed deal. But the publisher had no intention of settling and was determined to clear its name, insisting that the 11-week trial went ahead as planned in January. Now, the 7 claimants were, of course, it wasn't just Prince Harry. They included Sir Elton John, Liz Hurley and Baroness Lawrence, comprehensively lost this High Court case and now face the prospect of a crippling legal bill. Oh dear. Do we feel sorry for them, Matthew, Hurt, Prince Harry and his mates taking the newspapers to court to say that they got this information by spurious means, basically illegal means within the British framework, and they lost?
I'm not sure, Bev. I don't know that I care too much.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And I think a lot of the British public feel exactly the same way.
Of course,
I appreciate your honesty.
I think that like all of the stories around Prince Harry and Meghan are just so boring. I kind of have a similar perspective. I mean, look, it's not nice that journalists did that. And like, if it is the case that it was illegal, then the court would have found that to be the case, and the journalists would have been able to have been sued. But the fact that they lost suggests that maybe Prince Harry was just upset that information about his life was being made public. And what I would say is, if you don't want information about your life being public, then maybe don't, leave the royal family, air all of the dirty laundry in public, and then run away to America, completely try and burn down the royal family and call them racist, and then make a documentary. Oh, and then also write a book, and then say you don't want to be in public life. Maybe it's kind of your fault.
I guess what this new twist on this, because this is a story we've just read you out here, which is from one of the papers from today for you there in the UK, is the idea that the claimants tried to settle before it would go to court because they basically wanted the money. Now, you could say, well, that's why else were they doing it? I don't know. I naively thought they wanted to do it to...
For justice.
For justice.
Yeah.
Claire, is that what this revelation is? Or Jonathan, come in on this. Is that what the revelation is, basically, this new twist on this, is that they tried to settle out of court so that they would have just gone away with a fat load of money and no one would have learned anything. And the paper said, no, you can get lost, we're going to court. Jonathan.
I don't know why they might have done certain things, Bev. I feel very strong. I do feel for Prince Harry. Actually, I think that he's been through a lot. I think that there was a lot of evidence. There was not just circumstantial. That there was illegal conduct by a number of newspaper organisations. Obviously, some have been proven in court at other times, and obviously the burden of proof wasn't established to a sufficient degree in this particular case. But he had every right to try and pursue, because he said that his life was made a misery, and other people in that case said their lives were made a misery, and I have no reason to disbelieve them at all.
Claire, how do you feel about Prince Harry?
Well, I'm torn, because he is clearly quite a troubled young man, I'd say, and I think he's made a catalogue of errors and mistakes. I don't think he is the strongest mentally of people either, and I do wish that he would have some form of bond or some form of contact again with his father, who we know has had cancer and is dealing with the fallout from that too. However, I think he has led quite a duplicitous life post his royal mark when he married Meghan Markle. And I think the firm, as we refer to the royal family, have been very hurt and have been proven constantly that he is not trustworthy, and nor is his wife. And indeed, from what Charlotte Griffiths has said, from her piece in the Daily Mail, which is coming out today, she said that the Sussexes had briefed her to place a story, and then it was the King's chief of comms, who was an ex-Daily Mail features editor, had to meet with their PR team, and that was filmed, and no one quite knew where the placing of that had come from, and it turned out it was Harry and Meghan. Now, for them then to take Associated Press to court and take with them Doreen Lawrence, Hugh Grant, Elton John, and Liz Hurley as well. The whole, and that threshold not even to have been met at all. I think it had to be 51% or something, and it didn't even meet anywhere near that. I think it's appalling. And I think £50 million in cost. And it's a
one
damn
of the
shame.
people that was hacked. It is a damn shame. It could cripple, well, not cripple them. They've all got plenty of money between them, that lot. They're going to be able to pay this bill, but it's a blooming lot of money. I was one of the people who was hacked 25 years ago. I was on that original list, and I got taken into the police station in Putney, where a police officer sat me down and showed me a piece of A4 paper, and they had these little sort of scribbles on it and things like, and he would say, "What is that number?" And I was like, "That is my mother." And then he'd go, "Okay, what is this number?" I said, "Well, have you rung it?" No. And it was like the British Gas. And basically what had happened is at kind of like 5 o'clock on a Friday, a journalist had sat there in the office, they've got no stories, and they were hacking into my voicemail. So they would then listen into my voicemail and then write things down, and it was, now, I thought this was ridiculous, and I didn't pursue it, and I said, I am not going to go to court and say that I've been traumatised when what they're going to hear is my mother on my voicemail saying, "I'm in Sainsbury's, do you want any more nappies?" Which was literally what the messages on my phone were. I wasn't having an affair.
That's such a violation of your privacy.
No, I didn't care. I didn't care. And
That's
you know what? I
outrageous thing
thought,
that
I can't. No, but I cannot, in all conscience, sit in a court and say, I feel utterly traumatised. I feel so traumatised.
But
I
maybe
need
other
several
people were
£100,000. I just couldn't have lied.
But also, you weren't the Princess of Wales.
I had loads of mates who were on that list. Hang on. I had loads of mates who were on that list. I had loads of celebrity mates who were on that list. They all went to court. Some of them got new conservatories out of it. I slightly regretted it when I saw the amount of money they got. But do you know what? I slept better at night because I couldn't have lied in court and made made out that somehow I was a victim. I didn't feel like a victim. It was felt stupid, it felt trite, it felt easy. And to be honest, somebody had warned me, a journalist at one of the newspapers actually said to me, you know what, they're going to be listening into your voicemails, you might want to change your code. It was that simple. If you just put a code, it was like whatever it is, 4 zeros or 1 2 3 4, whatever used to come as standard on a mobile phone. And I went, it's fine, I've got nothing to hide, I don't care, I'm not bothered. And I didn't. So there's a lot of performative kind of victimhood here in all of this nonsense. And sure enough, they've been found that they haven't got a case to answer. But anyway, things have changed post-Leveson, and I think that's good.
It is completely, it is very, very good. But the companies that actually got off from all of that were the mobile phone providers, like your Vodafones, like your O2s, like your Telefonicas, etc., etc. They were the ones that had
very good point.
They really did, Bev, because they were not hauled over the coals, and yet they enabled from their systems these mobile phones and these messaging to be hacked. But do we need a Leveson too?
Right, still to
I don't know.
Yeah, we might need a Leveson too. Well, Nigel Farage will tell you they need a Leveson too, given that his family were doorstep this week. But anyway, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
Nothing really happens in a big way. It happens like little by little. That way you don't notice it happening.
You've got to listen to this. It was a great interview. I spoke to Mums for Liberty, Alex Bauer there, and it's a campaign group that is looking to keep American education in check by empowering parents to know what they can and can't say under various circumstances. It's brilliant. Don't go anywhere. This is The Late Show Live only on GB News. Back after your weather.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Another day of hot sunshine for the vast majority. It will be a little cloudier across Northern Ireland compared to yesterday, and again quite a bit of cloud in northwest Scotland, thickening up through the course of the day with a few spots of rain possible here. Bit of a grey start in parts of the west, any mist and low cloud tending to clear away, but always the threat around some of these western coasts might just stay a little misty. But for the vast majority, dry and sunny and hot, temperatures getting up over 30 degrees widely across the Midlands and southern Wales. Southeast England could get 33, 34, perhaps even 35 Celsius. Pretty warm further north as well, temperatures in the mid to high 20s over northern England. As we go through the evening time, we could again see some mist and low cloud around some coasts. A hint of an easterly breeze, keeping the coast a little cooler here, but for most it's a balmy summer's evening. As I said, a bit more cloud for Northern Ireland, but even here I think we'll see some hazy sunshine coming through at times. The thicker cloud in western Scotland providing a little bit of showery rain here coming into the west coast and at times over the outer Hebrides also. But generally a lot of dry, a lot of fine weather to be had through the rest of today, but it will be hot. That sun is strong. UV levels will be high. Through the night, again, not a great deal of change. Could turn a bit misty in a few spots. The cloud will thicken further. Got a weather front, this line of thicker cloud providing some outbreaks of rain across the far northwest, but otherwise a lot of clear spells. Again, quite a warm night, particularly across parts of the south, where temperatures are again likely to stay over 20 degrees Celsius. As for Friday, again, maybe a bit of a misty start, certainly inland. We will see that breeze picking up across the south coast as we go through the day, and the weather front getting its act together a little bit more, so it could be quite a damp day over parts of the Highlands on Friday with rain on and off here. Otherwise, a lot of dry weather, a lot of sunshine, and again, temperatures certainly in the south in the 30s.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back. Lovely weather to look forward to, hey? Now, I had the joy yesterday of having a conversation with our next guest. It's Alex Bauer, and she works for an organisation called Mums, it would be Mums here, Mums for Liberty in America. It's a relatively new campaigning group and organisation group. Matthew's familiar with who they are, and they came across my radar during the pandemic when they started to talk out about kids being locked at home when they should have been at school, and then the vaccine mandate States for children that were forced to have a drug that the parents didn't necessarily want them to have. So she's a real firebrand, actually. It's a long interview we're putting on GB Mums on YouTube, but I wanted to show you a little bit of it here because I think you'll enjoy it. Here's Alex Bauer talking to me. Tell us who Moms for Liberty are and what your purpose is.
Well, we are a group of parents, now dads to grandparents as well. We've grown quite large, and we believe in the 100% God-given rights to decide, dictate what our kids are learning, how they grow up, what their morals and values are, what goes on their body, what goes in their body. Just common sense.
That sounds so old-fashioned of you in 2026. I think you have a right to control what happens to your children. Yeah. Because I think there's an assumption these days, I know it's like here in America, but particularly in the UK, there's this creeping feeling that teachers can get between the parent and the child sometimes, that the teacher can have secrets with the child that the parent doesn't know about. And these issues have changed very slowly. It didn't happen overnight. Right. It's been a gradual creep towards undermining the role of the parent, I might say. So what inspired you to get involved?
Well, for sure. And I think historically, nothing really happens in a big way. It happens like little by little. That way you don't notice it happening, right? Well, for myself, it was COVID and the masks. And, we never masked our kids. We just didn't do it. I used my brain for a second and I said, well, this doesn't make any sense for my family. Yeah. You do what you want to do, but for my family, this doesn't make any sense. And I do have 3 kids. My oldest one was in college at the time, and my 2 little ones were preschool and kindergarten. And I looked at their beautiful faces and I said, you're not covering those faces up. It's not happening.
And were you political? Anyway,
no.
Were you kind of involved in politics or parenting issues of any kind?
I mean, I would say definitely not politics. Like I was definitely one of those people that if you said, "Are you into politics?" I would say, "Oh no, I don't do politics." I don't know how the government is run. I have a very typical public school education,
which is state school in the UK. That means comprehensive school.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, they teach you how to memorize things, but just enough for that test, and then you move on to the next thing. So you don't internalize really much of anything, which is unfortunate. On the other end of it, yes, I would say I'm a born activist. My mom and dad are both activists, but I also got sent to boarding school, which was not the best boarding school, and I didn't have a voice for me. So I learned to be a voice for myself. And so when I saw something happening to my children, maybe the antenna went up a little faster than somebody else.
And how were you treated by the people, like in the playground and stuff, during that period of time? Because we know everybody slightly lost their minds, right? Yes. So a lot of the medical ethics and the parental ethics that we took as normal and had just gone out the window. Yeah. And it was very difficult to swim against the prevailing tide of the day. Mm-hmm. How was it for you during that period of time?
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't care what people think at all. You could yell in my face literally and I will just smile and move on. Nobody will ever hurt my children while I am here, And so none of that noise mattered to me. Really, most people agreed or at least had doubts themselves. Maybe they weren't being vocal about it, but they were like, okay, I feel like I'm kind of liking what you're saying here, And so I would have very quiet conversations at the park. People would say, hey, tell me a little bit more about what's happening or what I can do. Or my children are really upset and they don't want to have masks on either. Because at the time in the beginning, it was really just about the masks. Yeah. And so my 2 children were the only 2 kids in their school district that didn't wear masks.
The only 2 out of how many children is that?
Oh gosh. Well, we're a very small school district, so maybe 350, let's say.
So 350 children, and you're 2 that were the odd one out. Yes. How did they take it at the time?
They were fine because they're my kids.
Well, you've done a
very good job there.
No, they were good. They didn't, again, they were the last year of preschool and the first year of kindergarten.
Yeah.
So they were young, and so they were raised really this way. Like, this is not what we do. We don't judge anybody else for what they do, and we're not going to make a comment or make them feel bad. And if they do it to you, you just tell mommy. So
how did you go from being like the ballsiest mum in the playground to then organising or getting involved with an organisation which now has how many members across America?
We have over 130,000 members. We're in 48 states. We do them like county chapters, if you would. And it's for a reason. And it's because every, I'm not sure how it is in the UK, but here, every district can sort of run itself differently, right? So you want somebody who knows exactly what's happening or what the rules are, policies, laws are right there. So it runs pretty well that way. In my county, in Bergen County, we have 72 school districts. So that's quite a lot of school districts to, know what's happening, go to all the Board of Ed meetings, things like that.
How did you then galvanize that into something that wasn't just a mum being angry with a teacher? Like, where did you go for your knowledge and your factual or maybe even legal support with it?
So the great thing about Moms for Liberty is that we're all about empowering parents and giving them the tools, the education to be able to do this for themselves. I've been to a ton of Board of Ed meetings. I can't be 5 places at once. And I would love to be there to support everybody all the time, but it's just not realistic. And also, you have to be able to do this for yourself and your family. It's so important because, again, it's not my job to make those decisions for you. It's your job as a parent to learn and then decide what's right for your family and do that. So when I saw Moms for Liberty on TV, I didn't know what my parental rights were. And that really annoyed me because, I'm the type of person where you're not going to tell me what to do. This is my family and I'm going to do what I feel is right. However, what are the policies? What are the laws? How can I do this legally, if you would? Properly, right, exactly.
So that's Alex Bauer of Moms for Liberty, and you can see the whole of the interview with her on our YouTube channel on GB Mums, which is a new kind of venture that we're exploring here on GB News, and there's some great conversations between myself and some of the other mums on GB News. We've got Emily there and Michelle Dewberry and Nana, etc. So please have a look at it. I think you'll enjoy it. Let me bring my panel in here in terms of what Alex was saying there. It is so refreshing to me to hear a mother talk like that and say, your children are your responsibility and it's up to you to know how, which she said, we're not going to tell you how to raise your children, we're going to tell you what your options are and you decide. How terribly old-fashioned that is, Reem, to hear that messaging around motherhood.
I think it's really wonderful, and I must say, as somebody that really, really wants to become a mother, I'm in my early 20s, and it's something I think about basically every day. I have dreams about having a baby all the time, and I do really think that having an organisation like Mums for Liberty, but also having those conversations about, hey, it isn't the case that the government have to control every single aspect of what your parenting looks like. And actually, as a mother and as a parent, you have responsibility. And I really like the way that Alex described that. She sort of said, you have responsibility, you have sort of options that are available to you, and you can decide how you bring up your children. And I think that's really empowering to hear as somebody that wants to be a mother. That's a really, really empowering message.
Yeah, Matt, you're familiar with Alex and her group, aren't you?
One of the worlds collide, Bev. In my full-time job, I work at Leadership Institute, and we train conservatives to win here in the United States. And Alex there has taken a Leadership Institute training. When Moms for Liberty came into being in 2020 and 2021, they came to Leadership Institute headquarters. The important takeaway from this is these are moms and even dads and other activists who had never been involved in politics before, and they said, we know something's wrong in our school system, we know something is wrong with masking and vaccines and all of this at the beginning of the pandemic, and they sought out the training to get involved in politics. And this is what happens in the United States. We have these training organizations that then allow these and empower these women and others go out and make democracy in our constitutional republic what it is today.
Yeah. Claire, how inspiring did you find Alex there?
So I think it's a wonderful, wonderful movement, if I can call it that. But I think what we have, what we're guilty of is a very homogenised society now. Everything is just, oh, you need to be the same. Everything needs to be the same. Well, why don't we just go back to the fact that men are men, women are women, and can't we just, can't we just, you know, platform the benefits of being a man and being a woman, and therefore being a mum and being a dad, if that's the way your life has taken you. I am sick and tired of, you know, men being able to do everything or women being able to do everything that men can do as well. We're different. We're different species. Can't we just get back to that? That's the reason why young kids don't have proper role models, because they don't see it from the house, because they think everything is okay for everyone else to do. It's not. We need defined roles.
A big part of actually what Alex's organisation does is about challenging a lot of the trans ideology in schools, particularly. That's a big part of their remit, isn't it, Matt? And they've had some successes, I think, in that area.
They have had successes, and it's because they've learned how to engage in the political process, showing up to school board meetings, in fact, even running for office in organizing, learning how to knock doors and message on these issues, and they've done an excellent job.
Yeah. Jonathan, how wonderful that you've got grassroots campaigners who go about it the right way and galvanise and organise. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Look, I mean, obviously people can have their own political views. I don't actually believe that we should indoctrinate children, and I don't believe that we should use children as weapons to hurt other people. I'm not saying that they're necessarily doing that. I'm just saying that apropos of nothing. And generally, look, parents have rights. Children have rights as well. Parents have the right, the right to decide how their children should be educated, but they don't have absolute rights. And I think that also there are some parents who you would definitely not approve of, Bev, in determining how their children should be raised. I think that children have the right to a full education, exposed to a range of viewpoints, so they have all the skills they need in order to establish meaningful adult lives themselves. That is why I think that, that's why a lot of people have problems with religious education, for example, because children are sort of set into one way of thinking. There are a lot of parents don't think that children should be educated about homosexuality, for example. Remember, we had a whole debate about it in this country. Yeah. I remember the debates about it when I was a teenager about Section 28, and that was horrible as well. The idea that children can be made to be gay is complete nonsense anymore, that the children can be made to do anything. And I think that parents we need to have a balance between the rights of parents and the rights of children in this country.
Jonathan, with all due respect, it wasn't even an hour ago that you said the state should take children and educate them away from their parents at the age of 3. You believe in religious education, and that religion is the state. And it is fascinating to hear you an hour later do a complete 180.
No, I didn't say that children under 3 should be given religious education. I said that free childcare is the norm in Belgium, Denmark, and Norway, and we should follow that so parents can afford to work.
Is the state.
Your religion, Jonathan, is the state, and you believe that the state should take children at the age of 3.
NHS, Matthew. Don't misquote me. I said it's a boilerplate. Matthew, with the greatest respect, Matthew, you are not based in this country. You're not familiar with many of our cultural references. When I say our state religion is the NHS, I'm saying it tongue in cheek because that is what we always say in this country.
The thing is, I just to defend Matthew here, I don't think it's very fair to say, well, you're American, so you don't get to.
I'm saying that he didn't understand what I said, Reem, because when I say the state religion is the NHS, obviously the audience here will understand what I'm saying, that we always say our state religion is the NHS. It's a joke. It's not me actually saying we should have religious education.
Yeah. Did you know that if the UK joined the US as the 51st state, it would be the poorest 51st state? The UK.
Oh, not this again, Reem. That is such nonsense. Have you looked at all the scales? We actually become first or second in the vast majority of metrics. Mississippi is not richer than Britain. Mississippi, I'm sorry, anyone who thinks that Mississippi is richer than Britain in any way that counts needs to look again.
GDP per capita.
Absolutely nonsense scale. Nonsense scale.
If the UK was to join the US, it would be poorer than Mississippi. The point I'm making here is that there is so much that we should learn from from America. And I do think it's really patronising to say, well, if you're from America, you should have an opinion on this stuff. But when it comes to parenthood,
I'm saying he was wrong about cultural reference, Reem. That's all I said.
I think something that back to motherhood and parenthood, I do think something that I personally really, really respect about American culture is that there is this idea that I as an individual have the right over my family, especially as a father. There is this sort of aspect of masculinity that I think we tend to be losing in a lot of cultural conversations.
Yes, they do.
Of
course you do.
You do.
Yes,
you do in the
You do.
vast majority of
Not
states.
a federally granted
that's
one.
insane.
It doesn't matter.
Well, let's just try and. I think the conversation about parenthood is really important, and I'm not a parent, so I don't want to take up all the airtime here on this. But I do think it's really important to have those conversations.
Let's go to a bit of breaking news now on the Iran situation. Moments ago, President Trump has revealed that Iran want to make a deal. Have a listen.
We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
Because they're sort of crazy, to be honest with you. They're sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal badly.
He's obviously there saying that this is on the way back from NATO, that's on the new Air Force One there, and he said obviously they want to make a deal, and a journalist said if they want to make a deal, why did they bomb those ships? And he paused for a minute, he said, well, because they're crazy. This argument is just going to keep going round and round, Matt.
Bev, I'm so frustrated with this, and it made no sense on February 28th to go in. I said it on the evening of February 27th on this program, and I am still just flabbergasted.
But did it make sense to go in if Iran, as our guests at the top of the show, and as so many Iranian experts have said, if they had, they were making great strides towards nuclear
which was
capability,
obliterated last June.
I know it's an if. I know, Jonathan, and it was obliterated after the 10 days war. We were told.
Yeah, the entire military was obliterated several times over.
Then on what premise?
But this is the problem. So
last
summer, when Israel and, well, probably Israel, but with the sort of permission of the United States, went in and bombed Iran, they were saying that actually, you know what, they wouldn't have bothered with developing their nuclear capabilities if it wasn't for that intervention. So the West's intervention, Israel's intervention, has spurred this entire thing on. It meant that the war this year starting was completely inevitable. And it means that American taxpayers have to foot the bill. It means that thousands of Iranians are now being completely ignored. And I do think in this entire conversation, can we just talk about what's going on for the Iranian people? The Iranian government have killed thousands of their own people in the protests that began at the end of last year. And those people are still not free. Yeah, exactly. And those people, the Iranian women are still not free.
Claire, last word on this.
Well, you know, they went in to make sure they had no nuclear weapons. They went in to overthrow the theocracy of the Ayatollah. That doesn't seem to have happened, really, to reinstate an agent or an actor that can take Iran forward. The diaspora, as we mentioned before, all across the world were jumping with glee when America and Israel went in. But, as Matthew quite rightly said, we're all sick of it now. We all need an end to it now, because Iran can't even have the capacity to store the excess oil that has not been left out of the Straits of Hormuz. As Jonathan said earlier as well, quite rightly, Iran have played a blinder because they've hit the pockets of every single member of OPEC and every single user of oil. Oil prices have gone up, cost of living's gone up as a result of that. We're moving in now to the winter. What's going to happen? Who knows? All I want is safety and an end to this war, and for Trump to make his, you know, Trump is the president of peace, and I want that.
Yeah. We all want that. Lots of messages at home. Pseudo saying, thank God for Donald Trump. A lot of you still saying that. Somebody else is saying, I wish we could put Jonathan on an island with all his lefty mates and let them run it out and watch what a disaster ensues. Maybe a better use of Chagos.
Yeah, the island is Britain.
Oh, Jonathan, that's a bit mean. And on that bombshell,
Right, I'll be back tomorrow night at midnight, 7 o'clock here in Washington, DC. Claire, Jonathan, Reem, Matthew, thank you so much. Thank you.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Another day of hot sunshine for the vast majority. It will be a little cloudier across Northern Ireland compared to yesterday, and again quite a bit of cloud in northwest Scotland, thickening up through the course of the day with a few spots of rain possible here. Bit of a grey start in parts of the west, any mist and low cloud tending to clear away, but always the threat around some of these western coasts might just stay a little misty. But for the vast majority, dry and sunny and hot, temperatures getting up over 30 degrees widely across the Midlands and southern Wales, southeast England could get 33, 34, perhaps even 35 Celsius. Pretty warm further north as well, temperatures in the mid to high 20s over northern England. As we go through the evening time, we could again see some mist and low cloud around some coasts. A hint of an easterly breeze, keeping the coast a little cooler here, but for most it's a balmy summer's evening. As I said, a bit more cloud for Northern Ireland, but even here I think we'll see some hazy sunshine coming through at times. The thicker cloud in western Scotland providing a little bit of showery rain here coming into the west coast and at times over the Outer Hebrides also. But generally a lot of dry, a lot of fine weather to be had through the rest of today, but it will be hot. That sun is strong. UV levels will be high. Through the nights, again, not a great deal of change. Could turn a bit misty in a few spots. The cloud will thicken further. Got a weather front, this line of thicker cloud providing some outbreaks of rain across the far northwest, but otherwise a lot of clear spells. Again, quite a warm night, particularly across parts of the south, where temperatures are again likely to stay over 20 degrees Celsius. As for Friday, again, maybe a bit of a misty start, certainly inland. We will see that breeze picking up across the south coast as we go through the day, and the weather front getting its act together a little bit more, so it could be quite a damp day over parts of the Highlands on Friday with rain on and off here. Otherwise, a lot of dry weather, a lot of sunshine, and again, temperatures certainly in the south in the 30s.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very, very easy tonight. On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to
stop.
You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other, we want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat, that's what we do, we try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea, they'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you, what is news for you.
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area?
The audience are the best thing about GB News.
Their friends, their family. They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Good evening, it is 9 o'clock. I'm Nana Akweer covering for Patrick Christys. Tonight,
will he apologise to the victims of the rapists, sexual predators and paedophiles that he is planning to release early?
David Lammy refuses to apologise to sex abuse survivors for releasing thousands of abusers early. I'll be joined by one survivor who says that she feels betrayed by this government. Plus,
this is an attempt to get himself out of jail free.
And this is a hissy fit that he's thrown.
Nigel Farage has been utterly exposed.
I mean, what would they talk about? The political establishment love to hate Nigel Farage.
Nigel Farage has 5 MPs, you've got 403. Are you panicking because Reform is so far ahead in the polls, it seems? Is he living rent-free in your brain?
Yeah, but they're too scared to take him on. Also tonight, the Education Secretary says that Brits out of work and on benefits should get free childcare. Why bother working? And more pain on the way. Andy Burnham's been warned that he'll need £120 billion of tax rises to stop a looming debt crisis.
Two streets! Our streets! Two streets! Our streets! Two streets! Our streets!
More communities are about to be irreversibly changed. Shabana Mahmood says that dumping migrants in military barracks is the future of asylum accommodation. On my panel tonight, Director of Popular Conservatism, Mark Littlewood, pub landlord and activist, oh, that's not him, that's Gwen Toller, hello, and also broadcaster and journalist Nina Mishkov. Your Wednesday night starts here. The political establishment love to hate Nigel Farage. That's next.
Good evening, it's 9:02. I'm Katie Bowen in the GB newsroom. Former Veterans Minister Al Khan has backed Andy Burnham to become Labour leader, now paving the way for the Makerfield MP to become Prime Minister. The MP for Birmingham Selly Oak has confirmed tonight that he won't stand in any Labour leadership contest. He'd previously refused to rule out running against Mr Burnham until he heard more about his plan for the country. The withdrawal means Andy Burnham is now the only candidate left in the running, with nominations due to open tomorrow. Elsewhere, there are reports tonight that the Home Secretary is set to change the law to allow the deportation of a Rochdale grooming gang leader who was released from prison last week. Shabana Mahmood is expected to set out plans on Monday to amend the 1971 Immigration Act, which currently prevents Shabir Ahmed being removed from the UK. Ahmed was released on the 2nd of July after serving 14 years for rape and sexual offences against girls, some as young as 12. He had been sentenced to 19 years in prison. Tonight, Andy Burnham has backed Shabana Mahmood's plan on X. To the Middle East, US President Donald Trump says that the US will probably hit Iran very hard again tonight. Speaking at the conclusion of the NATO summit in Ankara, the president described the Iran war as a tremendous military success, adding this will end very quickly.
So we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them.
While Tehran has labelled President Trump as criminal and murderous. Overnight, Iran said it targeted American military sites in Bahrain and Kuwait in response to US strikes on more than 80 Iranian targets. Reform UK has said it will propose a by-election in the Clacton seat vacated by Nigel Farage on the 6th of August. Earlier, Mr Farage formally quit as the MP for Clacton after being appointed as steward and bailiff of the Manor of Northstead under the procedure used to resign from the House of Commons. Today, Chancellor Rachel Reeves said she would agree to Mr Farage's request to quit as an MP so he can, quote, spend the summer arguing with a bin. The King has accepted the government's advice to grant Ruth Ellis, the last woman to be executed in the United Kingdom, a conditional pardon, Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy has said. Ruth Ellis was executed on the 13th of July 1955 after being convicted of murdering David Blakely. Last year, her grandchildren called for a posthumous pardon, saying she was physically and emotionally abused by her partner before she killed him. David Lammy added that he hopes the decision provides her some peace to her family. And Britain's Arthur Ferry has reached the Wimbledon semi-finals after beating Italy's Flavio Cobolli in their quarter-final match. The 23-year-old has become the first British wildcard to reach the gentlemen's singles semi-finals in the Open era. He was cheered on by Her Majesty the Queen as he won his quarter-final in straight sets on centre court. The royal family have congratulated Arthur Ferry on social media tonight. Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Nana.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Our political establishment loves to hate Nigel Farage. They've been talking about him non-stop all day.
I think Nigel Farage is facing intense pressure. He's cracking under the pressure, and this is a hissy fit that he's thrown.
Nigel Farage has been utterly exposed in this complete stunt that he was trying to set up.
This is an attempt to get himself out of jail free. I hope the voters of Clacton will see through it. He's actually betrayed them by failing to work for them since he got elected 2 years ago.
They're obsessed. Our lame duck Prime Minister used to use Nigel Farage to wriggle out of scrutiny of his own failings.
The reason I'm speaking out today in relation to Nigel Farage, Nigel Farage, Nigel Farage, Nigel Farage, Farage, Nigel 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 Farage.
Lib Dem leader Sir Ed Davey even accused the Reform UK leader of running away.
Because the problem we see is he's trying to escape justice, he's trying to escape scrutiny, and this is his method, and I think that's wrong.
As Mr Farage said himself today, he's doing anything but escaping scrutiny.
It seems that the media and political classes want to paint me out to be like a war criminal, as if everything I've ever done is wrong, is bent, is corrupt. I don't get a chance to properly answer it. I don't see why I should be judged by them. We'll ask the people here what they think. And if they give me a big endorsement, that sends a big message that the establishment, both political parties and media, frankly, are not talking about the same things the country's talking about.
I mean, it's one thing to slag him off for deciding to resign and trigger the by-election, but in my opinion, some of our political establishment have even gone as far as to mock the security threats that he faces.
So if I go out in the evening with my friends, then I am entitled to have security for that because of the level of risk that is perceived to be against me. And so Nigel Farage would absolutely be entitled to that. What I think he didn't like, and when he says that it was reduced by 75%, is that he wants a massive entourage. I want to look like a normal person and just know that there are eyes on me. And I suspect that Nigel Farage just wants more security around him because he likes to be, he always is surrounded by an absolute gaggle of men.
Is she for real? I mean, what's wrong with these people? Lewis Goodall piped up on social media. Farage says that he's the most physically attacked politician of our lifetimes. He said that before. Tell that to Joe Cox or David Amos. The truth is, our political class is obsessed with Nigel Farage. They hate him, and they just can't help themselves. GBNews political editor Christopher Hope put it best when he questioned Sir Keir Starmer last year.
Nigel Farage has 5 MPs, you've got 403. Are you panicking because Reform is so far ahead in the polls, it seems? Is he living rent-free in your brain?
He lives rent-free in all of their heads because they know that they'd lose if they stood against him, and that's why they're all running scared. But let's get the thoughts of my panel. Director of Popular Conservatism, Mark Littlewood, former Director of Communications and Reform UK, Gwen Towler, and broadcaster and writer, Nina Mishkoff. Hello.
Good evening.
Right, so let's talk about this obsession that they have with Nigel Farage. Because they do, don't they? They literally cannot leave this man alone. And whatever he does, if they do it, it's OK. But if he does it, it's terrible. Like the by-election, for example, let's take Makerfield. Some might argue that that politically motivated by-election was to make sure that they got Andy Burnham in so that he could become Prime Minister. I mean, is that not a tactic, or am I making things up? Nina, am I totally off-kilter with this?
You're not off kilter with this because everybody's obsessed with Nigel Farage and has been for many, many years. And if he was a man who didn't like attention, then he wouldn't have gone, for instance, into the celebrity jungle, would he? He has been given so much oxygen in the media that people have complained about it over the years. Look, for God's sake, don't pay him so much attention. Don't listen to him. So the point being, Nigel is at a stage where the mask has slipped over the past few weeks. He is succeeded. His image has been the cheerful, cheeky chappy with the sort of the easy way, Mr. Affable.
Right, look, Gwen, is Nina speaking correctly? I mean, Mr. Affable, he loves the spotlight. He's brought this kind of on himself, I guess, is kind of where we're alluding.
He loves the spotlight up to a point, Lord Copper. Yeah. He really very nearly didn't get back involved in politics. And so I think that's overstating it, because actually the spotlight brings the risks. He mentioned yesterday that time, and I remember it very, very clearly, when he's just having a Sunday lunch with his family, and a mob of 50 break into the lunch. He mentioned the fact that he was sitting in the car with his wife and they were pushing the car and this stuff. This is before he got security. Yeah. And he told the children to run. Just to run away, because they were scared of these people. It took over 2 hours to find his teenage children. That is the sort of rubbish that he has to put up with. So I have some sympathy.
People do have to put up with security.
Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard another politician having anything like that? And that was before he was elected to Parliament.
Keir Starmer's house, when he wasn't in it, wasn't it firebombed? The car was burned. I mean,
but that wasn't a mob of people. That seems to be a very targeted thing, according to the court case.
I don't know.
No, it's a very different thing. It's a very different thing.
And
the comment by Lewis Goodall.
Look, the point being, nobody is questioning the fact that he says he gets death threats. Nobody is.
I get death threats, not nearly as much as you do.
Nobody's questioning the fact that he does need security. That is not in question. What is in question is is that, as I say, that he in the last few weeks has disappeared, and then he came back and he was
very, very angry. I've never seen him so livid because he felt his children were targeted. He has spent 30 years protecting them.
Can I just say none of this has got anything to do with the by-election?
No.
Exactly.
Right, so we're going to have potentially this now rather unedifying by-election between Nigel Farage and Count Binface, right? I saw earlier that Count Binface is only 7-1 to win the bloody by-election. Quite extraordinary. What Farage's going to do from here, I think, he definitely pulled out a bold move. I agree that the standards system in Parliament is rigged against leaders of smaller parties, not just exclusively Nigel Farage, because it's Parliament policing itself, which it must be, but therefore, by definition, the governing party will have a majority on that committee, and you can't pretend it's not going to be political. What Nigel Farage needs to do from here, though, is to properly set out his stall. What is the mandate he's looking for from the people of Clacton? I think if he just says, I'm picked on quite a lot by the political establishment and I need more security, I don't think that will go down too well. He needs to specify exactly how he wants to change the standards system, which I think is ridiculous, rigged. I don't think Nigel Farage has broken any rules, by the way, but the rules are so opaque and so open to interpretation. The open to interpretation bit typically by your political opponents, we've got to completely reset that system. If Nigel Farage runs on that platform, then I think if he's re-elected, there is a genuine mandate for change.
He has to run on a platform along those lines, but he also has to run on a bigger platform and a stronger platform about his general political philosophy and the difference between an establishment and what he's trying to do. Because an arcane running a by-election on the arcane basis of the rules of the Standards Committee of the House of Parliament, I'm not sure if that's going to cut through in Jaywick.
But that's why he has triggered the by-election.
Yes, it is.
He's already got a mandate at the
I'm not suggesting he shouldn't talk about that.
So the reason that he's triggered it, and we've seen other examples of this in the past, was Zach Goldsmith triggered one specifically over Heathrow expansion, David Davis specifically over detention without trial. Nigel Farage has triggered this, I understand it, sort of specifically about his treatment by the Standards Commission, right? So that's what he's got to run on.
It's more than that.
He's triggered it to sidestep the issue, to take control of the media, and for him to tell his own story, and for him to say that it's the little man, him against the establishment. It's absolutely laughable.
Well, it is him against the establishment.
Well, the thing is, establishment. Public school boy, city trainer.
Oh, come off it. Oh, come off it. Rubbish. That is not the establishment. That is the caricature of the establishment.
Why does that matter so much? I thought the establishment were those who kind of followed the rules that have been set in place, and everyone's working to the same.
The modern establishment is the upper ground.
He's not Robin Hood. He's putting himself up to be Robin Hood.
He's not claiming to be Robin Hood.
Stole from the rich and gave to the poor, and he's taking money from the rich and not giving it to the poor.
Well, once we're in power, trust me.
That £5 million.
I'm sorry. To claim that he is establishment when he has spent his entire career fighting the establishment, fighting the European establishment, fighting the Quangos, fighting the government, fighting the civil service, fighting the upper echelon of our society. To claim he's establishment is risible.
He lives like the establishment. He lives the life of rich. He surrounds.
No, he doesn't live the life of the establishment. He lives the life of him.
What's your definition of establishment? Because that would help.
Okay. Here's somebody who lunches at a place called Oswald's. Have you ever heard of Oswald's? It's so posh that most people haven't. People out of no clubs.
No, there's 1,000 restaurants I've never heard of.
What's the establishment to you?
No. The night before the coronation, all the crowned heads of Europe dined there. The only time I've ever been there, I was taken to lunch by a man who's fabulously wealthy, who once owned a David Hockney a bigger splash pad, and I saw two reform leaders.
So he's rich. He's rich, but that doesn't make him a part of the establishment.
Yes, it doesn't. Because he lives like the establishment.
Would you say Richard Branson is part of the establishment?
Not really.
But he's rich and he goes to nice places. He lives on Martinique.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
The test is this, surely. It's not where you have lunch or what paintings you own or how many millions of pounds you might be worth. It's whether your political agenda and proposals represent a serious threat to the status quo. It's whether you are a politician who says the status quo is not good enough and needs to be fundamentally overturned. And Farage is definitely in that category. you know, as are a range of characters on the left as well. Polanski's in that category. Jeremy Corbyn's in that category. I don't care where they lunch. I don't care how much they're worth. I don't care how much they earn. The definition of being anti-establishment is if you want to overturn the system as it presently functions. He is a disruptor to the system.
But he's the disruptors of the status quo.
Okay, he's a disruptor. Fine, nobody's is arguing with that. However, if your attitude to money is a bit iffy, I think that is due for inspection.
Is it?
But when you say iffy, I mean, can you define what you mean by iffy? Does that mean that you...
So you take money from a convicted fraudster?
Oh, for goodness sake.
That's true. Posh George.
One count of wire fraud and a plea bargain to stop him having 21 other cases. It's absolutely... The convicted criminal stuff is absurd. He had one case of criminal? One case of wire fraud. Yes, I know, 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago.
So you choose your friends, you choose your enemies, you choose...
What if you take money from, say, a lord? Is that okay then? Do you know what I mean? Or you take freebies from lords? Well, because they're lords, they're not convicted.
Foreign companies based in the Cayman Islands, or all sorts of things.
There's no getting round of a conviction.
No, it's no getting around a conviction. It was one small case of wire fraud, which means a different thing in the UK.
The trigger that Nigel Farage has pulled here is to say, and this is where I agree with him, judgments of that sort should be made by the electorate, not by a standards committee.
Run by your enemies.
The good people of Clacton decide that we absolutely cannot have an MP who lunches at Oswald's or hangs out with George Cottrell or has received a gift from a crypto billionaire. That is the perfect right of the good people of Clacton. And
yes,
if Nigel Farage...
Well, they've got the facts. They're scrapped everywhere. Every single politician apart from Farage is saying them.
So the people of Clacton can hold it. But I want the people of Clacton to hold him to account, not a stuffed committee.
Which is exactly what he's asking for.
Which
is exactly what he's asking for.
He needs to be judged by the Parliamentary Standards Commission, which is by every MP is judged by.
It's a disgraceful.
He should be judged by the people who elected him.
But it sounds like they've already made the judgment because everyone's saying in the second by-election.
They're already talking about the second
by-election. So what's the point of even...
Before the judgment.
The thing is, he's become a bit of a laughing stock now, and that's it's very pleasurable to people. I couldn't like it.
Oh, it's pleasurable to you because you don't like him. So fair enough.
I recognise that he is one of the most significant politicians in this country in this century. I don't like his politics. I think he's divisive. I think he's a snake oil salesman, and I think he's very dangerous.
But don't you think the electorate should make that judgment rather than some committee of his political opponents?
His political peers.
Opponents.
You should be judged by your political peers.
You should be judged by your peers, and your peers are common citizens of this country, and they're the people who live in every house in the country.
Judged by the electorate.
Yeah.
All right,
that is your peers.
If he'd done nothing wrong, he would have let the commission judge.
No, because they would. We know it's that.
Leave it there.
You're like Donald Trump. You know.
We've got the break. You two, hello. Right, it's time now for the Great British Giveaway. Your chance to enjoy a golden year with a real gold bar worth over £5 grand, £60,000 of tax-free cash. Here are the details.
What would you do with £60,000 cash? What would you do with a real gold bar? Well, both have to be won in our Golden Summer celebration. First, there's £60,000 in tax-free cash to bolster your bank account this year. You could spend it on treats, splash out on the family, or just save it for a rainy day. It's entirely up to you. Plus, we'll also give you a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. That's genuine gold that you could gift to a loved one or just lock up in your own personal vault. The gold and the cash really could be yours. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck indeed. Right, coming up.
I am genuinely shocked, Mr. Speaker, that when given the opportunity to apologise to victims, he very publicly failed to do so.
David Lammy, he refuses to apologise to sex abuse survivors for releasing thousands of abusers early. Very shortly, I'll be joined by one survivor who says that she feels betrayed by this government. But before that, should Brits who are out of work and on benefits get free childcare? That's next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, this is Patrick Christys. Tonight with me, Nana Akweer. Now, should all Brits who are out of work and on benefits get free childcare? It's time now for our head-to-head. And the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, has called for benefits claimants who are not working to be offered free childcare. As of now, the government's offer or free nursery for 30 hours each week only applies if both parents are currently in work. But campaigners say that this means that more at-risk children are missing out on early education. In a speech earlier today, the Education Secretary has called for that to be extended to also include out-of-work benefits claimants. So tonight I'm asking, should Brits on out-of-work benefits get free childcare? Wow. Going head-to-head on this is political commentator Matthew Hulbert and Communications and PR Officer at Family Education Trust, Lucy Marsh. All right, Lucy Marsh, I'll start with you. What do you make of what Bridget Phillipson is saying?
I don't agree with her at all.
think that she's basing this announcement on zero evidence, really, that this actually benefits children. And I think actually what she's trying to do is actually separate children from parents and try to have this universal childcare policy, as if trying to say that the government or the state is better at raising children than parents. And I don't believe that that's right at all.
All right, Matthew Hulbert, what do you think?
Hi, Nana. Great to see you this evening, and hello to Lucy as well. I think this is a fantastic policy. Childcare isn't a luxury, it's the bridge into work. And if we want more people to go from benefits into work, then we need to be removing barriers, not putting them up. And this removes a barrier.
So, Matthew, if I am out of work, why would I go to work and then have to pay for the childcare? Just out of interest, why would I bother with that if I know that if I stay out of work, then somebody else will pay it for me, so I don't really have to do much? I mean, what are these parents going to be doing at home if they're not working?
I think that's a really roundabout way of looking at this.
Well, no,
I
it's
think
a
lots of
question.
people...
It's not. No, I've asked you a question. No, it's not roundabout. I've been quite direct with you and said, OK, I'm out of work. I have my children. I'm allowed to take them to nursery for free. What was I meant to be doing at home? I'm confused. What's the point? I might as well just sit home and watch TV, isn't it?
Yeah, this is about giving people the opportunity to find work who may not be able to do so currently because they have the child, because they can't afford to pay for childcare. And this removes that barrier, which was the point that I was just saying.
Well, what about the people who are at work who can't afford to have kids because they're going to have to pay for it? So should they just get out of their jobs and then they could... Do you know what I mean? There's many people out there who want children but don't have the children because they can't afford them, because they're working as well. They haven't got time.
Well, and you know, let's be honest, sometimes adults make bad decisions. But I put back to you and to Lucy, you know, should children be blamed for potentially the bad decisions of their parents? No, of course they shouldn't. You know,
well,
children should...
Are you asking them, or you answer your own question? Lucy, you answer that, because he asked the question and he answered it. Are you still there, Lucy?
It's the parents being blamed for making bad decisions. So actually, I would actually argue that this is a bad decision by the government, because it's not based on any evidence that early childcare for babies and children under 5 is actually beneficial to them, that this universal approach is the right one. Because Bridget Phillipson has quoted a study by the Centre for Social Justice, but it doesn't say anything about nurseries. It basically said that the answer for fixing worklessness is fixing schools and actually focusing on teaching children to read and giving them genuine vocational paths in terms of getting jobs. That's what this report said, and she's using it to basically say that all babies from 9 months old should be in nursery, big group state-funded care, and no one is actually asking the question, does this benefit children? And the answer to that is the government's own study from 2020, which is called the Early Education Development Impact Study, the SEED study, and it actually showed that the more children under 5 were in large group care situations, the worse their behaviour got, their self-control got once they started school. So big nursery group care like this, it actually increases anxiety and makes children's behaviour worse once they get to school. So what the government should be looking, if they get these they're vulnerable, where the children are vulnerable and they're coming to school not able to use the toilet properly, not able to talk or actually use knife and fork, what they should be looking at is actually targeting the whole family and teaching these parents how to raise their children properly, not separating the children from their parents and saying we can do a better job. They need to teach the children and the parents together, which is where Sure Start centres are a much better option. So why are they not looking at funding that rather than taking the children away from the parents?
I just think Bridget Phillipson is just making it up as she goes along. She's busking. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, how about you make childcare free for people at work. Do you know what I mean? How about you make it free for people going to work, therefore they'll go to work and then they can potentially take their children to nursery. If you're at home doing sweet whatever, then I don't see why you shouldn't look after your own kids. It's really simple. I don't see why we, the general public, should have to pay for that at all. Matthew Holbert, thank you very much, and Lucy Marsh, really good to talk to you both. All right, stay with me because coming up...
Will he apologise to the victims of the rapists, sexual predators and paedophiles that he is planning to release early?
Of course he won't. David Lammy refuses to apologise to sex abuse survivors for releasing thousands of abusers early. Very shortly, I'll be joined by one survivor who says that she feels betrayed by this government. But before that, British taxpayers could be forced to cough up £4 trillion in climate reparations because of an international court ruling. I'll reveal all in just a few minutes.
Be nice to escape the grey.
Clear skies, here we come.
As clear as our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Plenty of hot sunshine across Europe at the moment, especially hot for France and Spain. Temperatures here well above average for the time of year, but continuing to be relatively showery for Greece into Turkey. Some lively thunderstorms inland, a few affecting the islands as well. Some showers popping up over Italy where it's hot, but not as hot as much of Spain, Portugal, France, where temperatures are well above average for the time of year. It stays hot through the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Okwir, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to GB News. I'm Nana Okwir, in for Patrick Christys tonight. All right, so Britain could be liable to pay up to £4 trillion in reparations because of an international climate change ruling. In a ruling last year, the International Court of Justice said that countries have a legally binding duty to prevent climate harm and could be sued for compensation if they fail to do so. But now, former Supreme Court Justice Lord Sumpton has crunched the numbers, criticising the ruling for going too far and leaving the government wide open to avalanches of lawsuits. Indeed, a new analysis suggests that if the UK is held responsible for 3% of all global emissions, it would amount to £4 trillion in reparations to poorer countries. I mean, how can that be correct? Right, joining me now in the studio to discuss is the director of the Climate Media Coalition, Donica McCarthy. Donica, welcome to the programme. All right, seems a bit ridiculous, really. We signed up to this. America have wisely run away because they said that it wasn't really fair on American workers and also really didn't add up. They are the second highest polluters. So it seems a bit of a nonsense if they're not in, that we should carry on signing up to this.
Well, the International Criminal Court of Justice is the body set up post-World War II by Churchill and the US to adjudicate disputes between states. It's an advisory opinion by the Court of Justice. If there's a case goes forward, the Court of Justice, the two states have to agree the ruling. And if they object to it, it can go to it has no enforcement mechanism. The only enforcement mechanism is go by the Security Council, and Britain has a veto at the Security Council. But what I thought was very interesting about the report is that the Policy Exchange, which is a dark money-funded think tank, funded, as far as we know, by international oil billionaires, they admit that our emissions have caused $4 trillion damage. And what they're arguing, what they want to do is to come out of the treaties and just go back to increase the damage rather than actually stopping the damage. What the court is really saying is not that we should pay $4 trillion. That would be ridiculous. It would bankrupt every country in the world. What they are saying is going forward, we need to act and move to clean, cheap energy
but what's
and
the point of it
fossil
then?
fuels.
Because, OK, so the Paris Agreement creates legally binding duties, so the 1.3 1.3 degrees Celsius threshold. So that is legally binding, 1.5, yeah, that's legally binding. And that's all part of the overarching agreement, which means that if we don't, then we could potentially be liable for it. Now, that seems a bit absurd.
Yeah, but the Paris Treaty was based on a mechanism where there was no enforcement. It was actually a gentlewoman's agreement that we would all try every year to submit our plans. Under the Paris Agreement, every country decides what its target will be. And actually, it's expected that richer countries like Britain would actually try to go faster so that to enable poor countries to catch up with us. It was actually a very relaxed way to approach it. And Britain is moving forward constructively and has cut 50% of our emissions so far since 1990. And the exciting thing about that is our GDP has gone up 90%. So carbon emissions down 50%, GDP. So we're richer and cleaner. So
what was Lord Sumpton talking about then? Why is he so concerned? Because he's very concerned about what our legal obligations might be.
There's one aspect where actually the International Criminal Court has said the Paris Agreement is a legally binding agreement.
Exactly.
And that is about new fossil fuels. The International Energy Agency says we cannot afford to burn even 50% of what we already have. So they're saying it's illegal to actually build new infrastructure. So new oil fields are actually ruled out under this treaty.
And so this would be why people like Ed Miliband don't really want to do that, because they're concerned that then they'll be breaching agreements which could be legally binding.
If 130 countries sign up to a treaty, there's no point in having the treaty unless we fulfil the agreements under it. The thing about it is it's a win-win. Investing in new green energy is cheaper and gives us more security.
It's not, Donica. You know it isn't. Well, come on, stop. This is not true.
Look at the current
crisis. You already know that a lot of this green energy has lots of subsidies on it, and you know that, and it's us, the taxpayers, paying for it. And right now, we don't really get any sort of real benefit from it. It's investing potentially in a future that might not exist.
Up to 2017, you're right.
Exactly.
Up to 2017, new solar and wind had subsidy. At 2015, it became cost-effective and is now cheaper than new fossil fuels. So
but what about its carbon footprint? You say that.
So new fossil fuels gets a subsidy through marginal pricing, because on our electricity bills are bizarrely designed. There's £600 Tory privatisation levy, plus a £60 levy to subsidise fossil fuels because they're the most expensive. And the other point I want to make, actually, I think this report came out from Policy Exchange. Policy Exchange is funded by dark money. We don't know who funds it. And it's in a paper owned by a German billionaire. I think Reform voters and Leave voters want Britain to regain its sovereignty. And I'm really disturbed that a German billionaire and dark money billionaires are funding Policy Exchange reports like this and imposing on the British people. I think a lot of your viewers think we want our sovereignty back.
Well, we all want our sovereignty back, but when it comes to net zero and all these nonsense climate targets, I think a lot of people are saying we don't want any of it.
But don't you think
we don't want any of it because it's all bunkum, a lot of it.
For example,
the whole thing, you talk about billionaires, the whole thing, in my view, yes, there's billionaires all over this. To me, it's just a complete scam. I mean, 1.5% climate was degrees Celsius. I don't think it's achievable. The biggest polluter, America, stepped out of the agreement anyway. And like you said, the goalposts can be moved. It's not legally enforceable. What's the point of all of this unless there are not people out there making money out of this ridiculous rainbow?
Well, actually, I think the people at home are suffering in the third heat wave of this summer. The third heat wave of the summer. Not for farmers and not for food. Poor people will pay the price. Why will they pay the price? Two ways. They'll pay the price in higher food costs because extreme weather damages our crops. And secondly, they'll have to pay for the installation of air conditioning and running the air conditioning, because the elderly pensioner in an overheated flat will actually have to do that. And that means that poor are being hammered and the oil billionaires are making
I'm sorry, a lot of people will be looking at this and just saying, we have the highest energy bills
That's right.
And why?
And do you know why?
All because, yes, I do know.
Have you looked at the breakdown? Do you accept that there's a £600 privatisation levy going to the national grid and the grid network, because they failed to do it? £600. Look at the bills. It's £600 for the national grid. It's not owned by us anymore. Going back to sovereignty, I want our sovereignty back from the media billionaires. Look, this GBNews is owned by a British.
This has got nothing to do with
British owned.
Yeah, but listen, let's not bring that in. But look,
sovereignty. We don't own our national grid.
But nobody says. I would agree with you. I think we should own our energy. I don't agree with the way it's been privatised. You can't really choose. You can sort of choose a supplier, but you can't really. The whole thing is rigged against the consumer, and they move as the cartel. So the price goes up, they all go up, they're all moving together. Absolutely. This is not what...
Absolutely, I agree with you.
This is not what we want. But to be honest...
So we're on the same page.
For that bit, but as for the whole climate agenda, it's absolute. To me, it's a complete scam. And a lot of people will be saying the same thing, because if America don't join in, they are the biggest polluters. And then you've got China...
No, the second biggest.
Second biggest polluters. Yeah. But then you've got China, who are just sucking out CO2 like there's no tomorrow. I've got to go, Donica.
OK, no problem.
I'm
glad we finished on an agreement point.
We don't agree. We don't agree, Donica. We'll never agree.
Do you on the national grid?
Never, ever will I agree with Donica, apart from the fact that I don't think that water and all those energy sources should be privatised. That's what I think. But what do you think? All right, well, a statement. The Foreign Office spokesperson said the UK supported the ICJ proceedings and the UNGA resolution, particularly their focus on international cooperation and the central role of the Paris Agreement in addressing climate change. Whilst neither the advisory opinion nor the UNGA resolution is legally binding, we welcome their contribution for international discussion on a climate action. All right, coming up.
Will he apologise to the victims of the rapists, sexual predators and paedophiles that he is planning to release early?
Of course he won't. David Lammy refuses to apologise to sex abuse survivors for releasing thousands of abusers early. Well, very shortly I'll be joined by one survivor who says that she feels betrayed by this government. But before that...
Can you remind us what the fiscal rules are?
I'm not going to go through a discussion like an exam on the fiscal rules.
Why
I know
not?
what the fiscal rules are.
Yeah, what are they, Andy? Incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham has been warned he'll need £120 billion of tax rises or massive public spending cuts to stop a looming debt crisis, just literally to keep the economy and the status quo. Will there be more economic pain on the way for you at home? That is next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. Oh no, he didn't say that though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Welcome back to Patrick Christys. Tonight with me, Nana Akweer. And incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham has been warned that he'll have to raise taxes by an eye-watering £120 billion or cut public spending to stop Britain's debt from spiralling out of control. Well, the Office for Budget Responsibility has warned that Britain's public finances are on an unstable path, with Britain's debt pile close to surpassing £3 trillion. The watchdog warned that an ageing population, coupled with increased spending on the NHS and the state pension, risks pushing the debt ratio to 300% of GDP within 50 years. Well, I mean, that is totally unsustainable. It also says that the new Labour MP has the unenviable task of either raising taxes or introducing sweeping cuts to public spending. Well, joining me in the studio now to discuss this further is Director of Popular Conservatism UK, Mark Littlewood. We're in a bit of a pickle, aren't we, Mark?
The position is unbelievably bleak, and virtually no elected politician or political parties being honest and straight with the British electorate about it. Our present levels of public spending are completely unsustainable. They have been for some time. You have to go all the way back to 2001, 25 years ago, before a government of any stripe was able to balance the budget. 25 years of every year we've spent beyond our means. There's always an excuse, you know, it's COVID or the war in Ukraine or the war in Iran or something else, or Brexit or the banking crisis. We've never had a normal year. You never hear from politicians, actually, good news, guys, we've had a great year this year. We've been able to tuck some money away for a rainy day. We are spending way beyond our means. And as the OBR rightly point out, even though I'm one of their FIS fiercest critics. Even if you can plug the gap today, all of the long-term factors are against us. We've got an ageing population, we haven't worked out how to pay for social care, the cost of healthcare is going up every year and we're publicly funding it, welfare is out of control and welfare spending is going to go up if we don't do anything about it. So, what do? If you put yourself more in debt, at some point you go bust and it becomes more and more expensive to borrow money because the money markets say, I know your numbers don't add up, I'm going to charge you a higher premium.
But what you're saying is successive governments have put us in this mess.
Correct.
Because 25 years ago was the last time that we were actually in any sort of good shape.
Yeah.
So they've all messed it up, really.
Oh, yeah.
And this latest version, so the Labour Party, has Rachel Reeves made it considerably worse? Has she made the complete wrong decisions?
Yes. I mean, she claimed, I didn't really believe her numbers, she inherited a £22 billion black hole. But she's now racking up budget deficits which are about 8 times that. So she's leaving a bigger black hole for whoever replaces her. So what's to be done? Well, you can't keep borrowing more forever because the markets won't lend you money at a reasonable rate. One theory goes that, well, we'll put up taxes on the rich and the wealthy to plug the gap. The other theory goes that you've got to cut public spending. I literally think we cannot put taxes up much higher. Because if you put up the rates, let's just say we said, we've got a cutting plan, let's put the top rate of income tax up from 45% to 55% or 60%. You would likely not raise a single bean overall because richer people would retire early, they'd leave the country.
What's the way out?
You have got to, I think, take a zero-based, that's to say start with a blank sheet of paper, look at the spending side of the ledger, not the revenue-raising side of the ledger. We can't squeeze any more money out of the private sector. How are we going to find cuts of about 100, 150, 200 billion pounds a year? And we need to have a serious discussion about that. There's a danger that politicians of all parties prioritise everything. We've got to have more on welfare, more on pensions, more on healthcare, more on education, more on defence. And if you prioritise everything, you prioritise nothing. So we have got to cut public spending from its present levels. We've got to have a serious discussion about how we do that fairly and reasonably and in a just but sensible and timely fashion. And if we don't have that debate and we just continue with this blinkered approach, at some point the international money markets will do it for us, and that will be a much, much grimmer day of reckoning.
All right, Mark Littlewood, thank you for that. So Andy Burnham has got his work cut out. All right, good luck to Andy on that one. All right, well, coming up.
I am genuinely shocked, Mr. Speaker, that when given the opportunity to apologise to victims, he very publicly failed to do so.
Yes, David Lammy refuses to apologise to sex abuse survivors for releasing thousands of abusers early. Well, very shortly I'll be joined by a survivor who says that she feels betrayed by this government. Plus, more communities are about to be irreversibly changed. Shabana Mahmood says that she's dumping migrants in military barracks. That's coming up.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Over the next 24 hours, it will stay fine across the UK with high pressure in charge. Temperatures continue to climb both by day and by night, with the heat expected to peak on Thursday and Friday. Here's the high pressure responsible for widely dry and bright weather at the moment. One exception, the north and northwest of Scotland continues to see low cloud and some patchy rain and drizzle. Otherwise, we're seeing the heat that was previously confined to the south spread more widely, and a widely warm night tonight, with temperatures staying in the mid to high teens across much of the country. Now, we start the day with some low cloud across western parts of Britain, Northern Ireland as well, and we continue to see these outbreaks of light rain and drizzle for the far west and northwest of Scotland. Sunniest skies in Scotland, eastern areas, the southeast as well. Now, for Northern Ireland, patchy cloud begin things. Eastern England, plenty of sunshine. Western England, prone to a bit more cloud, likewise for West Wales. But the cloud across western parts of England and Wales tends to retreat back to the coast during the morning relatively quickly, so widespread blue skies developing. For Northern Ireland, we keep layers of cloud, and some of these cloud layers also drifting west to east across Scotland, turning the sunshine more hazy into the afternoon. Again, some persistent light rain drizzle for the far northwest of Scotland. Here it will be cool, but elsewhere widely across the UK, mid to high 20s, and in the south up to 34, 35 Celsius. Friday, another warm start to the day, patchy cloud in the far south. More persistent rain coming into the northwest of Scotland for a time. In between, lots of sunshine, and this is likely to be the hottest day of this heat wave, 36 Celsius possible in the warmest spot of the south, but it stays fine through the weekend.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
To warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car,
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point.
Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, it is 10 o'clock. I'm Nana Akwe, covering for Patrick Christys, and breaking news tonight.
It's coming home! It's coming home! It's coming! Come on, England! I love you! I love you!
We may be getting a little bit overexcited, but maybe it'll happen. If Britain win the World Cup, then we will get a bank holiday. Also tonight.
Will he apologise to the victims of the rapists, sexual predators and paedophiles that he is planning to release early?
Of course he won't. David Lammy refuses to apologise to sex abuse survivors for releasing thousands of abusers early. I'll be joined by one survivor who says that she feels betrayed by this government.
Two streets! Our streets! Two streets! Our streets! Two streets! Our streets!
More communities are about to be irreversibly changed. Shabana Mahmood says that dumping migrants in military barracks in the future is the future of asylum accommodation. I'll have lots of tomorrow's newspaper front pages and breaking news on the front page of the iPaper. Police launched investigation into £37,500 donation to Robert Jenrick's campaign. On my panel tonight, Director of Popular Conservatism Mark Littlewood, former Director of Communications for the Reform Party Gwen Towler, and also broadcaster and journalist Nina Mishkow. Well, your Wednesday night starts here. Labour are betraying sex abuse victims. That's next.
Good evening, it's 2 minutes past 10. I'm Katie Bowen in the GB newsroom. We start with a breaking update tonight. The US military is currently conducting fresh strikes on Iran, hours after President Trump declared that the ceasefire was over. US Central Command has said this evening that the strikes are attempting to degrade Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. The statement said that the United States is holding Iran accountable for recent unjustified aggression against commercial shipping and civilian crews freely navigating a vital international waterway. Iranian media is reporting that Iran will shortly launch a massive attack on US army bases in the region. Live pictures here from nearby Iraq, where the funeral for former Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in February during Israeli and US airstrikes on Iran, is currently taking place. More on these breaking developments throughout the evening. Elsewhere, there are reports tonight that the Home Secretary is set to change the law to allow the deportation of a Rochdale grooming gang leader who was released from prison last week. Shabana Mahmood is expected to set out plans on Monday to amend the 1971 Immigration Act, which currently prevents 73-year-old Shabir Ahmed from being deported from the UK. Ahmed was released on the 2nd of July after serving 14 years for rape and sexual offences against girls, some as young as 12. He had been sentenced to 19 years in prison. Former Veterans Minister Al Carnes has backed Andy Burnham to become Labour leader, now paving the way for the Makefield MP to become Prime Minister. The MP for Birmingham Selly Oak has confirmed tonight that he won't stand in any Labour leadership contest. He'd previously refused to rule out running against Mr Burnham until he heard more about his plan for the country. The confirmation means Andy Burnham is now the only candidate left in the running, with nominations due to open tomorrow. Reform UK has said it will propose a by-election in the Clacton seat vacated by Nigel Farage on the 6th of August. Earlier, Mr Farage formally quit as the MP for Clacton after being appointed as steward and bailiff of the Manor of Northstead under the procedure used to resign from the House of Commons. Today, Chancellor Rachel Reeves said that she would agree to Mr Farage's request to quit as an MP so he can, quote, spend the summer arguing with a bin, after the Liberal Democrats called on her to block the process. The King has accepted the government's advice to grant Ruth Ellis, the last woman to be executed in the United Kingdom, a conditional pardon, Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy has said. Ruth Ellis was executed on the 13th of July 1955 after being convicted of murdering David Blackley. Last year, her grandchildren called for a posthumous pardon, saying she was physically and emotionally abused by her partner before she killed him. David Lammy added that he hopes that the decision provides some peace to her family. And Britain's Arthur Ferry has reached the Wimbledon semi-finals after beating Italy's Flavio Cobolli in their quarter-final match. The 23-year-old has become the first British wildcard to reach the gentlemen's singles semi-finals in the Open era. He was cheered on by Her Majesty the Queen as he won his quarter-final in straight sets on centre court. The royal family have congratulated Arthur Ferry on social media tonight. Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Nana.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Some breaking news to bring you now. An extra bank holiday is likely heading our way if England win the World Cup on July the 19th. That's my birthday. And bring it home for the first time since 1966. Government officials, though, have hinted that the outgoing Prime Minister would authorise a national day off for everyone to celebrate. GB News understands that the most likely date for a bank holiday would be the Friday following the final, so Friday the 24th of July. Well, more on this breaking news very shortly. But first, Labour has betrayed rape gang and sex abuse victims. Today, David Lammy was given the opportunity to apologise to them for the plans that he has to free thousands of abusers early.
Will he apologise to the victims of the rapists, sexual predators and paedophiles that he is planning to release early?
Now, he asks about a very serious issue, and every decision we have taken has been based on public safety and delivering justice for victims.
And I am genuinely shocked, Mr. Speaker, that when given the opportunity to apologise to victims, he very publicly failed to do so.
He knows that while he was Home Secretary, they had an early release scheme that set out 10,000 offenders, 10,000 under his... They had 6 schemes within a year.
So under those plans, which Lammy refused to apologise for, most criminals, including some sex offenders, will be released after serving just a third of their sentence if they demonstrate good behaviour behind bars. Now, it's left thousands of survivors living in fear for their lives, and this government doesn't seem to want to show them even an ounce of sympathy. Some of the most vile criminals have been freed onto the streets. Shabir Ahmed, the ringleader of a vile Pakistani rape gang, was released last week, having served just 14 years of a 22-year sentence. One of his victims, who has spoken out using the pseudonym Ruby, has been given extra security at home. She's so scared for her own safety and her kids' safety. She says that she's been left to fend for herself because of a lack of support from the authorities. Ruby was threatened at gunpoint by an associate of the gang in 2011 who said that he would shoot her if she went to the police. She bumped into one of her abusers, Ahmed's friend Adil Khan, in an Asda in Rochdale in 2018 after he was released from prison. And it's not just Ruby that's now living in complete fear. Bradford grooming gang survivor Fiona Goddard says that she has been notified by officials that 3 members of the gang are due to be freed early from jail in the coming months, with 2 more following the next year. Rotherham grooming gang survivor Sarah Wisson has also received a letter warning her that 2 men convicted of abusing her could also be set for early release. Now, she spoke very bravely to GB News this week about the toll that it's taken on her.
I've gone through 3 criminal trials in the space of 2 years and successfully secured 125 years justice. But now I feel like I'm having it all chucked back in my face, and that it was all for nothing.
And Sarah, that's because 2 men, I believe, who were jailed, one in September of last year and one earlier this year, they now could be released early after you received that letter. How did it feel when you got that note?
My heart absolutely sank. I've stopped eating, I can't sleep, my mental health has took a total dive. I just think it's totally unfair that this is allowed to happen, that this circus is allowed to carry on.
Now, Vicky Crawford was just 14 when she was abused in the late 80s. She fought a relentless battle for justice, and after years of delays, her abuser was finally jailed for 7 years in 2024. Now, she personally met the Prime Minister earlier this year. She said that he looked at her in the eye and then assured her that he would be focusing on the victims in tackling violence against women and girls. But now, after her perpetrators served just a fraction of his sentence, she's been told that he'll be considered for early release. Well, I'm joined now by Vicky Crawford herself. Vicky, thank you very much for joining me. And you've bravely fought an incredible battle to get the perpetrator to jail. I mean, into jail. Talk to me about what it took, what you had to do over the period of time, which I believe is probably longer than the time this guy is going to be in prison, and also why you're so angry with the Prime Minister.
Well,
I reported the offences in 2018. Initially, it took 2.5 years to investigate it. Then it went to the CPS, and the CPS refused to charge him. So I had to do a victim's right to review, which I had to do up to stage 2, which is, and it's quite rare to get that overturned at stage 2. And he was charged with 8 counts of indecent assault. It then went to court, and over the space of nearly 3 years, it was adjourned 6 times, 5 of which were on the day of the trial. He did eventually, it did go to trial in March of 2024, and he was convicted unanimously on every count. Each count would have amounted to 23 years, but obviously they're served concurrently. So he got 7 years, total sentence. So to find out that he's being reviewed for release has been quite a shock after going through everything that I went through, especially the right to review, and the delays were horrific. This just feels like a massive betrayal. And it just feels like an injustice because you fight for those sentences. They're not something that, that it just comes. There's a long haul to get there. And to find that the government are now effectively slashing them because the way that the early release scheme works, it is, it reduces the sentence really in all realistic terms. And I think one thing that I found quite difficult is that the government aren't being clear about what this early release scheme actually is. And when you look at it in its entirety, it's actually, it's quite depressing to be on the receiving end of this. I don't have the same level of fear for my safety in as much as I don't have to worry about grooming gangs, but I do have a fear for my safety. And I'm not sure that releasing a lot of prisoners very, very quickly can be done safely. That's my concerns, really.
I mean, first of all, you're very brave to even speak openly, and people can see who you are. You're not hiding your identity, and the fight that you have really fought to make sure that your perpetrator is punished. Listening to that 7 years doesn't sound quite right to me. It sounds like he should have got a lot longer anyway. And then to add insult to an injury, they're talking about releasing him early. It's just frightening. And the thing is, has that person learnt their lesson? I'm not being funny, but I very much doubt it in the short space of time. And that person could potentially be a danger. Now, apparently, Andy Burnham was looking at allowing the early release, but maybe not for perpetrators of crimes like the one that were perpetrated on you. But you looked Keir Starmer in the eye, and he promised you that he would protect women and girls. How do you feel about him?
Well, I waived my anonymity because of court delays. So to be caught up in this as well is a bit of a double whammy. But I do feel disappointed. I have a lot of respect for politicians as people, but the politics is dreadful. When you're caught up in such a massive news story like this one, it's very difficult to put into words how I feel, because I have respect for them in a lot of respects, because I do believe they're trying to do things. But I also feel incredibly let down by what's just happened, considering how recent it was that I met Keir Starmer.
Yeah, and they're not really, they don't seem to be, almost as though they're not taking that crime as seriously as you'd like them to, because to release somebody out onto the streets as well, because that's where they're going to be, and, who's to say that they won't be doing that again? And that is the worry. I think that the government. I mean, what would you say? What do you think would be the solution in your mind? Instead of this early release, what would you suggest? And if you were talking to Keir Starmer or Andy Burnham or whoever ends up being at the helm, what would you be saying to them?
There are people in prison on sentences that don't have an end date. I can't remember the name of the type of sentence. They're in prison for quite minimal crimes, some of them. start looking at their sentence. Start looking at other people's sentences. But when you release someone like a child sex offender, I said this yesterday, child sex offenders do not announce their risk. They hide it. And you can't be sure that you're not letting out people that are going to reoffend.
Yeah.
And that would be my, you know, what I want to say to them. It's just like, look at other offences and sentences, and you know, really think about who you're letting out. Because letting out sex offenders is not a good thing at all.
I think it's frightening. I'd be castrating the lot of them, actually, to be honest with you, Vicky. I mean, I don't mean to be, you know, and then some, if they go beyond that and do that and, you know, hurt people, then I'd be executing, actually, and I don't mean to be that, you know, but I just think it's awful, crimes against children. I can't really quite get my head around that. Vicky, thank you so much for sharing your story and, you know, and all the hard work you've done to potentially protect other women from these awful abusers. Thank you very much. That's Vicky Crawford. All right, well, let's get the thoughts of my panel. Director of Popular Conservatism UK, Mark Littlewood, former Director of Communications for Reform UK, Gwen Towler, and writer and broadcaster, Nina Mishkoff. Right. OK. So Keir Starmer looked Vicky in the eye, said that, you know, he's got his eye on this, he knows what he's going to do about this. And in the end, the solution is, well, David Lammy comes up with a proposal to let out these sort of people early. I mean, it's to me, I just don't get why we can't either build more prisons or make these people stay in prison longer. I mean, Mark, it's just shocking, but it was the Conservatives who kind of didn't build more prisons, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah. A massive failure on capacity. I think there's also a failure on prioritisation. My own approach, which Vicky was hinting at there, is I'm much more relaxed about early release of prisoners who have not committed a crime involving sex or violence. You know, they may still be wrong-uns, but if you're in for property theft or something like that, I would consider your case for early release if there are capacity issues way ahead of any paedophile, rapist or the like. Then there's the other thing, isn't there, that when they are released, so put aside whether the sentences are tough enough, whether there should be early release, and I think to get early release, you need to behave like a saint in prison, right? Good behaviour isn't just that you haven't got involved in a punch-up or crime in prison. It needs to be positively angelic for us to consider early release. Then we've got to decide, well, what do we do and how do we help the victims when these people come out? Because by and large, unless we go for the full Nana criminal justice policy, a lot of wrong-uns are going to be released, right? And at that point, I think we've got to consider things such as you are released, but you cannot go within 50 miles or 100 miles of a particular town or territory, for example.
But that sounds great, but I don't know how easy that is to police. I mean, I just think it'd have tags or...
Well, you can certainly do it with tags, even if you don't police it. We're hearing that story about somebody who saw somebody in their local branch of Asda. If you're caught breaching that rule, 10 more years in prison.
Or maybe finish your sentence.
Yeah, finish the rest of whatever it might be. So I think we can impose those sort of things. I think we're unimaginative about basically allowing people to come out but putting them under effective house arrest, where you've basically got to stay at home and we'll ankle brace you. So I just think the government's got its priorities wrong and has been unimaginative. Meantime, fair criticism, we have not built enough prisons and we've got to start investing in that and turning it around fast.
Nina, do you think that Keir Starmer has let the victims down?
I think Keir Starmer is the last person who's let victims down. Victims have, and I really admire her, and I, you know, would like to congratulate her. And she seems a very dignified, decent woman. Yeah. And nobody deserves that kind of treatment. But she's been let down by the system, by care workers, if you like, the police, local politicians, whatever. She's been. You can go back to. She's even been let down, if you like, in some cases by the leader of the opposition when Kemi Badenoch was Equalities Minister. Not a word did she mention about grooming gangs or anything remotely like that in Parliament, not once. And Mark is right. The Conservatives left Labour with almost no capacity in the prison. And the fact that not just they didn't build prisons, they shut down 23. Labour is now building another 14,000 places. But if we don't do something, those prisons will be full by November. It's an impossible situation. So what do you do? What do you do? She has been let down by the CPS under the Conservatives back then, and by everybody. And nobody has come up with a decent solution. You know, I understand. I don't want to see rapists free.
Well, my solution was prioritise non-violent offenders. So why aren't we doing that?
All right, let's get
There are thousands, and I agree with you on Vicky
Are there
being.
thousands? You say thousands. I mean, I would question that.
Hold on, there are thousands that they're releasing.
Thousands of what? We don't even.
Yeah.
Hold on.
5,000 people.
Hold on. There are 10,000 foreign nationals in British prisons. They can get back to their country tomorrow. One.
That's not what we're
Two.
discussing.
Well, that frees up capacity.
Making places in prison. Two, I don't think somebody who says that Keir Starmer told them personally, that he would put victims first. You cannot say that Keir Starmer is out of the picture here. You can't.
Can I interject for one moment? Just point out to you that in the interim, and he actually met her and presumably other victims in March, so a lot has happened, and he is no longer going to be Prime Minister. So I don't think you can say that, you know, that he has not made them a priority, because he's on his way out.
In what way has he?
I'm sorry.
No, that's not good enough. That's nonsense.
That's specious. But I mean, the point is, there are other things. As you were saying, there are thousands of women who are in prison for non-payment of their BBC licence fee.
Yeah.
These people should not be in prison at all.
Yeah.
This again opens up spaces.
I think you make a point that there are too many people in prison, and some of the crimes they're criminalising and putting people behind bars will seem a bit absurd, and yet they're allowing rapists and paedophiles to be released. I mean, anyone listening to that would think it's madness. It is madness. But coming up, I'll have all of tomorrow's newspaper's front covers, and breaking on the front page of The Eye, police launched an investigation into £37,500 donation to Robert Jenrick's campaign. But before that, more communities are about to be irreversibly changed. Shabana Mahmood says that dumping migrants in military barracks is the future of asylum accommodation. That's next.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel. Welcome back to Patrick Christys Tonight with me, Nana Akweer. All of tomorrow's newspaper front page is coming up shortly. But first, here are all the details you need to win the Great British Giveaway.
What would you do with £60,000 cash? What would you do with a real gold bar? Well, both have to be won in our Golden Summer celebration. First, there's £60,000 in tax-free cash to bolster your bank account this year. You could spend it on treats, splash out on the family, or just save it for a rainy day. It's entirely up to you. Plus, we'll also give you a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. That's genuine gold that you could gift to a loved one or just lock up in your own personal vault. The gold and the cash really could be yours. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Indeed. Right. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, has declared that former military bases are the future of asylum accommodation in Britain as Labour pushes ahead with its plan to end the use of costly migrant hotels by 2029. Now, the government is planning to convert 3 additional former barracks into asylum sites for almost 3,750 migrants, whilst expanding 2 existing camps to house another 1,750. But the plans are already sparking fierce opposition, with residents living near the proposed sites threatening legal action. Well, I'm joined now by the director of Crowborough Shield, Kim Bailey. Kim, welcome to the programme. Now,
hi, Nana.
I like the idea of army barracks being used for this, but the issue I have, and I don't know whether it's the same one that you have, Kim, is that anyone who is in there can then roam freely around wherever they are, which I just have a slight problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, you hear Shabana Mahmood saying all the time it's about disused army barracks. Well, first of all, Crowborough was not disused. It was home to thousands of cadets that use that site weekly, and they've actually been displaced. Now, on the kind of face value, you might think, well, that's okay. Yeah, they'll be detained. They'll be behind, gates and fences. Well, that's not the case at all. I mean, there is no fence. It's a very thin fence around Crowborough. They are free to come and go. It's just absolute madness, her doing this. And she acts so triumphant with, I listened to her in that meeting. She could barely string the sentence together saying that we're going to close down the hotels. It's not an achievement. This is just moving a problem from one place to another. To say that this is the future, I mean, we've already had a case where they've ruled that it was unlawful to house migrants in this way. We've obviously got our judicial review coming up in a couple of weeks now. You've got the other sites that are now saying they're going to take legal action. So does she truly think this is the future when so many organisations, so many of the public are so against this? I don't know where she gets her thoughts from in terms of this is a success.
Well, surely if they were in the barracks but they couldn't leave, wouldn't that be okay?
I think a lot of people would feel a lot more secure if the site was secure, but it's not. And as you can see on the screen, that is, they are free to come and go, and that site, there is nothing secure about it. So They've also got like zero tolerance alcohol and drug policy, which on site, which means that's being pushed into the streets. We're seeing drunk asylum seekers around the town. I was in the park at the weekend with children, and there was an asylum seeker there. He'd been drinking all day. He was just drunk and sat on the bench. It's not secure in any way whatsoever. These people are free to come and go. There's no checking. We saw in the media as well that there was someone that was arrested who was wanted in Germany for rape or an alleged rape. So it's not safe, and yeah, they're not secure at all.
I mean, I'm sure, I don't know, but some people might say that, well, there'll be a couple of rogue ones, but not everyone's bad. And these people have got to go somewhere. And surely that is actually, at least it's a contained environment where we know where they are, rather than being dispersed in HMOs all over the place where actually you can't really keep tabs on anyone.
I mean, you can't keep tabs on them anyway. We know that a lot of the asylum seekers at the camp just disappear. They find their own accommodation. The Home Office don't see that as a problem. HMOs are just as big a problem. The hotels are just as big a problem. But what Shabana Mahmood is saying is that, she's announcing, almost advertising, that we have now got loads more spaces available for the next 5 years. She's saying about getting rid of these pull factors. And actually, when you speak to some of the asylum seekers in the camp, they're actually saying that the army barracks are better than the hotels because there are so many charities and organisations now that are going there and giving them day trips and drumming lessons and football tournaments, and that was confirmed by the Home Office. So they've actually they actually prefer the military barracks now to the hotels because there's lots more for them to do. Lots more charities are getting involved. The whole thing is just absolute madness, and I just hope that when we get to court in the next couple of weeks that we have, Justice Mould will see this for what it is. It's just madness, and it's disruptive to communities. I mean, look at what's happening here in Crowborough. It's now happening in Linton-on-Ouse, in Barnum, in Bicester. Weathersfield have been going through it for years. It's just so disruptive. It's awful, actually.
I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. Because,
I've done plenty of that.
It just seems so nonsensical. I wouldn't be having these people come here in the first place. I wouldn't be, I don't see why the British taxpayer, who's already strapped for cash, should be paying for these people. I find it just deeply offensive.
I mean,
I'm sorry that you have to go through. It makes me so angry.
It's 4 to 5 times more expensive. To put them in army barracks is 4 or 5 times more expensive than hotels. And what we're actually hearing now is that these charity organisations are being given money, government money, to go in and support them. So the figures that I have, which is around 15 million just in the first quarter, is actually not true because it's a lot more.
Well, all the figures are a lot more. I mean, it's all, to me, Kim, they're hiding everything. It's all lies. I wouldn't have them in there. I would actually stop the boats. And I think that's what needs to happen. We cannot carry on with this.
That's the key thing.
Kim Bailey, really good to talk to you. The boats need to stop arriving. We can't afford it. I don't know why the government are just going along with this when a lot of people in this country are struggling for the very survival. All right, well, thank you very much. That's Kim Bailey. She's the director of Crowborough Shield. All right, coming up, I'll have all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages and breaking news on the front page of the Telegraph. Rochdale rapist will be deported.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Plenty of hot sunshine across Europe at the moment, especially hot for France and Spain. Temperatures here well above average for the time of year, but continuing to be relatively showery for Greece into Turkey. Some lively thunderstorms inland, a few affecting the islands as well. Some showers popping up over Italy where it's hot, but not as hot as much of Spain, Portugal, France, where temperatures are well above average for the time of year. It stays hot through the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates,
lively conversation,
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
and each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce,
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the
unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening. This is Patrick Christys tonight on GB News. Right, let's have a look at the front cover of tomorrow's front pages. OK, let's see The Guardian. More reform transactions worth millions, reported to crime agency. The Eye paper leads with police investigation. Police launch investigation into 37,500 donation to Robert Jenrick. Express. Labour and Tories running scared. The Daily Mail leads with Farage, bin-faced by-election is deadly serious. Put the two things together, it's not though, is it? It's not though, is it? The Telegraph, a Rochdale rapist will be deported. Right, let's go to my panel. Let's get the thoughts. We've got Mark Littlewood, former Director of Communications for Reform UK, Gwen Towler, and broadcaster and writer Nina Mishkov. All right, I didn't see that with the Daily Mail. A white pill and movies. No, let's talk about that. All right, let's talk about Farage. Bin-faced by-elections is deadly serious. Two things together, they don't sound that serious, do they? Bin-face.
The by-elections are.
But bin-face.
No. By-elections
He's
are
going up
serious.
against bin-face. Do you not think that sort of...
Well, that's because the other parties are running scared. So, hey, they want to convict him in a small room in Westminster rather than have the judgment of the people of Clacton. If they wish him to be up against bin-face so they can go ha, 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 it's still... that is held in contempt, not for Farage, but for the people of Clacton.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Why is it contempt for people?
Because if there's an election...
Because they've allowed him to have a by-election. They've said, yes, we'll have a by-election.
Yes.
And he's having a by-election.
Indeed. And they're not standing in it because none of them, they know they can't win.
Any party that wants to stand can stand.
Of course, they have the right to do this.
Absolutely.
But it turns around to the people of Clacton and say, we don't believe we don't want your votes.
No, but they'd voted him.
We don't want our votes.
They'd voted him in, and it's Farage's decision to step back.
Yes.
If it comes...
But doesn't every party do that? So,
yes.
The Makerfield by-election was that. So
what's the problem?
The point is, there's not a problem. Farage is going to win. But the point is, the other parties have all come, as always. They come together as the uni party, and now Mr. Leonard Restall will come in.
One of the first times, I believe, that they've ever come together.
Except they did it against David Davis and Holton Howden. They did exactly that.
How many years ago was that?
Well, you said they don't do it, and they do.
No. How many years ago was that? Was it this
Labour and the Liberal Democrats stood down for Martin Bell.
It was this century.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it probably about 15 years ago, 20 years ago? So it's not a recurring habit.
No, it's not a recurring habit.
Yeah, but it's very unusual. It's very unusual for a politician to step down and force a by-election that they run in. Most by-elections are brought about by death. So corruption. So in by-elections, where, for example, when Zach Goldsmith stood down and said he'd force a by-election, that was quite recently over Heathrow, the Conservatives didn't run against him. Can I make a shout out there for Count Binface?
I hope he wins.
This bloke is a publicity machine and great fun. And I love that. I love that British politics has these characters in it. He's also got some pretty good policies. One of his policies is to increase the number of points you get for a try in rugby league from 5 to 7, in line with inflation, he says, which I think is pretty good. He's going to cap the price of a 99 flake at 99p. I just think it's hilarious that these characters are involved. It's a uniquely British, eccentric tradition, and I welcome it. All of that said, if this by-election does end up with Count Binface being Farage's principal opponent, it is a fiasco.
Well, it will mean that Farage is rubbish. I didn't get it.
Yeah. Well, and the jokes write themselves, but the jokes are on the people of Clacton. The jokes are on themselves.
No, it's not. I actually think that, to be honest, it is a bit sort of snooty of the other parties because they're working on the presumption that there'll be a second by-election.
Well, they've already said there definitely will be.
That means that there's no real justice. Why bother with the Standards Committee investigation? But I want to talk about this. Rochdale rapist will be deported. The front of the Telegraph. Shabana Mahmood is talking the talk as usual. She talks the talk.
Well, she said she's going to walk the walk.
But I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as she's making it sound on this.
Well,
they're going to change the law. Good.
It's great that this is going to happen.
But the problem with it, though, is what will be the repercussions from it? Might it affect others inadvertently? So for those who have arrived in the UK before 1973, it is. Will it affect everybody? Because if you're changing the law, then will it be an overall law?
I hope so.
Well, yes.
But that's everyone.
Everybody who's going to be deported for a criminal offence.
So the rule at the moment, is we can't deport you if you were a British citizen prior to that timeline.
No, you're a Commonwealth citizen.
Commonwealth citizen. Sorry.
Will it be on condition that you've committed a crime?
Yes.
I'm just making sure. Because otherwise,
and also, actually, when he left Pakistan wasn't a member of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't count for him anyhow.
The point being...
The original law was appallingly drafted, basically.
The point being that Shabana Mahmood has actually done something about a problem which we discussed on the sofa probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and everybody was, jumping up and down saying, this is outrageous, the government does nothing. Well, the government is doing something.
This, I agree.
Yeah. And Shabana Mahmood is generally the one who does it. And she's a fantastic, feisty, strong woman, and good on her.
Well, let's see, because the other thing is that there are conditions attached. So let's see if Shabana Mahmood crumbles like a deck chair, or whether she actually says, no, we're not going to do that.
She's not a crumbling...
Well, does one crumble like a deck chair, or does one fold like a chair?
Like a deck chair, fold.
Crumbling like a biscuit.
Crumble like a biscuit, fold like a deck chair, surely.
Whatever. She's neither a biscuit nor a deck chair.
Well,
I would agree.
She'll fold like a cheap suit? No.
My cheap suit's always fold.
All right, we'll stay with us. Coming up, breaking news on the front page of the Times. Burnham aimed defence spending at British firms.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
From football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast,
Every morning from 6 a.m.
only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening. This is Patrick Christys tonight, only on GB News. Let's take a look at tomorrow's front pages. The front page of the Times. Burnham, I'll aim defence spending at firms, at British firms. The Metro, Trump tears peace hopes into pieces. And in The Independent, Trump tears up Iran's ceasefire as bombing resumes. The Sun, my £12 million win binned, jackpot probed after shop-tossed ticket. That's annoying, isn't it? God, how much? 12 million. Oh, God, I'd cry. Mirror, bin him off. Voters urged to teach Farage a lesson at the polls. All right, let's go to my panel and see what they think about that. Bin him off. We've got Farage at the polls. Let's have a look at the front page on the Times. Let's take a look at it now. Oh, here we go. Burnham, I'll aim defence spending at British firms. I think this is a great idea. I would want more industry built in this country. I want better for the tax take, for the exchequer, surely.
Well, look, the question is whether you want the best kit or whether you want British kit. I'm not trying to talk down British kit. Perhaps it is the best, but it is not always the best. If you want a decent guidance system for our nuclear deterrent, you cannot source that from a British firm. If you therefore spend the budget on the guidance system for your nuclear deterrent on a British firm, you will have a terrible guidance system. The only system that works is an American system. So I think that building up our defence to the highest quality fast is a high national priority. This isn't about building our defences to the highest quality fast. This is about using the defence budget as some kind of industrial strategy. That, to my mind, is a lower priority. If you want to use funds to help recreate industry, reindustrialise or whatever, different argument. The priority has to be the best defence we can get. And if that means buying British, fine. If it means buying American or European, fine too.
And there are absolutely world-beating British firms, particularly in the world of drones, that have been crying out to the extent that they're now going to be bought by American companies because we cannot upscale them, because we've not been spending them. All around the world, there are people looking at this firm saying we want to buy their kit, but we haven't been. So some of this is fine. It is noticeable, and Anita pointed out to me earlier, that he talks about losing dependence both on American, international and our European allies. The problem is, with the European reset of Starmer, and Burnham himself has been talking about wanting to rejoin the EU, that is actually against the rules of the reset. So this is going to be problematic if he carries on with it.
Rejoining EU, we're talking decades from now. We're not talking.
No, the reset already
is happening now.
Yeah. But the point
defence procurement's part of it.
The point being that, and I do disagree with you partially, Mark, on this, because we do have to rearm. I understand that. We do have to get the best. But we also, the problem is Margaret Thatcher destroyed our manufacturing industries. We have been for decades in decline, and we need to ramp this up. And maybe starting with drones, we can do this, and then
We'll
get our
start with
engineers.
scrapping carbon net zero and bringing energy
that would
prices
allow all our companies to do well.
Yeah. You want to reindustrialise,
you've got
get
to do
rid
that.
of carbon net zero now. That is the biggest disincentive to industrialisation in Britain. High energy costs mean industrialisation is impossible.
If we can make an industry out of the business, then fine. Great British Energy. Let's go for it. Let's have a reset.
One of the things that they were mooting when they were discussing this net zero were electric tanks.
But you plug them in halfway across the battlefield.
That anyone even thought that.
And the weight of the batteries required for a tank to do that means the tank won't be able to drive down the road.
Because if a tank sort of exploded, you'd never be able to put the fire out.
But also, what tanks are a very sore subject in terms of the army, because the Ajax tank, which was commissioned, is a complete disaster.
Which goes to go exactly.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? Can I just finish what I'm saying? So, a complete disaster, commissioned. They've cost billions of pounds, and they have still not been delivered because they make the soldiers inside them sick, deaf. They can't go backwards. It's been in terms of army procurement. You talk about buying the best that we can get, and we should do, and we should also try to re-energise our own industry and make the best. But we also have to have people in the army who can procure the right things. And this is nonsense.
Procure the best.
Yes, exactly.
It's not just the army though; it's the MOD.
Well, MOD then, fine.
The MOD is largely not military; it's largely civil service, and the civil government procurement in every single area is a disaster. Be it health procurement, education procurement, defence procurement. Government procurement is a disaster zone, and it has to be completely ripped up and
it's all
start
coming
again.
through civil servants as well, which is the worry, because they don't really know what they're doing. I mean, to be honest, they're not really expecting.
But surely all aspects of government procurement are massively overpriced, massively overcost, and massively bad for productivity.
Potentially corrupt.
It's because they're not affected by the source of the.
It's other people's money.
It's other people's money. Yeah, it's other people's money. So who cares? Just spend that. Oh, it's the taxpayer. We can just get some more of that.
Yeah.
So they don't really care. I think they should almost be on partly commission. The more money they save, the more money they can earn.
Damn right.
I think that there needs to be some sort of more.
And we should incentivise them to put themselves out of work. If you can close down your department and it's not reinvented for at least 10 years, I'm happy to give you a big fat redundancy check. I want to incentivise civil servants to close themselves down.
I'd just kick fire.
Otherwise, you bring in Musk, do you?
I'd just get.
No, just sort them out themselves. The problem is they invent new schemes for themselves day after day, week after week. You've got to incentivise them to make themselves redundant.
Parkinson's law writ large.
But surely the final decisions are made by people within the Army, the Air Force, or the Navy.
No, they're made by ministers.
Made by the MOD.
They're made by the MOD, they're made by ministers, and they're made by people under a great deal of pressure and friends in high places.
Friends in high places, I've got quite a few of those. Well, not really, actually.
You should be in charge of our defence procurement.
I should. Well, it's not going to say thank you to my panel. Mark Littlewood, are you coming back?
I'll hang around for a while.
Brian Towler, are you coming back?
No, sadly not.
And Nina Mishka.
She's
coming back.
Stuck with me. You're stuck with me.
Back. Well, listen, don't go anywhere. There's a whole boatload full of news I'll be sharing with you in just a moment. Before that, let's find out what the weather's got in store for tomorrow.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Over the next 24 hours, it will stay fine across the UK with high pressure in charge. Temperatures continue to climb both by day and by night, with the heat expected to peak on Thursday and Friday. Here's the high pressure responsible for widely dry and bright weather at the moment. One exception, the north and northwest of Scotland continues to see low cloud and some patchy rain and drizzle. Otherwise, we're seeing the heat that was previously confined to the south spread more widely, and a widely warm night tonight, with temperatures staying in the mid to high teens across much of the country. Now, we start the day with some low cloud across western parts of Britain, Northern Ireland as well, and we continue to see these outbreaks of light rain and drizzle for the far west and northwest of Scotland. Sunniest skies in Scotland, eastern areas, the southeast as well. Now, for Northern Ireland, patchy cloud begin things. Eastern England, plenty of sunshine. Western England, prone to a bit more cloud, likewise for West Wales. But the cloud across western parts of England and Wales tends to retreat back to the coast during the morning relatively quickly, so widespread blue skies developing. For Northern Ireland, we keep layers of cloud, and some of these cloud layers also drifting west to east across Scotland, turning the sunshine more hazy into the afternoon. Again, some persistent light rain drizzle for the far northwest of Scotland. Here it will be cool, but elsewhere widely across the UK, mid to high 20s, and in the south up to 34, 35 Celsius. Friday, another warm start to the day. Patchy cloud in the far south. More persistent rain coming into the northwest of Scotland for a time. In between, lots of sunshine, and this is likely to be the hottest day of this heat wave. 36 Celsius possible in the warmest spot of the south, but it stays fine through the weekend.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, welcome back to Late Edition. I'm Nana Queer in for Patrick Christys. Well, look, we've got a lot to talk about looking at some of those front pages. The front page of the Times leads with Burnham, I'll aim defence spending at British firms. Is this a good thing, or are we crazy? Do we really need the best firms to be doing the best things from anywhere in the world? Also, this is a story. Fancy binning a £12 million lottery ticket. My God, that's what's happened. We'll read more about those front pages after this.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Queer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, I'm Nana Akwe. This is Patrick Christys Tonight, Late Edition. Breaking tonight.
They are running away from the battle because they know they would be annihilated. It's as simple as that. And frankly, it's a bit of an insult to the people in the constituency that they don't want to stand.
Nigel Farage has claimed that Labour and the Tories are running scared as they rule out to stand in the Clacton by-election that he triggered after resigning. And
Nigel Farage has been utterly exposed in this complete stunt that he was trying to set up.
Doing this to stop people finding out what actually happened.
We want to make sure the investigation into Mr Farage's alleged breaches or serious breaches of the rules, that can continue.
Yeah, they're obsessed, aren't they? The press continues to hammer Farage and Reform UK, with The Guardian and the iPaper both running stories tonight about their financial affairs. In other news...
Well, look, I want us to get rid of this. I want this man to be out of our country. I think we all want him to be out of our country. And I know that the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, will be doing everything they can to make sure that happens.
Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is reportedly set to change the law so Pakistani paedophile Shabir Ahmed can be deported back to Pakistan. And...
So we hit him very hard last night. Very, very hard. Probably hit him hard again tonight. I'll give him a little warning. We're going to hit him hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them.
The war in Iran is back on as Donald Trump declares the ceasefire is over and that US forces will hit Iran hard again tonight. And...
It's coming home! It's coming home! It's coming! Come on, England! I love you! I love you!
Breaking news tonight. Let's not jinx it, though. If England bring it home, we will get a bank holiday. So joining me this evening, Director of Popular Conservatives Mark Littlewood, journalist and broadcaster Nina Mishkov, and GB News contributor and comedian Stephen N. Allen. But first, let's get your latest news with Katie Bowen.
Nana, thank you and good evening. The headlines at 2 minutes past 11. Let's start with some pictures coming into us now. US President Donald Trump has arrived in Britain at RAF Mildenhall. He's en route back to the United States following the NATO summit in Turkey. Pictures on your screen there of him meeting troops at RAF Mildenhall. He's making a stop here to meet with those troops at the base. It's after the NATO summit in Ankara concluded earlier today. The US President met with President Zelensky to talk about Ukraine and Russia war efforts to end that war in Ukraine. Those live pictures on your screen with the President arriving at RAF Mildenhall on his way back from the NATO summit. And sticking with the US military is currently conducting fresh strikes on Iran, hours after President Trump declared that the ceasefire was over. US Central Command has said this evening that the strikes are attempting to degrade Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. The statement said that the United States is holding Iran accountable for recent unjustified aggression against commercial shipping and civilian crews freely navigating a vital international waterway. Iranian media is reporting that Iran will now shortly launch a massive attack on US Army bases in the region. Live pictures coming on your screen, we'll get those to you shortly, from Iraq, where the funeral of former Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in February during Israeli and US airstrikes on Iran, is currently taking place. Moments ago, President Trump took to Truth Social, saying this is in retribution for yesterday's bombing of ships by Iran. If it happens again, it will get much worse. More on all of that breaking news as we get it. There are reports tonight that the Home Secretary is set to change the law to allow the deportation of a Rochdale grooming gang leader who was released from prison last week. Shabana Mahmood is expected to set out plans on Monday to amend the 1971 Immigration Act, which currently prevents 73-year-old Shabir Ahmed being removed from the UK. Ahmed was released on the 2nd of July after serving 14 years for the rape and sexual offences against several girls, some as young as 12. He had been sentenced to 19 years in prison. Former Veterans Minister Al Carnes has backed Andy Burnham to become Labour leader, now paving the way for the Makerfield MP to become Prime Minister. The MP for Birmingham Selly Oak has confirmed tonight that he won't stand in any leadership contest. He'd previously refused to rule out running against Mr Burnham until he heard more about his plan for the country. The confirmation means Andy Burnham is now the only candidate left in the running, with nominations due open tomorrow. Reform UK has said it will propose a by-election in the Clacton seat vacated by Nigel Farage on the 6th of August. Earlier, Mr Farage formally quit as the MP for Clacton after being appointed as steward and bailiff of the Manor of Northstead under the procedure used to resign from the House of Commons. Today, Chancellor Rachel Reeves said she would agree to Mr Farage's request to quit as an MP so he can, quote, spend the summer arguing with a bin, after the Liberal Democrats called on her to block the process. And an England World Cup win could mean an extra bank holiday, Sir Keir Starmer has hinted, ahead of the quarter-final clash with Norway at the weekend. Asked whether he would back a bank holiday if England managed to win the tournament, the Prime Minister told reporters at NATO, "I don't want to jinx it, but ask me again if we get to the final." Government officials, though, have hinted that the outgoing Prime Minister would authorise a national day off for everyone to celebrate. The final taking place on a Sunday, the 19th of July. GB News understands that the following Friday, the 24th, has been earmarked as the likely date. Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Nana.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Good evening and welcome to Late Edition. I'm Nana Okwir. Right, let's take a look at Thursday's front pages. The front page of The Guardian leads with revealed more reform transactions worth millions reported to crime agency. The iPaper, police launch investigation into £37,500 donation to Robert Jenrick campaign. The Express, Labour and Tories running scared. The Daily Mail, Farage bin-faced by-election is deadly serious. The Telegraph, Rochdale rapist will be deported. The Times leads with Burnham, I'll aim defence spending at British firms. The Metro, Trump tears peace hopes into pieces. Independent, Trump tears up Iran ceasefire as bombing resumes. And The Sun, my £12 million win binned. Jackpot probed after shop-tossed ticket. And The Mirror, bin him off. Voters urged to teach Farage a lesson at the polls. All right, well, let's get the thoughts of my panel. Director of Popular Conservatives, Mark Littlewood. Journalist and broadcaster, Nino Mishkov. And GB News contributor and comedian Steve N. Allen. All right, let's start with the front cover of The Express. Let's see, now this one, leading with Farage, Labour and Tories running scared. This, of course, is Nigel Farage's quit as an MP in Clacton and now has re-entered the by-election, so he's standing in the by-election. All of the other parties have stood down, apart from Count Binface, and people are talking about teaching him a lesson. I'll start with you, Steve and Alan. Is this utter madness of Nigel Farage? What on earth is he doing?
No, I think it's a smart move, because if you go through all the possible outcomes, most of them he gets some form of victory, whether it's attacking the establishment, whether it's winning, whether it's managing to reframe things that everyone's against him. The only outcome that doesn't work for him is the bin face situation, which in general what we'll get is the monster raving loony will put up a candidate and split the nutter vote. So it's not likely that it's going to happen. So everything else means either he can say they're too scared to stand against him, so he keeps his job, or they only put up certain candidates and he could have said the establishment is against me. They all could have stood, he still could have won. This is why I'm not sure the headline's true. I'm not sure they're running scared. They've just realised there's not a lot in it for them.
Well, maybe
risk-benefit analysis.
Maybe they think if we tell all our supporters to vote for Binface, that Nigel will have egg on his face if Binface wins. But I don't think they've got enough supporters there, have they?
Well, no. And social media is really trying to reframe Count Binface as being the establishment. There's a big push of people pointing that he's written for the BBC and he's done some Times radio work. If your argument is going to be he's the man with the bin on his head is the establishment, I'm not sure that's the establishment we were thinking of.
And also, if Binface wins, will he be able to wear his bin in Parliament? Because you're not supposed to wear a hat in Parliament, are you?
You can't.
If he wins, I think he'll be rubbish.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
Mark.
Well, I think this is looking a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, I'm sort of with Steve. I can see what Farage has done and the rationale behind it. But a scenario in which, I don't know, he beats Count Binface sort of 65% to 35%, you know, which I think would be a 17% swing to Count Binface if I've worked out the numbers. I mean, I just can't wait for the by-election coverage to sort of be showing this. And if this happened on a national scale, there would be 12 Binface seats in Parliament and the rest of it. What Nigel Farage, I think, now quite desperately needs is someone rather more serious than Count Binface to put their name forward. It's not going to be, obviously, from an official party candidate from the main political parties, but I think he needs some reasonably credible, independent, or somebody from a smaller party.
Why?
Because, as I say, I think the result, you know, Nigel Farage 68%, Count Binface 32%, is not necessarily to Nigel Farage's advantage in the wee small hours of August the 7th. Whereas if he's able to see off someone who is a serious critic of his, sort of 60-30, fine. If he's able to see off a dustbin, 60-30, not so good.
3-2-1, 3-2-1.
It's going to make him look pretty silly. I mean, the thing is, they're treating him like a toddler who's gone into a corner to have a tantrum. They said, well, just let him get on with it.
I mean, I think it's fine for him to say there's some controversy about me. I'm going to put this to the electorate. I mean, that seems to me absolutely fine.
But do you think that's the thing? I think it's I think the reason he's done it is to avoid just going with, you know, waiting for the report.
Yeah, well, I think he should come out and say he's in favour of abolishing the Standards Committee, which I am in favour of abolishing. I think it's an absolute racket. I think we have politicised all of this. I don't believe it's anything approaching a fair and even-handed way of dealing with things, because it's party politicised and because the rules are so open to interpretation. The rules are so open to interpretation, you are always going to get political discretionary decisions. You're not measuring something black and white here. All of the rules are a monumental grey area. Frankly, as some of the other front pages today prove my point entirely. If you're trying to get your head around what constitutes a break of the rules, believe me, it is an awful lot more complicated than understanding the offside rule in football.
Well, I can't get over the fact that they're all talking as though there will be a second by-election. So what's the point of the Standards Committee even bothering if everyone's working on the presumption that we're not going to stand because we're going to stand in the real by-election, which means that they think that, for sure, almost guaranteed, Nigel Farage is going to be having to call, or they're going to have to call a second by-election.
That's why they're not standing in this, because if they stand in this by-election, Nigel Farage gets to say, I've already had the medicine, I've taken the punishment, I've recalled myself. If the first by-election is a good
that's
one...
not my point, though. My point is that the fact that all of these parties are making the assumption, are assuming the result of the Standards Committee, and I find that a bit, you know, they as if it's absolutely going to rule against Nigel Farage.
It is absolutely going to rule against Nigel Farage. It's packed full of people who hate Nigel Farage.
Exactly, but that's
it is going to rule against Nigel Farage.
That's the reason, though. That's the reason, not because...
But what are the rules? The rules are that, I understand it, that if you become a politician, you become a member of Parliament, you have to declare any financial gifts in relation to that.
Gifts, is it? You don't have to declare gifts.
A financial gift in relation to politics in the 12 months before you become an MP.
That's one interpretation of the rules.
Personal gifts.
That's one interpretation of the rules.
You say that, but the thing is, what did Farage say? First of all, he said it was for his security. Yeah. Okay. Then he said it was a gift for helping to get Brexit done. Thirdly, he said...
Did he say that? I thought he said it's for a house.
No, he said that. Then he said it was... It doesn't matter what it's for. I could buy a Ferrari, or I could give it. I haven't spent any. I haven't spent any.
None of those would count as a political contribution on my reading of the rules.
Well,
but I'm quite pro-Farage, and I don't sit on the Standards Committee. Most of the people who do sit on the Standards Committee will be determined to find against him.
That's the problem, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that all of the other political parties are acting as though the decision of the Standards Committee will be to call a second by-election. And why is that? Because literally...
Well, no, they can't call a second by-election.
As in the recall petition.
Yeah, they need to suspend him for a certain period of time from the House of Commons, which would then
and allow
Like 10 days,
10% of the voters of Clacton to trigger one. They may be so jaded by that point that you might find it a bit hard to get 10% of the voters of Clacton to sign a petition.
Who was that woman said about the question? Not another one?
Brenda.
Oh, yeah.
Brenda, was it? Yeah. Not another one?
Yeah.
So maybe that. But on the front page of the Times, I mean, one of Farage's defences is that the fact that he wasn't a politician at the time. Well, in my mind, Farage has never not been a politician. He's been a politician for decades, and that's that. He can call himself an influencer and a broadcaster, but basically he's a politician. OK, let's stick with...
Again, we haven't even got a decent definition of politician, have we?
Yeah.
I mean, would the chief executive of Pressure Group count as a politician then?
No, because he wasn't... If he becomes a member of Parliament, then he is a
but he
politician.
wasn't a member of Parliament. He wasn't a member of Parliament. So this is a rule that just applies to Nigel Farage. It doesn't apply to other people who give political commentary.
If you look at the top story in the Times, it says that he faces new questions over the timing, and the fact the gift was given in April of 2024. He said, "Oh, look, I wasn't a politician. I didn't decide to become an MP until June. I didn't declare until June." Now we've got the guy who was supposed to be the Reform candidate, Tony Mick, saying, "Well, they've been discussing it for months." So it's not a question of,
But does that make you a politician? Somebody saying, "I might run for Parliament," does that make you a politician?
But actually planning to do it.
But I don't understand why he didn't
we're going to
declare
have an awful lot of politicians.
All of this could have gone away if
he just said.
If he declared it, because we're arguing over whether he should or not. It seems that actually, if he'd have declared it, the gift...
I think you're delusional. They would then have attacked him for accepting the gift and then he would declaring it.
If he's right to say he could spend it on anything, including cars, then what could they possibly question?
Everything. You've seen the way. They're just obsessed with him. They won't leave him alone. They attack him even if he's...
But he doesn't want to be left alone.
He's left his chin out a bit, though. Do you not think, by not declaring it?
I just think that it's difficult for him because it's a lose-lose. If he declared it, he'd have this whole sort of clown show, and if he hadn't declared it, he's going to have a clown show. So
I think he would have been better advised to make sure he ticked every box in triplicate. I don't think he's actually obliged to. I don't think he's broken any rules myself. But as I say, the rules are so open to interpretation, and the people interpreting those rules will largely be Liberal Democrat and Labour MPs, so I think I can hazard a guess about what their interpretation will be. Yeah. But I don't think he's broken any rules, but nevertheless, it would have been better for him. I think not just to declare it all, unusually for a great communicator, he has not done a decent interview on this. He should have sat down with somebody, even at the late stage, even if it was crying over spilt milk, and said, "I just want to talk you through it. I'm not necessarily going to go through every detail because it's a private matter, but I will be able to, if I sit down with you, Nana, or somebody else on GB News, give me half an hour and I will put your mind to rest that I've done nothing wrong." Instead, he's given, and I can understand this because he thinks he's been unfairly treated, but he's given a slightly tetchy response to anybody asking about it. And I don't think that tetchy response, even if understandable, is a particularly good public look.
Yeah, he did say he could spend it on Ferraris whilst talking to Nick Ferrari, which shows a lack of improv. Couldn't think of anything else and he sat right there. That's right.
But he's just... but what he's doing is just having a sort of laugh because it's his personal... He sees it as a personal gift, right? So he's right. He could have spent it on anything for himself. Right. And that's why he said Ferrari, because he's with Nick Ferrari and he probably just was kind of having a bit of humour. Well, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I thoroughly agree with you on that. I just think because it's a personal gift and he could spend it in any way, it's easier to defend that than to defend the situation he's in right now. Because, look, we're still not getting a defence of the situation. We're having a by-election instead. With all of this mess could have been avoided. He could have kept the job and he actually could have said, "I've declared it and it's none of your business what it's spent on." Job done.
Exactly.
You're acting as though they'd have left him alone.
If he felt secure in the knowledge that he had done nothing wrong, which he keeps saying, just let the process...
No, but then hang on. The other point there, this is why the entire system is just so appalling and, in my view, so rigged. The case against that is if he declared it, he's accepting that it might not be a personal gift. Because if he's 100% certain it's a personal gift, it's not declarable. So once you've sort of said, well, a bit doubtful, actually, I'd better put it on the sheet. I'll write it in here, Christopher Harborne, £5 million. you are accepting at that point that there is some doubt in your own mind about whether this is a personal gift.
By the discussion that we've just had, it's not the nature of the gift, it's the nature of the person. If he would have accepted that he was in politics at the time, then he'd be declaring a non-political gift by being a politician. And that's safer, isn't it?
Yeah.
So and that's the discussion that we're now having. You're right, it's because of how many different ways you can interpret the stupid English language and the way that sentence, that paragraph is written. But I think he'd be on safer ground.
Yeah, but the point being that he's been on the back foot ever since this news story broke. And he disappeared for a while, didn't answer questions, and then since then he's come back and he's grumpy. And that goes completely against Mr. Affable. He's always been Mr. Affable, as I said on the earlier show, and he's not Mr. Affable. He may well become Mr. Affable now that he feels he's taken control, that he now somehow is dictating the shots. It's not happening to him. He's making things happen now because he's made.
But he's going to have to obviously. I don't know what his platform's going to be in the Clacton by-election, but he's going to have a platform, right? You can't just say there's a witch hunt against me and it's me against the establishment. I mean, I happen to agree that there is and that it is the political establishment against him, but he's going to have to be a bit clearer than that. Having triggered the by-election, it's perfectly legitimate for Clacton voters to say, all right, you want me to go back to the polls and re-elect you to Parliament. You've triggered it. There's obviously an issue to clear up here. What is the issue, and can I ask you some questions about it? What was this £5 million quid?
Yeah, but
why did you accept it? That's going to be the entire focus of the by-election.
We know there's not much more he can say. Everyone knows that he accepted a £5 million donation before he became an MP, but within the 12 months where you're supposed to declare something if it is not a personal gift. But I'm with you when you say that he said he believes it's not a personal gift.
He believes it is a personal gift.
Sorry, it is a personal gift. So if he believes that, then why would he even consider declaring it? I mean,
I would have more sympathy if you talked about when you talk about the establishment being against him, if the establishment in this case did not include Restore and the Greens, for God's sake.
But it's in their best interest to
Restore?
join it. Yeah, it's in their best interest.
They want Farage and Reform destroyed.
You can't call Restore establishment.
No,
I'm sorry.
there are also
anti-establishment.
There are anti-establishment forces that hate Farage, but there are many more establishment forces that hate Farage.
There's no prejudice in that.
But all of the establishment hates Farage. Some of the anti-establishment hates Farage.
Yeah, I think it's Rupert Lowe who doesn't get on with Farage. So I guess that's kind of pretty much.
The larger bin community seems to not like him as well.
The refuse collection community.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think it was a lose-lose for Farage. I don't think he could have got this right either way. Because if he declared it, then I think by doing that, he's admitting that he doesn't believe it's a personal gift. And if he genuinely believes it's a personal gift, then you say nothing. And then if it does emerge, you say it's a personal gift, and then you kind of hope for the best. And obviously, it's him.
When it comes down to Harmon is a cryptocurrency billionaire, and Farage is, very pro-crypto and...
Yeah, but hang on, there's no suggestion that this money... There is no suggestion that this money... I mean, you would expect people...
Influence? No influence at all?
No, you would expect people...
No,
you would expect people of a similar ideological persuasion, to be donating to parties that they support. So I think you've got to work out where the cart and the horse is, right? I don't think Nigel Farage has suddenly decided that he's a kind of free market crypto guy. He always was. So free market crypto guys are likely to support him.
Yeah, and I guess it's, all parties have their donors, like Del Vince helping out the Labour Party to the tune of millions.
Yeah, as a greenie.
Do you know what I mean? Is that not fair?
Like Keir Starmer's specs.
Yeah, and well, even that, all of it adds up.
And he's in the renewables business.
Doesn't add up to $5 million.
Well, so what? I mean,
God, it does to the Labour Party.
I think his freebies are about 100,000 or whatever, and then he banged on about change and do clean politics and all that, and he was exactly the opposite. All right, coming up in just a moment.
Well, look, I want us to get rid of this. I want this man to be out of our country. I think we all want him to be out of our country. And I know that the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary will be doing everything they can to make sure that happens.
Well, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is reportedly set to change the law so Pakistani paedophile Shabir Ahmed can be deported back to Pakistan. This is Patrick Christys Tonight, late edition.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christys Tonight, late edition. I'm Nana Akweer. All right, well, look at the front cover of the Daily Telegraph. Now, that leads with Rochdale rapist will be deported. Now, that is, of course, the case of Shabir Ahmed. He's currently 73. He's served 14 years of a 22-year prison sentence. He's been released early, and the victims were promised that on release he would be deported. However, it sounds like he basically ripped up his Pakistani passport, and even though his citizenship was taken away from him, he still remains in this country in Pakistan, refusing to accept him back. Now, Shabana Mahmood is changing the law to try and get him deported, which a lot of people are saying is a good thing. I mean, I do think it's a good thing that she's trying to do that.
Yeah, this is a crazy law, so I'm glad she's fixing it. The Immigration Act exempts people, such as Ahmed, but anyone in this category, from deportation if they came to Britain before 1973 and have lived in the UK for at least 5 years. So let's get rid of that. I mean, I don't know what the original justification for it was, but nevertheless, let's scrap it.
However, it says deport people, so presumably that she'll narrow that to prisoners, won't she, and focus on prisoners.
Well, at the moment, the law completely blocks you from deporting anyone in that category. And I don't see why there should be any specific special protections for people in that category.
Well,
I'm not saying it doesn't mean we just sort of start randomly deporting
people. Well, you don't know. You don't know how it will end up.
We don't go about randomly deporting people. But I don't see any reason why, if you came to Britain before 1973 and have lived here in the UK for at least 5 years, why that is the ace of trumps in any consideration over your deportation. It shouldn't be at the ace of trumps. It shouldn't be a card at all.
Well, that
Why would someone who came in 74
me,
be
actually.
different?
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I'm saying that's what I said to you earlier. It needs to be specific, otherwise the unintended consequences...
No, well, we're not saying everybody's going to be deported in this cohort.
It would bring but I'm saying that we need to be specific.
Yeah, but why would I have specific and special protection because I arrived in this country?
Yeah.
Although I was born in Britain, so that negates that. But I arrived in this country from a Commonwealth country, as it was at the time, South Africa, and that was before 1973. So
I don't think you should have any.
When I'm saying specific, I mean it must be specifically if you break the law, then that doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, but how many people is this going to apply?
All you need to do is bring it in line with the people who arrived in 1974, 75, 76. Why should they get worse treatment than someone who arrives in 1972, for example? That law makes an inequality, so you could fix that. And it's called a loophole. The government should be fixing loopholes. And one of the most annoying things on, like, day 2 of this story was the narrative that, we can't do anything because the law prevents it. Who's in charge of changing laws then? You can have an emergency meeting to sort out British Steel on a Saturday, so you can sort out this. They could have done, hopefully it will be done. Close the loophole. I mean, this is what we said on this very panel, so I'm glad they listened.
Yeah, it took them an afternoon to change the law to allow people to drink in pubs to watch the Mexico-England game.
They did that quite quickly.
If the will is there, you can get it done.
What's shocking is that they're just sorting it out now. Do they not have Google Calendar, for crying out loud? You know, if someone gets given 19 years in prison, why wait until the end of the 19 years to fix this? They should have seen it coming, because it's just adding.
I don't know even why they put him in prison. I think I'd just have him deported, and just because otherwise
there was a law against it.
Well, the taxpayers paid the entire fee, and actually, if he doesn't get deported, and although it sounds like a great idea, Shabana Mahmood still needs the agreement of Pakistan to take him back.
You've got 2 problems here you've got to fix, haven't you? Well, there's 2 ways of fixing the problem, I should say. Yeah, if Pakistan are saying we're not going to take him back, then what are you going to do about it? And I think there's only 2 solutions to that, and one isn't erasing certainty. One solution is that you say to Pakistan or any other government that's not willing to play ball, OK, we can't force you to do that, but we are not going to look kindly on issuing any more visas to Pakistan. You're certainly not getting your hands on any of our international development money and a range of other soft power things, because this guy is clearly one of yours and we are wanting to send him home. We can't force that on you, but if you say no, these will be the sort of sanctions you face. That's option 1. If that doesn't work, I still think at some point we've got to revisit some form of the Rwanda scheme. Because if you can't send these people back to the place where they came from and where they are unambiguously have a right to be, and we should be able to remove them there, you've got to have another option. Hopefully only in your top pocket, but nevertheless, without that insurance policy, this falls on fallow ground, doesn't it?
Option 1 would work, wouldn't it? He's in his 70s, so how long do they need to pay for this guy to be in prison over there if that's what they want to do with him? There's an amount that we could cost them that they'll think...
I think that's probably right.
Apparently Pakistan has asked for some dissidents who are in this country to be repatriated to Pakistan. So whether we're willing to do that or not, maybe, you know, who knows?
And I think they also should look at the visa issuing as well, so that when you're issuing a visa for this country and you want to come to the UK, there has to be a condition within that visa that it is only given to you on condition that if you break the law, you are returned back to Pakistan, and Pakistan need to agree to that. Because I think that, you know, it's the whole looseness of it all means that...
I'll go further than that. You're being a bit wet lefty pinko here, Nana.
You think so?
Yeah, I would even apply that to people who get British citizenship. I would have something like your first 10 years on probation.
Yeah, maybe.
So we've made you a British citizen, but we are expecting exemplary behaviour from you for 10 years. You are not going to be treated quite the same just yet as somebody who is an indigenous citizen due to birth. So if in those 10 years you commit any of the following crimes and are convicted of them, you will lose it.
Why limit it to 10 years?
Well, 10, 15 years at some point.
That means you're on probation for 20 years, because what she's proposing...
Or just don't break the law.
Well, obviously, but what she's proposing is that actually you cannot apply for citizenship until you've lived here for 10 years as opposed to 5 years, which the law is now.
And I'm saying I'd add to that once you've been given British citizenship, you don't necessarily get everything on day 1. You are still expected to abide by certain codes and legal behaviours.
Why limit it then? Why not? I would just say, you get British citizenship. If you break the law, we'll send you back. We'll take
OK, you've stopped being a woke Pinko
It's
lefty.
because he called you woke, isn't it?
What happened to you?
Yeah, no, thoroughly agree. I mean, look, part of the argument in this thing in the article says that the changing the law needs to be done delicately in a way that doesn't impact the Windrush generation. Don't be a rapist. It feels quite simple, isn't it? There are certain rules, because your version of it, you don't mean speeding or parking or shoplifting.
Custodial sentence stuff,
and top shelf items. Any of those laws, then of course if you break it, and you have a citizenship that we can send you off to. Why is that not happening?
No, but they're just being cautious by saying that, just in case there are unintended consequences. Depends how they draft it. That's why that's there. I can understand why people are looking at that thinking,
But doesn't the law already exist that if you get a custodial sentence of more than 12 months or more, that you should be deported, and that's
Well, you wouldn't lose your citizenship at the moment for that. You would not lose your citizenship in virtue of being in prison for 12 months. And I'm arguing that you should. If you're recently become a British citizen, that should revoke it.
But if you're deported, you're deported. I mean, you're deported as a British citizen?
Some of them.
Well, we wouldn't deport you if you're a British citizen without stripping you of it.
Oh, we'll take either way, but I'll send them to Rwanda. I think you're right on that. That's what we need to reset that up. All right, coming up, the Times has gone with Burnham. I'll aim defence spending at British firms. Stay tuned for that one. This is Patrick Christys Tonight, late edition.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again. To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christys' Late Edition with me, Nana Queer. We're looking at tomorrow's front pages. Let's have a look at the Times. The big story on there is Burnham, I'll aim defence spending at British firms. Now, I happen to agree with them. I would like to see more British companies fulfilling defence orders on stuff they can do. But also, if you look at Ukraine, they have now become sort of the drone-building experts because of the war that they're in, because they had to do it. So I say that we used to be shipbuilders, we used to be, Boeing, all these big companies that came from this country, and yet, where are we now?
Yeah, and there's a false economy in outsourcing things, because if you spend a little bit more to get something made in the UK, you're helping this economy, which then adds more money rather than just sending it all abroad. Look, I mean, I guess there's some tech that we don't have the ability to make right now, but hopefully, if you spend enough money, we're pretty good. We've got the ability to lead the forefront of computing, which is, I guess, most of what happens with drones. I just hope we can make enough steel to do anything with.
We don't make any steel, really, do we?
Certain security things you do have to do in-house, because where you buy it from might suddenly be the enemy.
Exactly.
And you've got to be ready for that.
I'm a bit more relaxed.
And where are all the engineers that we were so famous for? All the inventions we made, all the advances we made, and what's happened to them? Do we
Well, they've gone abroad because they get investment.
Graduates? Is that because there's nowhere for them to go?
Everyone's doing film studies. That's why.
Yeah, you see, I'm a bit more kind of free market liberal on this one. Yes, I would love all the British defence to be at the cutting edge of everything. Yes, I would love the British wine industry to be better than the French wine industry, and the British pasta industry to be better than the Italian pasta industry, and so on and so forth. But sometimes it ain't so. And I basically want us to get the best quality kit. And it seems to me here that what Burnham's saying is he will use the defence budget not actually to defend the nation, but to execute some kind of industrial regional strategy. Well, that should be a separate piece of policy. If you want to reindustrialise presumably Manchester, then reach for a policy to reindustrialise Manchester. Don't insist that you're going to build your nuclear guidance system in Manchester. Just get yourself the best nuclear guidance system.
Yeah, well, you think that, but yeah. I mean, I kind of agree with that, but I don't. Because the reason I don't agree with that is because in time you can improve your own, your own.
All you need is security of supply, even on steel, right? Everybody was complaining that the Chinese were dumping cheap steel. Great, go and buy 500,000 tonnes of it and put it in storage. We set up for a century.
But there is a slight difference between the pasta debate. If Italy suddenly go, no more pasta for you, fair enough. We don't need to be cutting edge of that. You can do some Michael Porter job on that. But I think that there's, certain things of security that if you can't then get your hands on it, it's too late. We've not bought cheap steel. It would be nice if we could make some of the basics here.
Well, I think you still need security of supply. So I wouldn't want to be reliant on any one single other country, say, for our steel. But in a hypothetical world, this isn't how the world's set up. But if we were reliant for 1% of our steel supply from 100 democratic allies, 1% each, I would be quite confident we had security of supply, even if we made no steel ourselves in the UK.
No, but the supply chain is quite interconnected, so I think that you'd find that won't work as well. I mean, remember COVID? I won't mention the COVID, the C word, but remember COVID, and when suddenly the country that you're supposedly sending the supply from decides that they need it more than you, and then there's all these interconnected...
You've got to get that written into the deal.
That there's all these interconnected supply chains as well, even though you might think it's coming from over there, it comes from over there, through there, to there, to there, and then to...
But that's just... You're saying it's impossible to have security of supply without actually making the whole thing yourself? I think it is possible.
Look at the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, there's so much that goes via that strait.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want all of your stuff coming in from the Strait of Hormuz, right? You wouldn't want to put all of your eggs in that basket.
Yeah, but some part of your supply could be coming from there.
So some of your supply dries up. Same thing could happen if there's a bad fire at the Port Talbot Steelworks, for crying out loud.
But we do, British aerospace industry, we have that. We've got a capacity, surely, that can be ramped up. Surely that can be ramped up.
Well, if they're the best, give them the contract.
Surely you could pay slightly more or do something that just then tickles the economy. You get a secondary kick by spending it here, I think is what I'm thinking. So economically, it's not just about getting the best deal from international.
Yeah, I don't know how. My worry is that you very quickly sink into buying, not just tickling it by paying a bit more, that you end up paying a lot more for a dud.
I think that's the problem with globalisation, that we've done that, and it's caused us a lot of problems.
Yeah.
I don't know why we've been buying the duds. I'm just saying we should buy the best kit and I don't want to buy fourth-rate British kit. I'm not saying all of it is. Some of it's first-rate, brilliant, hurrah, buy that. But I don't want to pay extra for fourth-rate British kit if the American stuff is better.
But Trump today, while he was wittering on and on and on and on and on at NATO, it was announced that Zelensky had been given permission to produce Patriot missiles within Ukraine. And I thought, well, that's all very well, but America must be the experts. And apparently, Ukraine was second only to Russia in terms of
buy some stuff off them when the war ends, then.
The thing is, it doesn't. If it's American, it doesn't have to be built in America.
No.
It can be built in this country. Maybe the same kind of deal. Maybe we can get some deal that we can build, if we want Patriots, build them here.
Oh, well, I'm with Burnham on this. I think he's right to aim defence spending at British firms. I think we don't give ourselves enough credit for how brilliant this country is and how so many inventions have come from this country. And I think we can do it, and I think we should do it instead of relying so much on foreign investments and things like that. All right, coming up in just a moment.
It's coming home! It's coming home! It's coming! Come on, England! I love you! I love you!
Breaking news tonight. If England bring it home, we will get a bank holiday. Great, wonderful. Let's hope we can. This is Patrick Christys Tonight, late edition.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Plenty of hot sunshine across Europe at the moment, especially hot for France and Spain. Temperatures here well above average for the time of year, but continuing to be relatively showery for Greece into Turkey. Some lively thunderstorms inland, a few affecting the islands as well. Some showers popping up over Italy where it's hot, but not as hot as much of Spain, Portugal, France, where temperatures are well above average for the time of year. It stays hot through the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there.
with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some breaking news to bring you now. An extra bank holiday is likely heading our way if England win the World Cup on July the 19th, my birthday, and bring it home for the first time since 1966. Now, government officials, though, have hinted that the outgoing Prime Minister would authorise a national day off for everyone to celebrate. And GB News understands that the most likely date for the bank holiday would be the following Friday. That's Friday the 24th of July. So more on that breaking news very shortly. How would you think? Do you think we deserve a bank holiday? Or are we just sort of going a bit ahead of ourselves?
This is absolute madness. Look, I'm football crazy. I've watched virtually every minute of every match in the World Cup. I desperately want England to win. It's worth saying they are 5-1 against at the moment, even though they've made it to the quarter-finals. But, you know, are we serious about our economy or not, right? If everybody gets a day off work, that is 0.5% of the working year scratched. If you want to take a day off to celebrate or commiserate whatever happens to England, be my guest, take it out of your annual leave. I mean, are we also going to have a day off if this Ferry chap wins Wimbledon? I mean, this is absolutely nuts.
I'm wondering if it might be Starmer's final hurrah. When does he actually leave office? Isn't it around that date?
Yes, because Andy Burnham gets sworn in.
It'll be on almost exactly World Cup Day, yeah.
Yeah.
Burnham, if England are in the final, Burnham will want to be Prime Minister before kick-off.
Yeah, but so Starmer, you know, raging football fan, you know...
Could authorise it conditionally.
If England win, you get it. You deal with the economic fallout.
What about the pressure if it goes to penalties and, you know, one of our guys misses? I mean, he's going to be absolutely hated, not just for losing the penalty shootout, but because he's also cost us a day off.
Well, that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I don't want the pressure on the England players. I don't want the pressure on the England players.
Grumpy old man. You might love your football. I can't stand football, but I love a day off. Come on, England, bring it. Look, it makes no difference. It is nothing other than a promise that gains you some sort of points that you'll never have to follow through on. The if in the sentence is carrying so much weight.
Oh, because England aren't going to win.
Of course, you know. So yeah, it's worth promising the nation this bank holiday that you never have to follow.
We could say one for Ferry as well. Then I just checked the odds on him. He's 50-1 against. So let's promise a bank holiday if he wins.
But what he's achieved is absolutely extraordinary. And
I still have a bank holiday for him winning the quarterfinals.
No, I'm not saying bank holiday. But what he's done, he's gone into Wimbledon on a wild card, which means he's not in the top 100. He's got a lucky draw to get in. I think he's 114th in the world. I think he's 23. He's quite a stocky guy. He's 5'8", and usually tennis players who get to that are tall, and that gives them an extra reach. And what
sounds like we should have a whole week off for him.
Well, no, he was fantastic. The game he played was just stunning, absolutely stunning.
I can't see any reason why I should go to work then.
Yeah. He beat.
That's the thing. No one will go to work anyway if we do win. So actually, the cost of the economy won't make.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Well, that's a big if, though, isn't it? Anyway, so let's just get real with ourselves now, because we get a little bit carried away. But I hope we win. All right, let's have a look at tomorrow's front pages. We'll start with the front page of The Guardian. Revealed more reform transactions worth millions reported to the crime agency. So it looks to me like there's probably a witch hunt now on Reform UK. The IR paper police launched investigation into £37,500 donation to Robert Jenrick's campaign. The front cover of The Express. Labour and Tories are running scared. The Express leads... Oh, I've just done that one. I haven't. No. All right, let's have a look. Oh, no, yeah. Daily Mail, Farage, bin face by election is deadly serious. In the Metro, Trump tears peace hopes in pieces. The Independent, Trump tears up Iran ceasefire as bombing resumes. Let's take a look at the front cover of The Sun. My £12 million win binned jackpot probed after tossed ticket. What a nightmare. Imagine that. 12 million. I've got to get into that to see whether she actually got it back. But anyway, that would be one of my biggest nightmares. The Mirror, bin him off. Voters urged to teach Farage a lesson at the polls. The Telegraph leads with Rochdale rapist will be deported. of course, that's up to Shabana Mahmood. Though she's got to, it's not entirely up to her because she's got to ask Pakistan and maybe meet their conditions. Well, thank you very much to my brilliant panel. Thank you very much, Mark Littlewood, Nina Mishkov, and also Stephen and Allen. And as ever, thank you to you at home for your company. I'll be covering Patrick tomorrow night as well. I'll leave you with this. Up next, it's The Late Show Live with the one and only Bev Turner.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Over the next 24 hours, it will stay fine across the UK with high pressure in charge. Temperatures continue to climb both by day and by night, with the heat expected to peak on Thursday and Friday. Here's the high pressure responsible for widely dry and bright weather at the moment. One exception, the north and northwest of Scotland continues to see low cloud and some patchy rain and drizzle. Otherwise, we're seeing the heat that was previously confined to the south spread more widely, and a widely warm night tonight, with temperatures staying in the mid to high teens across much of the country. Now, we start the day with some low cloud across western parts of Britain, Northern Ireland as well, and we continue to see these outbreaks of light rain and drizzle for the far west and northwest of Scotland. Sunniest skies in Scotland, eastern areas, the southeast as well. Now, for Northern Ireland, patchy cloud begin things. Eastern England, plenty of sunshine. Western England, prone to a bit more cloud, likewise for West Wales. But the cloud across western parts of England and Wales tends to retreat back to the coast during the morning relatively quickly, so widespread blue skies developing. For Northern Ireland, we keep layers of cloud, and some of these cloud layers also drifting west to east across Scotland, turning the sunshine more hazy into the afternoon. Again, some persistent light rain drizzle for the far northwest of Scotland. Here it will be cool, but elsewhere widely across the UK, mid to high 20s, and in the south up to 34, 35 Celsius. Friday, another warm start to the day. Patchy cloud in the far south. More persistent rain coming into the northwest of Scotland for a time. In between, lots of sunshine, and this is likely to be the hottest day of this heat wave, 36 Celsius possible in the warmest spot of the south, but it stays fine through the weekend.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. A Clacton by-election is now expected to take place on August the 6th, despite Labour and the Conservatives refusing to take part. Meanwhile, Reform leader Nigel Farage has insisted he is fighting a real election.
If, and I say if, because it's up to people, if we get a resounding big vote and victory here, it's